Hi guys. I'm going to start the video a little bit weird today because I had an encoder loss and I lost a 2.5 hour video and had to restart my stream. So I'm going to start the stream over, and I can't do big face because I can't block the screen right now. I'm main tanking. So we're just going to start this stream right off the bat, and I'm just going to jump into the games. It's a little bit of a unconventional approach today, but I'm just going to jump into the fucking games and record. Terribly sorry. And yeah, and we'll go delete this worthless file. It's open. Oh, is it? Yeah, 0 bytes or whatever. Yeah, this thing. Choose a file. I don't know. I don't know what it's doing.
Your skill has increased.
$288, not bad.
Have suggested that the
So I lost 2.5 hours of a video there, but I didn't lose the stream, which is good. So, it's cool to be multi-streaming and recording, because then I don't lose the entire value, and we can just go right back to it and go on about my business. I had an encoder fail there. That was kind of a new thing, but it's because I know why. It's because this game is CPU intensive, and I have been recording in 28,000 kbps for my YouTube channels, which is 1440p. And so it comes through really good. It looks really good. And that overstressed my card, I think, in something about this game, and my card, they had like a clash, and I lost my encoder and I lost my OBS, which is uncommon. I don't get that very often. That is not so common. I love FFXI. It's so peaceful. It's such a peaceful game. It doesn't have a lot of strife to it, really. Bad things happen, but
Your skill has increased.
excuse me.
Your skill has increased.
Where are we getting the enlightening from? Oh no, the RDM has they're all slept. Haha. Not me. So yeah, I had a really good video there with a lot of really good fucking content that I lost, which is just tragic. There's nothing I can do about that. If the coder fails, you get a corrupted video, and it's just tragic. It's happened to me a couple of times. It's not very common, but it happens. So let's go back to what I was watching. Where are you? Does a cult control United States?
The
Yes.
entire purpose of this grove and this getaway is to get blackmail opportunities on the powerful. For example, in a tape dating to May 13th, 1971, President Richard Nixon, speaking to Don Ehrlichman, referred to the grove as, quote-unquote, the gayest goddamn thing you could ever imagine. Now,
What?
of course, catching powerful and especially right-wing political leaders engaging in homosexual acts was basically an immediate way to kill their career back in the 1970s.
Wow.
So, not entirely unbelievable that that might be an aspect of this. In fact, the same has been suggested by certain people about the island that a certain Jeffrey Epstein owned. And since we have the opportunity here in this video, I'd like to remind all of you that Jeffrey Epstein did not himself. Now,
No.
what else, aside from Richard Nixon saying that it was pretty gay, goes on is up for debate. It's not totally clear. Politicians do give speeches there, and it's important to note
They were
that
fascists for so
President
long that when they
Hayes,
went gay, they
Arthur,
didn't know what to
Cleveland,
do.
Harrison, McKinley,
They're like, how do we
Roosevelt,
explain to the world that we're gay?
Harding,
We've hated gay
Coolidge,
people forever.
Hoover, Truman, Eisenhower, Nixon, Ford,
Stupid
Reagan,
fascists.
and both Bushes have attended the Grove. Now, of course, they were not all members. Some attended as members, some as honorary members, and some as guests. A 1957 document lists Hoover, Eisenhower, and Nixon as honorary members, with Roosevelt listed in memoriam, and the Bushes and Reagan are not yet listed. Now, some have suggested that the Grove is actually where presidential candidates, specifically for the Republican Party, are chosen, that they are selected at these retreats, these meetings.
Your
Now,
skill
I've
has
seen
increased.
no concrete evidence of that, but the idea that a bunch of wealthy, powerful men would gather in one place and not talk about politics seems far-fetched to me. So I would be willing to bet that at the very least these discussions happen. If somebody is actually, selected to run for president there, that seems less likely. But they probably do have political conversations, right? And sometimes they just openly give political speeches. For example, in 1967, Nixon delivered an address on foreign policy. Of course, this is after serving as vice president, but he had not yet been elected president. And the speech was not concerned with the immediate problems of the day, like Vietnam and the Middle East. Nixon was very adamant in this speech that this was about the future. How are we going to handle this changing world? As communism, of course, starts to die, because they saw that happening. How are we going to handle this? How are we going to align with this new order, this new system of powerful nations that is going to arise as the Soviet Union collapses and as China rises? Now, of course, politicians having discussions about policy in a shady wilderness retreat that none of us are allowed into is not ideal, but that's also not the only reason that people are interested in the Bohemian Grove. You see, there's kind of a conspiracy theory here, that what we're dealing with is not just
Your skill
Boy
has
Scout camp
increased.
for adults, but in fact some sort of pagan cult. The owl is both the symbol of the club and also that 30-foot statue, and it's not just there for looks. As I said, it's part of a ritual. Now, in mythology, particularly the Greco-Roman style, the owl is associated with wisdom and knowledge. And, of course, therefore, also Athena/Minerva. Of course, the owl also appears in the symbolism of another secret society from about a century earlier, that being the Illuminati. However, any direct connection, as in a legitimate path of succession between the Illuminati and the Bohemian Club seems very unlikely for a few reasons. Of course, the chief reason among those is that the Bohemian Club was initially just founded as an art enthusiast club for, lower middle class to middle class journalists, whereas the Illuminati of the 18th century
Your
were
skill
political
has
radicals.
increased.
Now, the owl, of course, its involvement in these rituals dates to about 1906. A 1908 document entitled The Bohemian Jinx, a treatise, describes this ritual as the Owl and Care. Of course, it is more commonly known by a different name, the Cremation of Care. And it's that ritual, that one right there, that piqued the interest of a certain filmmaker in the year 2000. And that filmmaker managed to sneak himself and one other guy into the Bohemian Grove with a hidden camera and captured some interesting footage. Now, I am sure you guys have figured out which journalist / filmmaker we're talking about here. If you haven't, it's about to become very clear, because it's very important that I give some context for why we're using this guy's work. Now, back in the 90s, he was considerably less controversial, though still controversial, originally starting with his show on a public access television program before moving to radio. Now, he did dabble in conspiracy theory at the time, for example, questioning the narrative of the Oklahoma City bombing, as well as the 1969 moon landing. Now, neither of those are particularly uncommon fodder for conspiracy theories. There are plenty of questions to be asked about the Oklahoma City bombing, and
Your skill
people go
has
after the moon
increased.
landing all
You
the time,
mean-
which is just ridiculous.
Never
Back in
mind.
those days, Congressman Ron Paul appeared as a guest on the final edition multiple times, and the host actually ended up taking first place for Best Radio Host in Austin, Texas in 1996, though he did tie for it. Getting Best Radio Host in Austin was, of course, not enough for him to keep his job, as KJFM ended up firing him later that year. They claimed it was because he made it difficult to sell advertising, which I honestly believe could have been a legitimate reason, but the host himself claimed that it was more because they asked him about 11 months prior to lay off of Bill Clinton, and also just the U.S. intervention in foreign wars, and he didn't do that, and so he ended up getting fired. Now, it could really be either of those things. Neither would shock me. Of course, that host reached more broad national acclaim and criticism after 9/11 because he claimed that it was a false flag attack. Of course, he was not the only person to say this. We'll leave it at that. We're not getting into 9/11 truthism here. That is not what this is about. But he really stepped in it in
Yes, it is.
2012 when he
Yes, it
claimed
is.
that the Sandy Hook
That's exactly what this is
was
about.
some sort of government cover-up, or that
That is what this
Your
is
skill
about.
has increased.
Bohemian Grove is about that.
fake, that it was just
9/11
made up
is
to restore
Bohemian
gun
Grove.
control. Of course, that was not true at all, and he did later apologize for it and also lose a very, very big court case, and he had to, he was ordered to pay huge sum of money over this. Of course, he did later retract this and apologize, but the damage to his reputation, as well as the lives of the parents who were being harassed over this, that was done. That was not getting better. But back before that, he did do something pretty unique, which was that he managed to infiltrate the Bohemian Grove with a hidden camera and film the Cremation of Care ceremony. That documentary is about 90 minutes long, and you can find it over on Rumble if you want to watch it yourself, but we'll be covering just the most important aspects of it here. At the very outset of the video, he says that he has heard that the Bohemian Club engages in ancient Canaanite, Luciferian, Babylon mystery religion ceremonies, and that they do this via sacrifice. He specifically mentions Moloch, who is supposed to be an ancient Ammonite deity, according to the Bible, although it's possible that this was a mistranslation and what was meant was Milcom, who is known to be a deity of those people, because we're not sure exactly what Moloch would mean. It could be a name for a deity, it also could be a name for a form of sacrifice.
Your skill
Also
has
possible
increased.
that Moloch is Baal, the chief deity of the Canaanites. This may be because both Milcom and Molech mean great king or king in Hebrew, and in that language share the first two letters of their name. Both words, being written in Hebrew, of course, lack vowels.
Your skill
but
has
are
increased.
differentiated by the character or the two characters in the case of Milcom at the end of their name. Both of these seem to derive from the term Malach, which also means ruler, and is seemingly identical to the term Molech. A lot of Hebrew is apparently figured out via context. In any case, the worship of Molech appears to have involved
Your
child
skill has
sacrifice,
increased.
and this is not just attested in biblical sources, but also by Greek and Roman sources who are talking about the Carthaginians, who were of course Phoenician, who were of course Canaanite. To give you some biblical sources here, Leviticus
Your skill has
18:21 says that sacrificing a child to Molech will be punished by death via stoning. However, there is a little bit of an issue with this statue, this deity that they're sacrificing to being Molech, and that is that he is typically portrayed not as an owl, but rather as a bull. But of course, this could be an admixture of Canaanite and Greek symbols. And slightly more far-fetched, it could also be a reference to the ancient Mesopotamian goddess of the underworld, whose name is Ereshkigal. It could also be none of those. The filmmaker then, of course, makes several more claims about the origins of the rituals, but I was unable to corroborate any of them. Several claims are then also made about membership as well as things like the Manhattan Project, but those have also been difficult to corroborate.
Your skill has
I was able to
increased.
find documentation in the form of images that members of the S1 committee who worked on the Manhattan Project were present at the Bohemian Grove back in the 1940s. Specifically, they attended together in September of 1943, which you'll notice is in fact outside of normal, Grove participation. That's not part of the 2-week ceremony, the 2-week campout. And then I was also able to find a New York Times article from 2010.
Your
which
skill
also
has
makes this
increased.
claim, but no official documentation saying, oh yeah, this was decided here. So while that doesn't prove that the Manhattan Project was formulated at the Grove, it does provide some
It
pretty
probably
concrete
was.
evidence that it was at the very least discussed, since members of the committee are pictured at the Grove together.
Everybody
As far as
talked
other
about the
political
Manhattan
and
Project,
government stuff
everybody in the
goes,
world,
a 1981 article in the Washington
including
Post, back when it
Bohemian.
was a real news source, says that Henry Kissinger and Gerald Ford were members. To be clear, here at the Lore Lodge, we are not fans of Henry Kissinger. It also
No.
notes speeches on rearming America by Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger and space warfare by Caltech President Goldberger, as well as several others. And while not a smoking gun, it is a little unsettling that powerful elite members of government are having these discussions about public policy decisions that affect all of us in such a deliberately secretive manner outside of the actual halls of government.
Your skill
now,
has
granted,
increased.
This happens all the time, but it's the level of organization, the importance of the figures involved, and all of the weird symbolism around it that's kind of disturbing. Now, of course, we didn't just figure out about this in the last 23 years. Protests were pretty common going back into the 20th century. Unfortunately, back then, it seems that Californians were more concerned with preventing us from achieving unlimited nuclear energy and lifting tons of people in the world literally out of the darkness than they were with, the weird pagan rituals involving members of government, because why be worried about the weird stuff when we can be worried
Your
about
skill has
something that would
increased.
make everybody's life a lot better. For those of you who didn't know, the reason that nuclear energy came to a grinding halt in the 1980s in the United States is actually not because of Chernobyl, it's because of an accident that happened outside of Harrisburg at 3 Mile Island, wherein literally nobody was
Your
harmed.
skill has
That's right, ladies
increased.
and gentlemen, the worst nuclear disaster in American history caused absolutely nobody any problems. It can't even be proven that it caused anyone cancer. Later.
Your skill
Now,
has
one interesting
increased.
note about this whole meeting actually comes from a German source, a former chancellor named Helmut Schmidt. In his memoirs, he actually states plainly that the majority of attendees, were not members, they were guests.
Your skill has
Now, of
increased.
course, I am forced to wonder if this guest status was sort of a smokescreen, a way for people who were members to have plausible deniability if any of the weird stuff going on here was ever exposed, that they could just say, oh, well, I wasn't a member of all that, I just got invited. Schmidt also then refers to the creation of a class of intellectual politicians who never actually run for office, but rather rule through their connection to actual elected officials.
Like Cheney.
Or alternatively, they get appointed to office when their chosen
Fucking
candidate
Cheney.
wins. He then says the quiet part
Fucking
out loud,
asshole.
writing that they are supported by various institutions where they work when not in government service. It's kind of like reading de Tocqueville. You may have heard that Washington is a revolving door between big business and politics for the lobbyists. By the way, I am not inserting stuff into this video that was not in the documentary that we're talking about. This is all in the documentary that we're talking about. Now, unfortunately, the thing that we get right after this really interesting bit from Helmut Schmidt is an interview with Professor Tex Mars. Now, why do I say professor? Well, it appears that he was not a professor so much as he was a teacher, and there's also the problem that he was a flat earther who believed in a Jewish and Catholic cabal that was running the world. Simultaneously to the Jewish Catholic cabal, by the way, the Jews and the Catholics are in league here, to keep that in mind, simultaneously, the Freemasons and the Illuminati were both involved. Now, this is problematic, considering the Freemasons hated the Illuminati hated the Catholics and the Jews and the Jews aren't exactly on the same page regarding Jesus, the Catholics hate Freemasons, the Illuminati were atheists, and Freemasons accept both
That's an
Catholics and
abs-
Jews, but not atheists.
There you go. He was absolutely correct. Very surprising that he got it. That was exactly it, guys. Did you hear it? This is what the cause of all the world's problems is. You can say it in a sentence. I'll have him say it again. Oh, I don't have shadows. Damn it. I forgot. I'm a bad ninja, but I mean, I don't care about this, frankly. I didn't want to do this, to be honest.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Oh, my food war.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
So here, let's hear him say it again.
Freemason to the Jewish Catholic cabal,
So-
by the way.
So here we go. This is the core of all the world's problems. If you didn't know what it was, it's very simple. He's going to say it.
The Jews and the Catholics are in league here, to keep that in mind. Simultaneously, the Freemasons and the Illuminati were both involved. Now, this is problematic, considering the Freemasons hated the Illuminati.
The Freemasons hated the Illuminati. That's like, you know, there's like Bilderbergers. There's a lot of different corporations and problems and stuff.
Hated the Catholics and the Jews,
So, yeah. And
to keep that in mind. Simultaneously, the Freemasons and the Illuminati were both involved. Now, this is problematic, considering the Freemasons hated the Illuminati hated the Catholics and the Jews. The Catholics and the Jews aren't exactly...
And if you understand this, you understand why we have so much war and problems all the time. And the Vatican, and you know, the Wall Street cabinets, and all this other stuff. IMF, WTO, World Trade Organization, Trilateral Commission, Bilderberger Group, Freemasons, Illuminati. They hate the Catholics and the Jews, believe it or not. They hate them. And they're okay with farming Catholics for money all the rest of eternity. That's what they're doing.
exactly on the same page regarding Jesus. The Catholics hate the Freemasons, the Illuminati were atheists, and Freemasons accept both Catholics and Jews, but not atheists. Now,
yeah, and that's pretty much the gist of it.
Your skill has increased.
That's pretty much the gist of it. We'll do it one more time.
Considering the Freemasons hated the Illuminati hated the Catholics and the Jews, the Catholics and the Jews aren't exactly on the same page regarding Jesus, the Catholics hate the Freemasons, the Illuminati were atheists, and Freemasons accept both Catholics and Jews but not atheists.
That is the most apt description of all of the world's problems I've ever heard in my entire life. Hands down, he's a genius. It was probably written by AIs, is probably why. I can't let him... You are slow. Oof.
Your skill has increased.
You can sense the fear in this Taru. He's terrified of dying. It's kind of funny.
Now, yes, Mars was employed by the University of Texas, Austin as a faculty member, a teacher, but he
Oh my god, all this stuff has been charging for so long. Is it done? Yes, it is. Okay. Pull this off me. I don't want it on me anymore. It's much better. And then... I think this keyboard's probably got enough charge for now. I don't really want to mess with it anymore.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
If you want to understand why we can't have nice things, this is it.
Obviously, the Freemasons and the Illuminati were both involved. Now, this is problematic considering the Freemasons hated the Illuminati hated the Catholics and the Jews and the Jews aren't exactly on the same page regarding Jesus, the Catholics hate the Freemasons, the Illuminati...
Religion, essentially. It's why the world sucks. I don't mean to say it like that. I believe that the Christian church is a force of good in this world. And I believe a source of good in this world. And I have nothing directly against the Vatican, but I don't trust them. And I think they get in religious wars with people all the time.
Were atheists, and Freemasons accept both Catholics and Jews, but not atheists.
And this whole thing about Palestine and Israel and stuff, that's all mired up in this too. Because they all kind of hate each other, and they're like the predominant forces on the planet pretty much, and they can't handle each other. They want to bomb us all back to fucking, Fallout 3 or whatever. And they don't care about the loss because they know that they'll control us then too. They don't care about nuking us. They'll do it. They don't care about that. They know that they have these hidden fucking nuke bunkers all over the place, and then they know they'll be okay, and they'll continue to rule the world. That's just how that's how Freemasons work. They made fun of this in American Horror Story in the season about the cult. By the end of the world, and after the bombs drop, they're still an Illuminati fucking cell running bomb shelters like Fallout. Fallout was all about that, pretty much. All of the... Oh, I am... yeah, that was... yeah. Yes, return. 195, B. Yeah. Damn it, you stole my teleport. Yes. Damn it. Oh, there, I got it that time. Attack, please. Damn it, did I waste it? No.
Now, yes, and simultaneously, the Freemasons and the Illuminati were both involved. Now, this is problematic, considering the Freemasons hated the Illuminati hated...
Hates, as in hates, like right now, today, they're actively fighting wars against each other that we never hear about. Hates, as in these organizations, they hate each other, or they're constantly at war.
Catholics and the Jews. The Catholics and the Jews aren't exactly on the same page regarding Jesus.
Nope.
The Catholics hate the Freemasons, the Illuminati were atheists, and Freemasons accept both Catholics and Jews, but not atheists. Now, yes, Mars was employed by the University of Texas, Austin as a faculty member, a teacher, but he taught
Your
computer
skill has
science,
increased.
not anything to do with history, sociology, or religion. Nonetheless, the flat Earth part is really the one that's enough to disregard all of his opinions. So, of course, that's all backstory. You're probably wondering at this point, what did the aforementioned filmmaker actually find? In the beginning of the documentary, sitting in a hotel room, he explains to a couple of British journalists what he thinks is going on. That being, New World Order, population control, global currency, etc., all of that. And his plan was to prove it. Of course, he also suggests that this might be a way to compromise people, which, in my opinion, seems to be the most likely option here. If anything at all insidious is going on here, if it's only one thing, it's definitely that one. That is, of course, not to say that nothing insidious is going on here, just like out of all of the theories here, the compromise stuff seems the most likely. Of course, the first thing he had to do was actually get himself into the party, and he did that on July 15th of the year 2000. This was the first night of the Bohemian Grove retreat that year. It does come up in the lead up to this that the British journalists are like, wait a second, aren't these guys mostly Republican? And then the filmmaker, who is known for being journalist, party, and he did that on July 15th of the year 2000. This was the first night of the Bohemian Grove.
I would say July 15th, yep.
July 5th, insidious is going on here. If it's only one thing, it's definitely that one. That is, of course, not to say that nothing insidious is going on here, just like out of all of the theories here, the compromise stuff seems the most likely. Of course, the first thing he had to do was actually get himself into the party, and he did that on July 15th of the year 2000. This was the first night of the Bohemian Grove retreat that year. It does come up in the lead up to this that the British journalists are like, wait a second, aren't these guys mostly Republican? And then the filmmaker, who is known for being right-wing, says, I'm not a Republican. Now, of course, it's important to note that there are several different New World Order conspiracy theories, and this is often framed as a right versus left issue. In this specific case, we're talking about one that is not right versus left, but rather elites versus everybody else. And elites really does just mean people with money and power here. And I'm not just applying my thoughts onto this. He actually says this whole Democrat/Republican thing, behind closed doors, they're all the same people. It's just a big joke. So that's why I'm saying this is not a right versus
they're all the same people. They pretend that they're enemies all the time, but it's like four main factions: the Illuminati, the fucking Freemasons, the Catholics, and the Jews.
That political discussions are had here.
Yeah, they're constantly at war with each other, and they never admit it, and they never show us.
And we'll go over his evidence for that later in the video. So while the documentary as a whole is supposed to provide context and tell you what's going on with this, his infiltration
it's basically
was focused very specifically on the cremation.
Harry Potter.
Several accounts date
but instead of magic,
whole ceremony to
child sex, pagan rites, and that sort of thing.
Of the recognizable modern version
like if it was all Slytherin, if everybody was Slytherin, that's more like reality.
Bohemian Jinx, a treatise. It seems that the specific cremation of care part, where they burn an effigy of care, had existed prior.
Like, I like Slytherin. That's a diss to Slytherin House, but I don't identify as Slytherin or whatever. I'm a fucking Gryffindor.
And a Riverman, who are all fearfully running from some unseen monster. We can't see it yet, but we can hear it. They then hide in the woods, giving some exposition via dialogue until they hear the booming voice of Care. The Bohemians cry, "Dull Care, be gone, back to the ruined city where thou still reignest." Now, why that specific refrain?
Your skill has increased.
This is 1906, and in April of 1906, there was a pretty big earthquake in San Francisco. Care replies, calling out, "What power shall banish me? Back with me then to your city of dust and ashes, ye men of a hopeless task. For be ye sure that wheresoever men gather, there am I among them always." The Bohemians invoke St. John, which I thought was interesting. And then Care replies with, "Come, fool, I am hunger and pain, I am disease and death." So, invoking St. John failing, they invoke the owl. Care repeats once again, saying, you know, "I am hunger and pain, I am disease and death." And then the owl smites Care, just blows a fireball at him. The Bohemians then do a little dance before proceeding to the actual cremation pyre. An assisting priest then, this is what the actual play. This is written as a play. An assisting priest.
Your skill has increased.
Leads a little ceremony. He addresses the gathering. He refers to them as
really
of the
dumb
owl,
play.
And then during his address,
Fucking really
he is
dumb
interrupted
play.
by the voice of Care. It comes from a dead tree and says,
Dum
"Bohemians,
dum dum dum
children
dum
of
dum
sorrow,
dum 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 dum
foolishly
dum.
gay."
South Park had it right. Dum 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 dum. They're so dumb. They think they're. The worst part about them is they think that they're better than us. But in my experience, the way that they move and the dumb shit that they do, like 9/11 and all this, really speaks of actually low IQ people. People who don't have the fucking the vision to see that we need to get off of the get out of the cave first before we kill each other or anything like that. They think that they're the genius at work in all this, but I see the actions of low IQ, disorganized, biased people that don't actually have very much intelligence in a lot of the ways that they move and the things that they do. For instance, like I talked about today, about Microsoft and how all those devs, all those Microsoft devs like Bill Gates and Steve Jobs and all this were extremely affected by that board game Monopoly. And they turned their little board game Monopoly into the real world. And they like to act like the Monopoly wasn't the board game they were raised on or what they're running right now. They like to act like that. But, I mean, that's what it is. It's a monopoly. They control the money and the power. They control the Microsoft. They control the fucking military. They control the government. All this other stuff. And that's okay. But the choices that they make, like Pearl Harbor or 9/11 or COVID, speaks of really dumb, low IQ people that don't even bother thinking first. I don't think strategy comes into this a lot. I think it is entirely a power game, like a social structure of control based around power games, and that's it. There's no reason behind it. There's no intelligence behind it. Some of the things have been really stupid, like getting trapped inside for a year, like COVID and all that. Some of the stuff was so fucking stupid. What they did to us. 9/11 was so fucking stupid. And they did that to us. I'm really convinced of it. I believe it wholeheartedly. With all my heart and soul. You'll never convince me otherwise. I think that was purely American. PA, bitch. Purely American. And, yeah.
Dead tree, token and symbol of grief. Tendril have
And so notice how they all spout stupid, low IQ, pagan bullshit. That's all tribalist and socialist and like kind of dumb, and it's like this. I swear to God, it's the same thing the kids do. Like I saw this in the playground when I was a kid. We had what was called the Animal Kingdom Club, which was like we were all animorph idiots. We liked thinking that we were animals, right? The entire second grade was like that. Everybody had a spirit animal that they were pretending that they were being. Interesting social stuff, right? And this was in an elite East Coast academy full of elite East Coast Academy children. The world's elites children. I grew up with the world's elites children. Everybody I knew at my school could afford Rolls Royces. And I know it sounds like some kind of exaggeration, but it's not. It's not like I'm bragging about that. It's not like we had that kind of money. My mom had 7 figures at one point in her life, but we were not like, and she does it now. And like fucking, it was an interesting time, but where am I going with this? Like I kind of lost my train of thought here. I'm terribly sorry, but it's like their level of control all plays out in power games that they can't control. And they make these stupid decisions like false flag scenarios and such, or getting us involved in Vietnam or stuff that the public just really doesn't want to do. Like, I hate to say this about America. I hate to say this, but I am. We were dead set about going into World War II. We did not want to go to World War II. We don't want to go to World War III. We did not want World War. We did not want to. We did not want to save the Jews. We did not want to. And this sounds anti-Semitic. I don't mean it like that. But I'm saying, like, most of America was isolationist for a long time until we started figuring out what he actually was doing. And, like, that sucks. But in my experience, that is how humanity works. We don't like the drama. We like Cold Wars. We like making... The Cold War was so fucking stupid. The fall of the Iron Curtain. All of this shit is always so fucking stupid. The Berlin Wall was so fucking stupid. Hitler was so fucking stupid. He fought all his friends and failed against all his enemies. Oh. Yeah. My evoke is not up, and this thing is not coming. I want you away from that thing. Away from it. Yeah. I'm not fucking standing on that. Nope. Alright, well, that's okay. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking die.
Your skill has increased.
Fucking... After the provoke? Oh, dear god.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Oh my god, I have to level Thief too. I guess I kind of recommitted to FFXI when I didn't really expect to. But I mean, they don't make enough good games really lately. I really expected something like Ashes to be out by now, and it did not happen. It was not. I do not think it is that Korean MMO Throne of Liberty. It might be, but I don't think so. I don't think it's it. You can close if you catch it. Oh, I lost my fucking food. God damn it. Oh, expensive. Lost like 5 of these. Goddamn 15 grand or something like that. Fucking expensive.
Nor leaf, I am the form of despair. Through my voice
Utter
speaks the
poppycock.
immortal spirit of care.
Utter dribble.
Assuming there was a little...
Do you hear them talk that they're low IQ pieces of religious shit that want to descend the world into world wars based around religions and old biases, like they want to kill the Jews and all this stuff? I don't. I'm saying that's what they wanted to do in World War II. I love the Jewish people. I have no issue, you know? I'm talking about, like, what they wanted to do. They being the Illuminati and the fucking Christians and the fucking, the Freemasons and all this stuff. What they wanted to
Your
turn the
skill
world
has
into.
increased.
It's basically racial wars. Race wars are the worst ones. They like that stuff. They like race wars and religious wars. And it's a tale as old as time. And if you understand that, you understand why your vote doesn't matter, why you can't get a good job, why the inflation's so high, why we're constantly at war with some fucking, like, country overseas, why we're, like, always fighting, always building more and more weapons, and always just, like, wasting our space race time and money and effort into killing each other. We'd rather kill each other and have religious, like, fucking foreign wars and oil disputes and stuff than leaving this place and becoming EVE Online, you know, and transcending what I would say was mankind's, you know, destiny, all, like, the you know, the whole time anyways. Like, our destiny is the stars. I keep my eyes on the stars at all times, and I've always believed this. And their whole, like, have a war down here while we wait vibe will end the push to the stars. That's how stupid and low IQ these people actually are. They're so careless about their world wars and their bullshit. They're like, you know, and they have no idea what kind of effect it has on people. Oops. Sorry. Yep. And when you understand that these wars, we never hear about them. We never hear about the atrocities that they get up to because they like death. They worship Lucifer. They like death. The Illuminati worships Lucifer. The Freemason, I don't know. I don't even know these people. I don't know what all their predilections are and all this. I don't know what they're supposed to be. But I know that they constantly fight each other in wars we can't see. And it screws up the world. And I'm fucking sick of it. And I don't know if we can ever not be that way. There's always going to be some Knights of the Round in the background running things. I think that's how humanity works. So that's why the Camelot's legend was so pertinent. And I think that we always kind of need like a Merlin and a fucking Yoda. And we need our wisdom and our religious guidance to keep us from killing each other. But we have these old biases from thousands of fucking years ago that we can't shake and we can't get rid of. And they just want to engage like and farm people for their lives and their money and their work and their taxes and all this. They just want to farm people like the Matrix batteries. It's a simple enough desire. Pretty much everybody who gets any money or power, that's pretty much what they revert to. Is stupid-ass power games that totally bring you away from the real problems like getting to space or the fact that, 20% of all Americans are fucking illiterate and shit like this, right? And actually addressing problems that need to be fucking, like, actually addressed, before it's too late. And instead we have, like, Afghanistan and fucking... COVID and 9/11 and they just want to COVID 9/11 up the place. And I don't really want their AIDS and I don't want their problems and I don't like that they messed around with monkey virus or whatever it was or whatever. What was that? A bat guano virus, right? I don't like that they basically had butt sex bat guano stuff to figure out where that novel virus came from. That seems like they're messing with homunculus level fucking dark magic essentially. I mean, it's science. But I mean, they essentially were like farming guano novel virus, I would say. Weapons research is completely off the hook. It's off the hook crazy. We spend most of our money on weapons research. We don't admit it, but we do. We spend most of our money on weapons research. It's what we respect. It's what we value. It's what we want. We like our tech, like cell phones and such, but we also really like weapons. And so... when you understand that they're all back there in some hidden fucking thing, in some hotel room that you'll never have a key to, and in a building that you can't enter because it's private security and all this, and then there's like, and they've got cameras 10 years before cameras are a thing, and they've got computers 10 years before computers are a thing, and they've got rockets 10 years before rockets are a thing, or bombs, nuclear bombs are a thing with the Manhattan Project. They like to they like to basically fuck their own corpse to get some kind of deep, dark magic spell, kind of like that novel virus that they came up with, right? COVID-19, and they like to cause a bunch of death and violence and mayhem and bullshit, and then just see what it does to the markets. And they like market volatility, I would say, is probably their most favorite thing. They don't care if they lose a lot of money on the markets. They don't care about being poor. I think they want volatility. They are bored. They've been at this for thousands and thousands of years, and they always keep like some kind of fucking like gold vault somewhere that bails them out of all the nuclear war problems that they cause. And they're all doomsday preppers of the worst ilk. And they sell children to other pedophiles and shit like this to get the money to sell non-disclosure agreements and manipulate world leaders and such, so they can play their little power game struggles that never make any fucking sense because they're actually really, I'm talking low IQ dumb. And I'm sure they would want to kill me for saying this. I don't care though. I have a very deep conviction that high IQs and these people don't ever enter into this. I don't think that enters into their thinking. I think it's all about volatility and how bored they are. And they don't care about having drug addictions or having sex with children or murdering people. They don't care about any of that stuff. They'll do that. They don't care. They worship a god of death, and they're fucking crazy. And they're also incredibly fucking stupid, and they want the world to play the same games that they do. When you know how average humans actually are, they want to sit there, play with their dicks, and eat chicken. You know? They don't want to sit around and worry about some bloody fucking coup in our fucking, you know, in our buildings, or, you know, some fucking election. People don't care, but give two shits about that shit. I guarantee it. They're worried about their own lives. They're worried if they can pay their taxes and still not found, or they're worried about becoming drug addicts or lost on the streets or going to jail. They're worried about, like, you know, will my government actually treat me well if something bad happens, and all this other stuff, and will they enlist me, or what? I mean, what will they do with me? And I'm basically just some pawn in their fucking game. And if they deem a world war should happen, then a world war should happen. Israel-Palestine conflict right now is a clear example of it, or Russia-Ukraine. They'll start wars. They don't care. So if you understand that like my advice after this guy won't tell you what to look for. I'll tell you what to look for. Goddamn stupid. And by stupid, I mean conflict of self-interest is the stupidest that a human can be. If you are a banana chopper, you don't chop down all the banana trees, then you won't have any bananas anymore. These guys chop down all the banana trees and shit in the ocean and cause all the coral reefs to die. They're enemies of the ocean. I would say I bet they would. I think they're so wanton about it. I think they would blatantly say it in the press. I think they're enemies of the ocean. That's a quote from the Metric singer, Emily Haynes. I think they're enemies of the ocean. I think they're enemies of children's innocence. I think they're enemies of anybody who doesn't want to play their little oil games, oil wars, and such. And they want to keep building more and more machines than there is human beings on the planet, so they're caught up in their oil wars all the time. They love oil wars. That's what Iraq was. That's what Afghanistan was. That's what Kosovo was. That's what fucking all of this stupid ass Nicaraguan shit is. It's either cocaine, blood money, diamonds, oil, opium, something, and they play on this fucking global scale. And I don't even hate them anymore. I used to really, really, really fucking hate them. I'm talking about I used to want to stalk the land like Helsing, like the Vampire Hunter D or Helsing, and cleanse the land of these fucking demon people. I used to really be biased against them. Now I have a totally different view, and I will say it. I will say this about the Illuminati and the fucking deep state and all this other shit, right? I think the one thing that you can count on is them being so stupidly self-interested. I'm sorry. They're so stupidly bored that they won't act in their own self-interest. They'll chop down the banana trees and starve. They don't care. They do not act in their own self-interest. They do not act in logic. They act in power struggle games that don't make sense to anybody on the outside, that don't have any real sway in the world. And this is the purview of stupid people. And if you want to track them, look for stupid bullshit like 9/11 or COVID. Stupid, unnecessary bullshit. Unnecessary. You know what I'm saying? They're into misappropriation. I would say that's where they live and breathe. They're basically blood tick parasites on the fucking side of the public's, like, you know, like, I know I'm talking like Krasmazov or, you know, fucking Leninist Marxist or something, but I don't intend to speak like a revolutionary. I am a revolutionary, but I don't intend to speak like a socialist and scare anybody. What I'm talking about here is, like, they don't act in the interest of their community. They rape the children. They start the wars. They do stupid shit. Stupid is the one way you could actually clock them every single time. It's the common denominator. It's the one unifying pattern and factor of it. The shit that they do is fucking stupid. It's the only unifying fucking characteristic or whatever you want to call it. It's like the only unifying, I'm searching for Latin words here. Prologica, or, I mean, it's like the only way to really suss out what it is they're doing is to understand that it's stupid and not in their self-interest. And they do this because it keeps it interesting for them. They've played all the other games that there is to be played. Everything has been done billions of times before. Aliens have come, and in previous like Indus Valley civilizations and such. Yeah, so yeah, and I don't know, like until somebody pulls, I'm just gonna stand here. I think standing by the goal is really stupid. I'm gonna move away from it. You guys are like nut hugging a ghoul. I'd pull back a little bit. Yeah, I'm not aggroing that thing. No. So, yeah. And when you understand that they don't use logic and they don't think about how bad World War II will be, they don't think about how bad the nuclear bomb is, they think it's funny. They worship Lucifer, the god of death, and they think it's funny when the whole cycle, it is played out. They think it's funny. They literally do. They chase it. I know they do. I've seen their fucking infinity symbol, death worship, Kali, death goddess craziness of their Luciferian doctrine and all this stupid ass shit, trilateral commissions and all this. And yeah, it's profane and it's evil and it's arcane and it's pagan and it's fine. And I think they would hate me for saying anything bad about it. So I won't, and I'm not afraid of them, and I don't hate them anymore because fundamentally they're stupid. They're gonna get us all killed, but I wouldn't say that they're evil. I think the things that they do is evil, but I don't think they fundamentally want to hurt us. Not really. Now there's the predictable ghoul kill.
Your skill has increased.
Easy.
Your skill has increased.
Naglfar Fleet issue for $9.86. Jesus, look at the stuff that it's showing me that I can't afford. Why? Your filter went all wacky.
A little bit more Shakespearean, meter and rhyme.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Shakespeare thing. They're always at each other's throats, like Capulets and Montagues. They're always at all four of them, like Catholics, Jews, Christians, Illuminati, and Freemason. They're always at each other's throats for all of eternity. That shit from Indiana Jones was a lot closer to what the reality is than you might think. They've been at some fucking Luciferian fucking Freemason Knights of the Realm shit for a long time. They were scared that the Nazis might figure out magic. I mean, they're weird.
But then, the voice of care from the dead tree is matched by the voice of love from a living tree. This is starting to get into some, like, Zoroastrian dualist religion kind of stuff. And the living tree says, "Lo, they may burn me with fire, they may blacken and sear me with flame, yet in the magical spring I put forth my unconquerable green. You have chosen love, and all you have lost shall return. Blessed are ye, Bohemians, for among you the spirit of brotherhood bideth. Call on his name through the forest, he will kindle the pyre from your altar, he will gladden your forest with his beauty, and care shall be banished forever. I am the living tree, love speaks through me, and love is supreme." So we're juxtaposing these two sort of godlike figures, care and love. That may be a little confusing, considering caring and loving are often synonymous, but care in this sense is not to care for someone, it's the cares of the material world, of the mundanity of outside life, your job, your mortgage, maybe like your wife and kids too, based on the way these guys are acting. This, by the way, is actually what was being protested, aside from the nuclear energy, was these people were like, I can't believe they want to get rid of care. And it's like, do you guys not care about the way they're getting rid of care? Does it not seem weird to you? The chorus then sings of love conquering evil before a character personifying love dashes towards the pyre with a torch, hands it to the high priest, and the high priest sets the pyre alight. In this case, it seems that we are burning away the spirit of care. There's no message of an effigy. But here's the thing. I don't think the filmmaker did quite enough research on the identity of the owl, because in a play that immediately follows this one, the owl is identified as the laughter god. Now, while I have found gods associated with owls and I have found gods associated with laughter, I have not found a god of laughter associated with an owl. So of course, with that being the ritual as it was written back in the early 1900s, we're gonna see, and this is the goal that the filmmaker had, what exactly it looks like now. First thing he does the day they get there is they drive around interviewing some locals. A man claiming to be a former employee admitted to working there, but then he denied seeing the cremation of care ceremony and refused to answer any further questions before walking off looking very uncomfortable. Now, it could be that he actually did not see the cremation of care ceremony because, to my understanding, the staff are not there for that. They've gone home. A young man said that he had read about the grove, but didn't really know much aside from the newspapers. Another local started off saying that he had heard they run around naked, kind of in a half-joking manner, and then he kind of pivoted away from that to say that he was stopped on the road nearby, just driving along to have a cigarette, and a couple of Secret Service SUVs drove up behind him and interrogated him. Another young man says, and I quote, "There's big fat rich guys with prostitutes," but he said he's never heard about any sacrificial rituals. However, if there were sacrificial rituals, he would not be surprised. A middle-aged woman says that they bring in lots of jobs, but when she's asked about the cremation of care, she says she doesn't know anything about it. A middle-aged man they come across said that he's actually been on the property multiple times because he was an employee there, but that his favorite times were when nobody was there. He said it's a wonderful place, but he also clarified that he had never been there for any of the rituals, which is why, again, I kind of believe that the employees were not around for this. He had, of course, heard of them, though. He does also mention the owl, but the way he phrases it implies that he's never actually seen it up close, because he describes it as being a carved tree, not a concrete structure.
No, that'll come out for the 2 weeks and then put away in a fucking bank somewhere. And they have banks hidden all over the place. Just businesses that have a vault, and inside the vault is all their fucking stolen art and bullshit. There's places like that all over this world. And yeah.
That is the cremation of care. He said that he didn't really know anything about it. So in general, in these interviews, it seems that people were aware of the activities and had heard some rumors, but for the most part didn't really have strong opinions or know much about it. Interestingly enough, when the infiltration actually ends up happening,
Your skill
the
has
British
increased.
guys look considerably more nervous than the American filmmaker. They discuss the plan, which is that the American is going to go in, the Texan guy is going to go in, he's going to be the first one in because, you know,
I lost 2
in case he
hours
needs
today.
to sneak
That
back
sucks.
later to get the actual ceremony, but they're going to bring in a hidden camera, try and get some footage, and then when they actually get to the point where the ceremony is happening, film that as well. I will say this entire thing is fascinating to watch because it's about as organized as our documentary on the disappearance of Tom Messick. The crew inserted themselves about a half mile down the road into the grove, the private one that leads in, and then snuck their way around through the ravine until they got to the main parking lot, from whence they hopped a shuttle. From here, they pose as just club members with a hidden camera in some sort of bag. They ask a fellow passenger the price of a robe that we can't see, and he says 88, but doesn't explain. It's unclear if that's $88 or
88 grand. It's 88 grand.
Your skill has increased.
And as they approach
It's 88 grand.
sort of a general common area outdoors,
You idiot.
hear bagpipes playing. You see mostly wealthy-looking older white men milling about, talking to one another. And it just kind of feels like if you took a bunch of grown men and put them in...
It's a cigar bar.
We see a couple of men talking about some sort of business, one guy making a call
War.
to a payphone, and then a bunch of
Drones.
tent platforms,
Bombs.
and some more, like, legit
Guns.
buildings as well. The
Bullets.
filmmaker does claim that at times when the camera was not
Tech.
rolling, because they had a limited amount of tape here, that they were questioned by the sheriff's department, the Secret Service, and site security. Of course, they told these guys that they were with the hillbilly camp because that's where the bushes go and they have Texan accents, so they hoped that they would fit in. In discussing the owl, as they kind of do, they repeatedly reference it as Moloch, but I found no evidence that this owl is supposed to be specifically Moloch. And when you do see people on screen, it's kind of difficult.
You guys
to
remember
tell.
that Fallout 76 Mothman that I've seen on my stream a couple of times? That's Todd making fun of what he's talking about, the owl. The owl is a funny thing. There's this cult that worships the Mothman.
It's anyone important because it's at a weird angle and the footage is just really grainy. And then, of course, while filming some scenery openly in a more secluded area of the camp, they claim that they were approached by the sheriff's department and asked what they were doing there, but this entire interaction happens off camera. They also claim that they passed by the guard shack and that they saw rows of TVs as well as cables that were going all over into the trees, claiming that there were hidden cameras all over the place. At this point, the filmmaker also notes that people had said in a San Francisco gossip column that, you know, the bohemians, the gay guys pick up, you know, men in the general area for illicit hookups and all that. But again, he's citing a gossip column.
Have a spompy
so
day.
I'm going to take that
Indeed.
with a grain of salt. Eventually, they make their way to...
I could take a break.
hide out
It's
until
nice.
The night comes, because again, it's July, so darkness is late at night. They've got to wait for that. They don't want to get caught. They don't want to risk having conversations and eventually getting sussed out. So they go and they hide. And then when it gets dark, they make their way over towards where the ceremony is actually happening and fill in with the rest of the group. Of course, before the ceremony starts, there's some music, there's some dining, and then it seems that everybody kind of shuffles en masse, about 1,500 people, over to the lake. A program is handed out to everybody who wants one, and it has a depiction of the cremation of care ceremony. And I will admit that it does definitely look like the effigy that's being burned is a child, based on the proportions and the anatomy. It does look like it's a child. At the same time, however, this is an artist's depiction, it's not a photograph. The ceremony seems to begin, at least the part we can see, with a group of men in robes with
Got to
torches
20.
marching into view. Behind them is a bound body in some sort of carriage, which is of course the effigy of care, and all the while bagpipes are playing. Allegedly there are then 5 to 10 minutes
I don't want to
of
level
something going
ninja
on behind some
anymore.
curtains, which we don't get to see. Now, the ritual has clearly evolved, with much of that exposition bit not being shown. We're simply told about the slaying of care by the master of ceremonies, who's called the sire, and then we get into some more, pageantry. Now, the first thing that is said by the high priest as he gets on stage is, "The owl is in his leafy temple. Let all within the grove be reverent before him," which is definitely religious in appearance. The question here is this parody, mockery, or true belief? He then continues, "Lift up your heads, O ye trees, and be lifted up, ye everlasting spires.
Utter
for behold,
poppycock.
Here is Bohemia's shrine, and holy are the pillars of this house."
Do you hear
This
them
is
talk?
pretty explicit.
It's the purview and stupidity of low IQ people. Now they're not stupid. They're just they're like religious. And I would say that this makes their lives more difficult. They have old biases and problems that lead them to current problems today. And I would say that is the purview of a low IQ people. I can't explain it otherwise. The stupidity is the one unifying factor. So
elevation in language from the original, which at no point...
They're always on about some stupid fucking Luciferian shit or something like that. And you're just like, wow, you sound like Gargamel from that show The Smurfs, you know? You look and sound like a mad supervillain, but you're totally unaware. You sound like the kind of people that I fight in video games, like game bosses. You sound like a game boss when you talk. You're mumbling some stupid cult bullshit, some pagan bullshit. And I'm sorry, I know that's belittling to you guys, but I mean, I've never thought it was the purview of a smart, a smart human to be on about some fucking pagan ritual or something like that in 2024. It made sense when everybody was riding around on horses, maybe, but now in the rocket age where we can like go across the world in 3 hours, I'm not so sure that their religious drivel and their fucking old biases and their dumb shit is very like okay. I don't think it's very okay. It's very low IQ and stupid and counterproductive. And it constantly causes problems like 9/11 and fucking COVID.
Refers to the owl as any sort of deity.
Shit that defines a generation. Problems that define a generation. I would say my generation was defined by 9/11. We were all about 18 years old when 9/11 happened. And so we dealt with it, all of it.
It's the next play after that, which was first performed in 1907, which refers to the owl as the laughter god. In the original version of The Owl in Care, performed in 1906, the owl is not referenced as a deity. And also interesting, when it comes to, are we asking about, is this legitimately a religious exercise? The mention of Saint John is absent. They took out the Christian saint.
No, they're
John
just crazy and stupid.
And
they're always on about some stupid ass drivel that you would hear out of somebody who was born in like the year 650 AD. And you're like, what are you on about, you stupid idiot? Like, what are you on about? Like, are we on about the Quran again or something? What are you, I mean, like, God damn it, what are you on about again? It's always some religious stupid bullshit. It drives me crazy.
Fighters come not here is uttered by the high priest. Now,
like, honestly, you couldn't sit there in a college class and not getting a bunch of truly smart people just laughing at them. It's the actions of a dumb clown. Sometimes how they act, just the actions of a dumb clown, somebody totally in their own, they're like kicking themselves in their own nuts all the time. It makes no sense. Their favorite thing to do is false flag scenarios, which if you don't know what those are, you should know. It's 9/11, Pearl Harbor, and all the bullshit that we've dealt with over the last 150 years. It goes back to what I was talking about earlier. The American people will not condone an action that takes their people to war. They just won't do it. We don't care if the Jews are dying. We don't care what's happening. We could be nuclear war. We don't care. We will not condone an action that leads to world war. We just never, as American people, have ever been cool with that. We just won't do it. And this was a problem for the Illuminati and the deep state and the politicians and the gods and clods. You know. This was a problem. The March of the Bastards. This was a problem to them that we wouldn't go fucking fight in their stupid tiff. You know. Most of the public was absolutely fundamentally against going to war with Vietnam and World War II in Germany. And I like this, we are doomed to repeat this history if we do not learn from it. Like the reality is, like, you cannot build the foundations of a society when there's constant false flag scenarios going off where we attack ourselves to convince the public. And this is what they deal with. The hardest thing, the power that they wield is called public relations. It's PR. It's all part of some fucking crazy psychiatrist's, like, attempt on taking over the world or something. And PR is their main weapon beyond actual weapons, right? Their public image is your reputation is how they make or break you. And if you're not part of their fucking clique, then you don't have the reputation. You can't be a part of it. And so then, and this is like this, and they've held this exclusive club like no homers forever, for a long time, for thousands and thousands of years. They've done this forever. And so, and we know that they're doing it. And it's kind of funny, but it's so self-destructive and so fucking stupid that it never goes anywhere. World War II went somewhere. But I mean, people have been trying to kill the Jews forever. That's what we're talking about right now. You know? I don't know what it is that the world has for the poor, like that whole race. I don't know what it is. I have so much sympathy for them. I don't know what it is. It's that pity is probably harmful to them. But I mean, but I have it. I don't understand why they were the world's target. That seems crazy to me and really shitty. And I can relate. I can fucking relate. That's an underdog story, like I talked about earlier, but I lost the video of. Like, you know, I can relate to their underdog story a bit. But you get targeted by these people, the rich whites.
Now, the weaving spiders come not here line, they say...
And they're always on about some drivel like this, about like spiders and owls and shit. Because they're all just kids playing animals on the playground. I'd say that is about as deep as they go. They're all like that. They're all playing little games with themselves because they're bored. They have all the world's money, so they're bored. They like raping children. They like pushing any envelope that isn't like, you know, that isn't that isn't normal. They're not normies. That's the one thing they're not. So anything that you know, anything at all that's outside the normal shit that they've been doing for thousands of fucking years, like child sex and stuff like that. Anything like that at all, you better believe they're up in it and they believe in it and they love it. And then and this is how we get child sex cabals like Nambla and shit like this, 9,000 penises and all this. Like, you know, I don't know. I think the media is always like, you know, the media is always trying to point this finger like I'm gonna leave it there. I'm being too controversial. I'm sorry.
That is an abolition, a prohibition.
I get very nervous when I think of them because I'm like supposed to fear them and I'm supposed to like not draw their attention or whatever, not be their fucking little cat and mouse game, be their fucking mouse in their cat and mouse game, you know? But the older I get, the more I see it, it's like they're errant little children that are pissing in my water park or something, you know? They're errant little children and they're fixing to burn down the dock because they want to play with matches. I don't know how else to put it. I feel that is their approach to world democracy, is they're just lighting fires. That's all they do. They light fires. They don't care about thinking about it or any of that. They don't care about loss of life or wars. They like wars. It's more like, you know, can they control without having to do anything? They're like lazy, but they're about control. So they just want everything to go on so they can farm us like Matrix batteries. And, you know, and then every once in a while they shoot themselves in the fucking foot with some stupid ass false flag or some fucking waste of a foreign war that drags on for 20 years. It's totally pointless, trying to take the graveyard of nations again, like the fucking jackasses low IQ that they actually are. You know what they call Afghanistan, right? The graveyard of nations. I don't say this to hurt their feelings. That's just what the entire world has thought of them in terms in diplomacy circles for hundreds of years. I was shocked when I discovered this one day. For hundreds of years, they have called the Afghanistan the graveyard of nations. Anybody with some fucking brains in the American fucking diplomatic department, whatever you want to call it, I think it's the Secret Service or whatever it is, anybody with some brains there should have known how that was going to go. But they don't use their brain. They're just trying to play little power struggles and keep it interesting. They're gambling, essentially. They show up at the table, they throw down some cards, and they throw some chaos around because they love that. And they want us to spend money, and they also want to control us because it's funny to them. I think it's funny. And so I don't like this us and them talk that I keep saying. I keep saying they. Honestly, on top of it, they're the same little monkeys that we all are. They're the same humans. There's nothing special about them. They're the same fucking humans that everybody else is, from the dumbest dolt in London all the way up to the Queen. We're all the same, really. There's nothing to distinguish them from us and us from them. We're all the same thing. We have the same dumb predilections they do. We like violence and we like stupid shit. And we tend to be racist and we tend to be fucked up, you know? It just sucks. That's like how they are. That's how white men are. And when they run the world, their biases take us to war. And that pretty much is the whole trough. It's like we spin a big stick in the horse trough that everybody's eating from. And it's constantly swirling and it's constantly war. but people eat all out of the trough that the, you know, the farrier or whatever, the shepherd is stirring with his shepherd's fork or whatever, right? Or his shepherd's crook, excuse me. And and that's them. They want to stir it up. They want to stir the pot. They like people like Martin Luther King, but they like shooting people like Martin Luther King. They like Martin Luther King. There's this terrible bias in the liberal, like in the liberal left, that they're all like I mean, well, yeah, the fascist thing is kind of correct, but I'm talking about like I think the liberals think that they're all secretly racist or something like this. But honestly, I think they actually really like a lot of other races. I think they respect their Japanese Bruce Lee people, and they respect their, you know, their jazz musicians and their, you know, all this other stuff. They respect this shit. You want to know why? Because the albums sell. The albums sell, even if it is, you know, not rich and white. And the albums sell. They don't mind supporting anybody and everybody. They don't mind killing us all, and they don't mind not killing us all. They're crazy. They have no logic doesn't enter into it with them. I think that's the whole point. If they used logic, they would be traceable and stoppable, but they don't. They don't use logic. I think the one thing you can say about them that's unifying is that they're stupid. That's it. And that stupidity saves them. They're constantly constantly self-attacking and self, you know, false flagging, and they're constantly trying to get us up in arms about some fucking crazy thing, and everything's a fucking call to arms, and everything's like, oh, the country's not good anymore, make America great again, and all this sweeping statements about the general quality of America that do set the quality of America. When they say things like make America great again, well, the one thing that they are ensuring is that America isn't great. They're saying it. They're chanting it like a fucking prayer over and over and over again. That's all that MAGA shit was to me. It was like they were saying a prayer to their fucking heathen god or whatever, to, you know, like, you know, to just stir it up. And I think they actually like all the dissent. I think they like the BLM. I think they like all this. I think they like, you know, I think that's who they are. I think they like this. I think they think variety is the spice of life, and they're actually so bored that the only way you can succeed with them is standing out. Doesn't that sound like pissant rich people to you? You have to stand out to them. Otherwise, you're just another cog in their fucking stupid game, you know? So, like, you know, you have to stand out to them. So they do like their jazz singers and their Kobe's and their, you know, and all this. They do. They like these people, but they would kill them too. They like chaos. They're agents of chaos. They like demons. They like worshiping demons. They like worshiping Satan. They like worshiping where the light comes from, which is, according to them, Lucifer, which is, complete bullshit. The whole thing stinks of low IQ dumbards who are just like playing some game with the whole world that's like fixed from the start, and it's like a game of Battleship where they just sink everybody's submarine all the time. It is so boring for them to sink the submarine all the time that they want us to stir up the submarine soup and go in there and make it spicy. And I would say boredom is the dumb logic behind the unifying factor behind all of their deep state bullshit. Boredom steers everything that they do, I think. I hate to say this, but I think that the roaring 80s were about the Gordon Gekko 80s and Wall Street 80s and stuff. That shit was about boredom. It was about doing a lot of cocaine, sitting around, cheating on your fucking spouse with hookers, and making a lot of money that you didn't truly work to make. And it's the purview of, I would say, Lucifer, essentially. It's fast money. It's selling sex. It's, you know, it's all the deep base shit that the Bible stood against, and all the things in the thou shalt nots and the commandments and all this, right? But I mean, that's who they are. That's who their life is. And if you think that there's some unifying factor beyond stupidity, trust me, we've been hunting for hundreds, if not thousands of years, trying to figure them out. And the one thing that I would say is clearly obvious obvious is they're not self-interested. They don't care if it hurts them. They don't care if their own actions hurt themselves. They don't care if they lose billions or trillions of dollars. They don't care if they have to rebuild it all back. They don't care if we go to World War II. They like chaos. They like things that happen because they're so bored of running us for thousands of years that they rape children to get their jollies, you know? They patronize Jeffrey. And the corruption has seeded across our governments, our fucking politics, the hegemony, the fucking the deep state, the fucking drugs, the fucking violence, the wars. It permeates everything. Their shitty corruption permeates fucking everything.
Business within the Grove, but as we know, business and politics are openly discussed within the Grove. So either that's archaic and no longer actually a rule, or that's not what it means. The phrase...
They're so busy standing right in front of us, kicking themselves in the nuts with COVID and 9/11s all the time. Fucking, you know, Pearl Harbors and shit, World Wars and such. They're so busy kicking themselves in the nuts and laughing hysterically like some kind of Sheo Gorath. I mean, Bethesda kind of had it right with that. They're basically the god of madness. They only care about if it's funny, I think. They're so stupid. They don't value intelligence, I don't think. They don't even value it, I don't think. They just wish to be entertained. And they've done everything for so long, and they controlled everybody for so fucking long, that really the only thing valuable to them, I think, is entertainment. That's it. And however they can get it, and usually that's world wars and diseases and problems and all this other shit. It's verifiably like Loki the trickster or whatever took over our government and is now essentially playing tricks like Hermes or whatever forever. And now the trickster has taken over our government, and we have like false flag scenarios for every world war, and it's all a joke, and we can't trust each other, and we don't trust the politicians, and we don't have a way out of this, and they continually send us to the graveyard of nations all the time, or freeze our balls in Russia, or fight China, or some stupid ass shit that they want to do all the time, or get involved in Israel Palestine or any of this other shit that they want to get involved in all the fucking time, that just doesn't have the American people's interests at heart in any way or fucking form. It has the interest of the American people's deaths, not their heart. You know, it has nothing to do with the American people beyond us paying the corpse cost of their deal with Satan. This is why we have opioid crises, and, you know, if you can understand, that's what's happening on the base level, deep down on the governmental level, you know. If you can understand what you know, which way that the breezes are blowing, and why they do what they do, you can definitely sign off and sign out and tune out and tune in, tune out, drop out, right? You can drop out of their politics. That's entirely worthless. They play that. That's essentially like the same thing as roulette at a casino. And we're the only country in the world with the electoral college, because we're the only country in the world with corruption hard-coded into our fucking election process. No other country in the world is willing to do it. Everyone else has popular votes. Everyone else. We're the only country on the fucking planet that has corruption hard-coded into their fucking election process. And you would think that this would lead somewhere, like them putting Republicans in power or something like that, or Democrats in power. They're all the same thing. They're all the same people, right? But no, they're just trying to hurt themselves. They're just trying to kick themselves in the nuts all the time and laugh at the fucking chaos that ensues. That's all they're doing. There's no logic, or there's no logic. There's no war plan. There's no like literally NFL coaches have more playbooks than these people do. The one thing that we're certain of about them is they don't work with each other. They don't have some kind of power structure. They're all just demon cash grabbing. They're all demons. They're like thieves. They're all thieves in the temple. They're all basically thieves in the temple. All they're trying to do is just cash grab as fast as fucking possible, so they can entertain their sadist concerns like raping children and starting wars and stuff, so they don't die of boredom every 50 years or whatever. And so then they try to thin out the herd because they also, I don't think they really like humans. I know I don't. I don't think they like humans. I think they love humans, but I don't. I think that we're all the same thing, and that they're human and they're just as human as us. But I think they have a flawed moral code having to do with boredom being like essentially the Antichrist. And so they'll do anything that isn't boring. They don't care what it is. Child sex, adrenochrome, fucking Twitter, X and space rockets and shit like this. They will do anything. They don't care as long as it's fucking entertaining. And the one thing that I can say is almost none of it is entertaining. So they fail in this all the time. It's entertaining as in if you're on the outside of it. I'm sure it was entertaining for the Brits to watch what happened in 9/11. I'm sure it was entertaining for them. All that Tony Blair shit. Oh, the whole world. We were basically the O.J. Simpson for the world when 9/11 happened. And they love this shit. They love the global drama scale stuff. And they don't play with some fucking playbook like an NFL coach, right? They like NFL coaches, like Pat Bowlen. They like NFL coaches, but they're not NFL coaches. They are there to chase the tire, like that Batman quote. They're there to chase the tire. They wouldn't know what to do when they got it. They're just entertaining themselves. That's it. And they do this through death and wanton chaos and destruction and violence. And so the one unifying factor that I've said like 40 times, because I really want to drill it into your fucking head, if you need to pattern these people for some reason, I've never needed to, but if you ever need to, you're going to need some pattern like House MD to fucking suss out what disease they are. And you're going to need their what's the word? Their symptoms. You're gonna need to do a differential. You're gonna need to take advice from people. You're gonna need to like fight them, kind of. And also, you're gonna understand that they aren't trying at all. They're not trying. They hide in plain sight. They don't care what happens as long as it's interesting. They don't care if somebody dies of butt sex disease. They don't care about that. They don't care. They don't care if billions of people die of butt sex disease. They thought it was funny that people die of the butt sex disease. They thought it was funny. You can see why they spread that fucking virus like COVID. You can see why they did it. They go playing with their little back guano, fucking foul, almost homunculus level of almost full Metal Alchemist level of fucking black magic in alchemy and shit. To go digging in to find some fucking corona novel virus fucking weapon. And no, they didn't put it in a lab and then steal it and then sell it to the world or anything fucking concerted like that. They just let it out of the lab. They don't think first. They don't plan. They don't care what happens. They don't care if they die. They like death. They know that their fathers and their sons and their cousins and their hillbilly wing and all this other shit are going to carry on the rich white cross, fucking, Catholicism and fucking, deep state bigotry and fucking, Illuminati and fucking, deep state people and all this other shit, right? And they know that if they die, someone's going to pick up their cross and go on right about their KKK rally. And so they don't care. They don't care about starting COVID. They don't care about starting Afghanistan. They don't care about what happens to our sons and daughters when the wars start. They don't care about this. They think it's funny. And that's the one thing that I can give you. That's the only advice. If you ever have to fight these people, you must understand that stupidity drives everything that they do. Now, they probably think I'm trying to say this to insult them, but no, that's the actual fucking pattern. It honestly is quite clever. I'm not saying it to insult them. It's like they just play they play RNG games and they just play with Bitcoin and they play with child rape and they play with Jeffrey and they just play in the sandbox and then they don't care. They don't have any limits. So they worship a death god. You know what I'm saying? They don't care. So now we've got these death cult worshiping fucking cult people running our deep state and all this, and I used to really, really hate them, but now I'm like, what it reminds me of? There's this old joke from the fucking the Trailer Park Boys, where they're all just standing around and doing exposition about whatever story is on that episode or whatever, right? And occasionally, it happens about 20 times or something like this throughout all 13 fucking seasons or something, the Bottle Kids show. And we love the bottle kids. The bottle kids are the actual humans of the race. They're not there to make any money. They're not there to kill anybody. They're not there to be evil or good. They're just there to play Bored Ape Yacht Club and make fun of other people and poke at things with sticks. They're little monkey chimps with sticks, and they're poking at people with oil wars and all the stuff that they're not stupid. They do not have juvenile intelligentsia. They're very, very intelligent, but they also don't believe in making plans. I don't think they plan on World War II. I don't think they plan on Kosovo. I don't think they plan on Afghanistan. I think they just let it happen. And that's the unifying theme. This will help you later in life. If they ever come up against us, one of the things that I've always wondered about them is, why don't they go to war with us? And by us, I mean pretty much anybody who isn't them. Why wasn't there a class war yet? We always wondered. There was tons of race wars, religious wars, blood diamond wars, gun wars, blood wars, royalty wars, fucking monarchy wars, fucking trade disputes, money wars, and all kinds of base bullshit wars that we just engaged in forever, right? But I still don't think they plan any of that. I think they just love it. I think they like the Civil War. I think they like World War II. I think they liked the chaos of it. I think they liked how Hitler led, which was just letting everybody play off each other and never telling the left hand what the right hand is doing. That's their style of leadership. They liked Hitler. I despise the fucking asshole. But like these people, I'm fairly sure they liked Hitler because he led exactly like him. He ended up fighting his best friends. He ended up he ended up being friends with his worst enemy. He froze his balls in Russia like everybody always does, and he fucking failed horribly in the tortured genius that he was trying to fucking prove to the world ended up being the same old dumb shit of monkeys throwing shit like bottle kids at each other. And that's all this is. You guys seem to think that there's some kind of fucking playbook. No. The one thing I can tell you is there is not a playbook. They might hang out at Skull and Bones and smoke cigars with each other and decide what to do about oil disputes, and we hate them for this. And we really do. You're not supposed to have clandestine fucking meetings to suss out what's going to happen in politics without the public knowing. You're not supposed to do that. That's considered like ethically and morally wrong in pretty much every government since the dawn of man. You're not supposed to like play these games against the public and have starvation and fucking food stamps and all this other like shit going on like on a meta level and all this. You're not supposed to play with your people like this, but they do it all the time because they're obsessed with playing games with everything and everyone. They're essentially like the worst kind of suicidal grenadier. They're running up in there with the holy hand grenade and they're gonna blow up their body to get everybody. And they think it's funny, and they know that it's all a big cycle anyways, and maybe you don't go around the cycle again or something, but your grandfather, your son, your cousins, they'll all go on and they'll don the mantle after your fascist ass dies or whatever. They know that it's endless, their control. It's like a hydra. It'll always pop another head. You can't kill this corruption. I think of it as like the wall of shadow. You guys ever see the Magic card Wall of Shadow? Very interesting concept, right? Completely immune to physical damage, right? So, I'm sorry, not immune to it, but just anything that does damage to it from creatures it blocks is reduced to 0. So anything physical just basically cannot do damage to it. It could sit there and tank, Achilles or Hercules for the rest of existence, and it's such a beautiful concept. It's like a wall that never dies, but it is susceptible to magic, and it is magic. So it is susceptible to magic, but it's not susceptible. Physical will never kill this. It could try for the rest of eternity. Physical will never kill this wall. It cannot happen. It's like rolling a 7 on a 6 dice. It's not possible. The physical cannot kill this wall. So their defense, their wall of shadows is that they don't plan for any of it. And they never die because of it. We can never. It's kind of like there's just another rat in that game, Plague Tale Requiem or whatever, Plague Tale Innocence, right? There's just another rat trying to give you COVID, and if one of them dies, another rat will take its fucking mantle in its place 5 minutes later and continue trying to bite you and give you COVID and all this, right? And so like, you know, so they know that they can like suicide bomb the place. They can send us to wars that are counterproductive. They can have us fighting over religions that they don't even like. They can have us treating indigenous people so badly that it'll take us thousands of years to recover the reputation cost that it was to the white man after what we did in the Trail of Tears and all this, right? And like, I'm sorry, but I mean, like, that's their game. The one thing you guys keep trying to find some kind of fucking epitaph or some kind of fucking clue on their grave or something about why it is they suicide bombed us in 9/11. But we don't know. We know that they like the chaos. That's the one thing. We know that they're stupid in the respect that they'll kill themselves in their own roadside IED if they think it's funny. I would say chaos is their god. I think they're basically Sheogor. The only thing that they can abide is entertainment. The only thing they value is entertainment, and I think they'll get it however they can get it. They don't care. They'll fuck around with black magic. They'll fuck around with brujas in the desert. They'll fuck around with PR firms and lawyers and fucking press and journalists and politicians. They don't care what they do with the real world. They just want to play and make sure that somebody got hurt, I would say. So that's their main goal. Somebody needs to get hurt, I would say. And if you understand that, you understand why you needn't fear them. They'll probably never directly come up against you. They'll never directly do anything to you. They'll never directly control you. You control yourself. It's just that they are playing the games that sway the inflation games that affect the prices of the things that we need to live. So they do succeed in small ways like that, but they haven't won in our soul or in our body. Well, they have kind of won in the body level, but they're losing that war now. And like, you know, and they're just in there like demons trying to, you know, throw a fucking goblin bomb up into the mix and take a wall down. And, you know, and if you understand that, you'll understand the deep state, and you cannot go after them with some kind of playbook or I mean, you could prosecute that way, but you could never go at them with a playbook because they don't use one, right? My favorite television episode of all time was on a show called, oh God, what was it? Wire in the Blood, where a Beltway sniper is like shuffling a deck of cards and then deciding victims at random by picking a card at random. And if you understand profiling, you got to understand how much of a nightmare that actually is. Profiling is entirely about patterns, right? And the same is true of the scientific method and hypotheses and all this other shit. It's all about patterns, the recognition of patterns, right? And so, the you know, the pattern is that they don't have a pattern. They're chaos. And if you can understand that, you can understand them, and you can understand what they want you to understand, which is that, sure, they might throw the bombs that might kill you in the end, but they don't have some inherent bias against you. They are not actively trying to control us. That would imply some kind of logic to any of their movement. I think you want to look the other direction in like madness and chaos. Cthulhu stuff. I think you would you would look for like Fibonacci sequence, you know, madness, that kind of thing. You would look for a repeating cyclical pattern of religious fervor and insanity, essentially. But you would understand in doing so that they never wanted to harm you. They only want to be entertained by whatever inevitably happens to you after they throw whatever bombs they throw in whatever crazy order that they throw it in. And then they want to laugh at whatever crazy thing happens, kind of like a Fortnite fight or something like that. They want to laugh at whatever crazy thing happens. They don't care what it is. They don't care about they say that they care about the Jews and that they want to murder the Jews. But I don't think so. I think they like the Jews. That's the crazy part about it. I think they like the Jews. They just don't have any interest in keeping the Jews not keeping the Jews, but like I don't think they have any interest in playing any games with the Jews other than they're like playing games with their lives. And so you could call that anti-Semitism, but actually what I think it is chaos. I don't think it's even that inherently evil. I think they just want to throw bombs and watch monkeys get blown up because they're fucking bored. They've been sucking the blood of the fucking society dry for tens of thousands of years, and they're bored. And they want to have sex with children and pound adrenochrome and watch the monkeys shoot each other in, UFC fights and et cetera, Afghanistan and COVID and 9/11. And when you understand that the chaos is their rule, you'll understand two fundamental things. One, that they cannot have some inherent desire to fuck with you personally. They don't play games like that. They don't come looking for you. They might play a game where they kill you and call it a suicide because they know how much chaos that causes. But they're not doing that because they hate you or they're afraid of you or anything they don't care what you say to the public. They hide in plain sight. They don't care what you say about aliens. They don't care about what you say about flat earth or hollow earth. They don't care about any of that stuff. They don't care. You give them far too much credit. They're just there to jack off and make fun of us and throw bombs all day. And when you understand that, you understand that they are not inherently a threat other than you better fucking pray and hope that you're not standing in the square when they throw their bomb. And no, you can't predict it. The one thing you could say about them is you can't predict it. You can predict them taking their jollies and killing a journalist and calling it a suicide. You can predict them doing stuff like that. They'll always reliably go with the funny thing that sends everybody in a tiff, and it causes a whole bunch of devils in the detail problems and in the press and in the politics and all this. They love that. That's where they live. They don't care who wins. They don't care if they win. They're just there to be entertained. And when you understand this about them, you can circumnavigate them not only in real life. And the only reason I know this, I think it takes a particular personality to understand it, right? But the only reason I know this is inherently, when I was young, I have something wrong with my personality. It is a personality foible, I would say. It's a mix of like egomania, opposition authority, and this idea that everybody's equal. And I believe in this fundamentally. So I don't think they're any more valuable than me, even if they do have fucking 50 billion mansions. I don't give two shits about your 50 billion McMansions. Don't care about that. And that's something that they like. They like this, right? It's chaos. And if you understand chaos, which is impossible to do, other than basically understanding what a dice roll is. If you can understand what a dice roll is, there you go. That's what the Illuminati are. They're a dice roll. They don't care about governments or Jeffrey or, the crown or I mean, they care about these things if they're entertaining. And if these things should suffer or have some kind of controversy in the press, they are entertained, and then they live there. That's where they live and breathe. They want to hear their bomb that they threw go off in the press. That's where they live and breathe. That's the like emotional vampires, and the blood that they suck is throwing bombs in the press and setting us off against each other. That's where they live and breathe. And so I don't expect most of humanity to understand chaos. I think the only reason why I can understand it is I think I was born fundamentally brain damaged because of some of the metagames that they were playing with stuff like booster shots and fevers when I was a kid. It's weird stuff with ESP and all this other stuff, the other games that they were playing, right? And maybe even some astrology mixed in. There's all these other elements and stuff that's there, like elements of energy and people and love and God and all this other stuff that's there in the whole milieu of this. But I know that they aren't planning on hurting me. They're not planning on hurting you. They don't want to control you. They don't want to show up at your house and shoot you. They want to throw bombs. And if you get hit by the bomb, bad luck, mate. But I mean, they didn't throw the bomb at you. They just threw the bomb, which is why we had that like sarin gas strike on the fucking on the train, and why we have things we can't explain, and why Michael Jackson's dead, and all this other stuff that people can't really explain. And they think, oh, the Illuminati are all up there and they're controlling everybody, and they're running some kind of deep state fucking football manual, football play like John Madden against us. No, they just want to throw random bombs like a goblin in Final Fantasy XI and see if it kills the entire party. That's it. And if you understand that, you can understand them. And all this conjecture and all this bullshit is entirely pointless when you understand that they never inherently ever put you in a crosshair, ever. They never ever put a country in crosshairs. They kibitz with countries and cause world wars, but they don't ever play with a country that you would think that they would play with. They're on a random tip. And when you understand how to look for the patterns of random, somehow, like the Fibonacci sequence in like governmental fucking policies and human states of affairs and shit, and you're like looking at it like, oh, you can see the Fibonacci sequence here. There is a pattern, but it's not on purpose, and and you couldn't ever use it as some kind of prediction tool to figure out what Bitcoin's going to do or something like that movie Pi. You couldn't ever build a playbook to defend or attack against these factions that run our governments and all this, right? Because they don't have a playbook. And so if you understand that they are in control, we can't do anything about that. They've had it for forever. They never lost it. They've had control. They run everything. And that sucks. I mean, I know it does suck. I want freedom more than they do. But if you understand that they don't do anything to harm us, they're just out to laugh at the bomb that they throw. It's a lot easier to forgive them and understand them and give them the madness that they're going to engage in anyways, and stop trying to figure out Sheogorath. The world is a mad, mad place. These people want to throw bombs and they want to laugh at the corpses that fly. And they're not throwing the bomb to hurt you. And they're not throwing the bomb because God told them to or something like that. They think it's funny. And when you understand that they think it's funny and it's entertaining them, and they're playing little games with all of us, but I mean, you couldn't ever say that they ever would try to harm us. I don't think. I think you could call 9/11 them trying to harm us. But I mean, I don't know. There was a lot of victims in that attack, and I'm not trying to downplay it, but I still think it was a game. And I'm sorry if that's incredibly hurtful to the victims. I don't mean it to be. I love the victims of 9/11 and what they went through. And no, I don't love what they went through, but I'm saying, like, I love them for what they went through and how strong they became. And all the first responders and all that stuff. I really love those people, but this was a game they were playing. They just tossed a plane into a building. They threw their bomb. They had no idea what was going to happen. We could have torn up all of the government seeking them, figured out where they were, and killed them. I think they want that too. I think they want us to come kill them, but I don't think we could ever figure it out where they are or what they do or how they do it because they don't know themselves. It's the only way to stay truly safe. It's the smartest trick ever played is to never play any tricks on purpose, right? The smartest trick ever played is to never play any tricks on purpose. Just play tricks. And that's the deep state. You'll understand them then. And it doesn't matter what factions you think they have or whether they run the Vatican or if they're aliens or not, or any of those things that you secretly harbor about what's going on in the background. No, if you understand that they're just throwing bombs to laugh and titter like the Bored Ape Yacht Club, you'll understand them better. And you might not even hate them anymore. When you understand that, like, I guess they almost have like a God-given right to do whatever the fuck they want to do. I don't believe I had the strength or anybody else has the strength, including the world governments, to stop them from doing whatever it is that they want to do. This is what I've always thought freedom was, and I don't believe we ever lost it. I don't think we can stop them from what they're doing, whatever they want to do, and I don't think they can stop us. I think freedom isn't dead. I think they themselves try to trick us into believing that all the time because they think it's funny. But I think we actually have the most freedom we've ever had here to just not be like them, not play stupid, shitty, pointless games like them that are counterproductive and shoot themselves in the foot just for the laughs of it, and not be dumb like them, and that's okay. And I think they're almost like the class clown. If you stop paying attention to them, they'll die. Kind of like God. If you stop paying attention to a god, the theory is they die. If no one's there to worship them, the god dies, and rightfully so. There's no purpose. There's no, that's how human centric we are. We believe that God exists to pleasure us, essentially. That's how bad we are. And so, what could kill a god? Well, don't pay attention, don't worship, don't pray, and then the god dies, right? The same thing goes for them. The only way we could ever stop the deep state is just not to pay attention to them and not give them the laughter and not give them the fucking thing. It's to the point where they just don't have anybody to worship them or pay attention to them anymore or anybody to entertain them. And they just basically go die a boredom death. They die a death of boredom. We don't entertain them anymore, And, we don't play their little shitty bomb games with them like some kind of goblin. We just move on with our lives, and we understand that we always had the freedom and we still have it, and they've never taken it from us. And that's a myth that they lied about. It was a myth that they told Trump to fucking spout, that America wasn't great. That's a myth. This country is truly great, and we could res the land if we wanted to, or quite the opposite. And it doesn't matter. What we do, there is no plans here. There's no plans. And when you understand the madness of it, you go in a cyclical fucking thing with it all of your life, like me, where you're like, God damn it, the monkeys are throwing bombs again, and I don't know why, and I don't know what, but I do know that there isn't a why or a what. Otherwise, they would get caught. Criminals get caught. Want to know why? They leave a pattern. That's how you are a profiler or a criminal. I always thought I could have been a detective like Bobby Gorin, something like that, or Sherlock, because I understand people pretty well. When you understand that they're just there to entertain themselves, however they'll get it, however they can get it. I wouldn't say it's the meaning of life to entertain ourselves, but I would say that it is the driving force behind why most humans do what they do. And so when you understand that, you can understand humans a little bit better. They're just trying to be entertained. If you give them the nod, if you declare jihad against them, at least they're entertained that you have a jihad against them instead of you just killing a bunch of them for no reason. That's entertaining to them. They like that. So, and they like entertainment. If you understand that they like entertainment, you can understand them. We're no different. We have the same sick problems. We're addicted to entertainment. We love it when the drama sets off and, Logan Paul fights Jake Paul or whatever. We love this drama. And the reason for this is we are so fucking bored that we need the Coliseum. Essentially, we're so bored. Remember the quote from Gladiator? It's like, the public needs the Colosseum. They're so bored they'll eat themselves alive. That's the state that we're at now. It's the fall of Rome again, and it's the fall of neo-modern Rome. And we're at that point where we're like raping children and bored because it's just, it's like the fall of Rome. There's nothing else to do. They're all bored and fucked up. And I'm not raping children. I'm talking about them. They're so bored that they're raping children. They're patronizing Jeffrey, And I don't know what to do about that, but I know that in and of itself, I guess you could say that the devil is idle hands, and that is them. They're the devil. They worship the devil. They worship Lucifer. They have idle hands. They have more resources than they need, so they can sit around and plot bomb tosses to hurt anybody and anybody. It's never everybody or that guy. It's anybody and anybody. They don't care who it is. And when you understand that, It's a lot easier to just let them go on about their crazy Sheogorath fucking lives and leave us alone, and we leave them alone, and they don't really control us and we don't really control them. And yes, we do have freedom. You have the freedom to do anything that you want. You know, you may not be successful in doing so, but you still have that freedom. It has not gone anywhere. You as a human being right now, as I'm speaking to you, you have all of the fundamental freedoms that you had the day you were born, and at no point was any of that taken away. Now, you might have consequences for the actions that you make, but you do not have you have not lost freedom. Freedom has not been taken from you. That is one of the greatest lies ever told. There are countries about freedom, and America isn't great anymore, and make America great again. That terrible demon lie ensnared you idiots, and you fell for it, hook, line, and sinker, while the goblins tossed bombs, and you got blown up in the bomb, but you thought that they were trying to blow you up. No, you just were standing there when the bomb went off. And now we've got a mess, you know? And now we've got a mess. We've got a culture war. We've got problems. We've got inflation. We've got them stealing and fucking us over all over the place in every single way that we can think of. They're running the hegemony into the ground. They're running the banking systems into the ground. They've got criminal lawyers down there in the Cayman stealing for all their criminal enterprises and all this. They're essentially demon bankers. And I mean, you know, if you understand this, it's not that we're fighting some dude in a presidential office that's like, you know, what's that guy from House of Cards, right? It's not some dude from House of Cards in some office on a phone sussing out your future. It's quite literally demons throwing bombs in hope that you don't get exploded, because that's all it is. If you believe that it's any more than that, you are foolish. They hide in plain sight. They're little imp demons that throw bombs, and that's all they do. And it's just going to keep happening. And no, there's never going to be a reason why Michael Jackson's dead, or 9/11 had to happen, or, you know, or any of this other stupid shit, or Martin Luther King had to go die, or John Lennon, or any of these other. There's never going to be explanations. They're just throwing bombs because they can. Sometimes it seems like they did this on purpose, but I don't think so, or we would have caught them. I think it was actually random, and if you want to know what the actual problem is they're incredibly good at being random, and when you understand that, you understand them. That's all I have to say.
Comes from A Midsummer Night's Dream by William Shakespeare in Act 2, Scene 2.
They're easily sussed out. They're stupid people. They worship entertainment rather than joy. They're stupid people. They're only there to fucking get their jollies. That's it. They have no rhyme or reason. They don't care if they live or die. They just wish to be entertained. And honestly, I don't think that is inherently evil, honestly. One could say that's aliens. One could say that they're serpent men. One could say that they aren't human, or that they're using cloaking devices. You can get as crazy and as specific about it as you want to. But in the end, we don't know anything about them. We've never known anything about them. We'll never know anything about them. And they don't have a playbook, and we're never going to suss it out. And once you understand that, you suss them out, that they're unsussable. You know, and I suss them out in understanding that they're unsussable, and I leave them be, and they leave me be, and their relationship with me is probably frankly good. I would say I have a good relationship with my government now. I don't know where the fuck that came from. I can sense that they don't dislike me. They just want to see me perish in some random bomb explosion, 'cause funnies. It's cringe. So it's funnies, you know? And that's not inherently evil. They don't care about whether you die or not. They're not trying to make you die. They just want to see you die. That's evil, but it's not inherently evil. They just think it's funny. And so they'll do whatever to entertain themselves. And when you understand that, you can understand them.
But it doesn't refer to any sort of discussion. In fact, it's that
now,
they are
what happened to the
fairies
sound here?
basically
Did the
banishing a bunch of spiders from crawling onto Queen Titania of the fairies while she sleeps.
Queen
so to
Titania
me,
of the
if we're looking at the
fairies.
actual phrase
What?
in the context...
Do you hear the drivel that they talk about? And it's not just the Bible. It's all this weird stuff that sounds like the fucking, like, the plot point to Harry Potter. It does. It sounds like a fantasy novel written by L. Ron Hubbard. It's just crazy. It's the whole thing is a fantasy novel. There is no reality to it. There is no inherent harm. There's no inherent there's no inherent possession of harm. There's no intent of harm. There's only haha funny. That's it.
It was originally written it seems less to be
Or, ooh, interesting. You know, there's either haha funny, ooh interesting, or ooh I haven't seen this in a while and it's still entertaining to me somehow. That's like literally their reasons to live and why they do what they do. Something about, oh, we haven't done this too much and I can still be entertained by watching a KKK rally or something. And it's like, what the fuck, man? Like, you know, and it's like, are you really engaged in KKK rallies? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. But they don't inherently hate black people. I think this is a common misconception about them. I think they probably love Africa. It's kind of crazy. They went there a lot. They went there and raped and pillaged a lot. They love Africa. And so, like, when you understand that everything that you think about them is essentially the opposite, you can begin to suss them out a little bit easier. There's no rhyme or reason to it.
no business and more.
It's the time and season of loving. It's my ex-girlfriend used to call it there's so many different names for it. Mercury retrograde is another way to describe what I'm talking about. I know it's just two words and it sounds nonsensical, but Mercury retrograde is the exact same bomb throwing behavior on an astral level. That's just, you know, whatever powers the be or whatever, just playing in the sandbox, you know, or whatever. I'm not talking about gods. I'm just talking about just the way that carbon works or whatever eventually gave us oxygen or whatever. It just works out like that. So there's all this sandbox stuff going around on this insignificant ball of dust that we're flying around on. And I know that you think that you can suss out some rhyme or reason to this shit. And I would encourage you to immediately abandon that desire for the rest of your life and cease trying to understand what it is they're doing. Begin to try and embrace the idea that there is no pattern. And once you do that, you'll be fine.
No outsiders. There is another gong, and then, hail, Bohemians! With the ripple of waters, the song of birds, such music as inspires the sinking soul, do we invite you into midsummer's joy. Yes, I am mimicking it. That's kind of what it sounds like. It's what you get when, like, you put a bunch of people who don't act into a place and tell them to act. They don't. Now, I think it's probably not lost on anybody that there are tons of pagan ceremonies and celebrations and rituals regarding midsummer, especially in Anglo-Saxon, Germanic, and Norse history. But there are just so many different religions involved here right now that I don't think it's worth it to try and track down. There is then a discussion between the high priest and the assistant priests in which,
you know, excuse me. I think we needed religion for the longest time. 10,000s of years, I think we needed some unifying thing that made us treat each other better, right? We needed this for thousands of years. Now, I think what we need is maybe science and put our faith in ourselves as opposed to archaic pagan rituals that we've observed for 40,000 years or some shit, or millions of years or whatever. And sure, we have traditions that we do all this stuff, and religion's fine, but I don't think it's what we need right now. And I don't think most of humanity would argue with me either. I don't think it's what we need most right now. I think a lot of people in this world would argue that what we need most right now is God. I would say it's science. I think science will get us out of this mess. I don't think God will. I think God thinks it's funny, just like they do.
which they invite the spirits of the dead Bohemians to join them. The high priest then says, "Gather, ye forest folk, and cast your spell over these mortals. Touch
Foul.
their world-blind eyes with
Foul
carrion,
as hell.
open their eyes to
Homunculus
fancy,
shit.
swallow the memories
Completely
of
foul.
yesterday, and seal
Profane.
the gates of sorrow." Now, I'm not sure what the use
And
of the
not
word
because not in some Christian sense. I'm talking about just the evil demon gibberish that he's speaking. It's like literally it's like a demon fucking like war chant. It's like a demon war chant. It's like literally.
Carrion here is supposed to be, considering it means basically scavenged meat. A carrion bird would be something like a vulture who, is a
Yeah,
scavenger,
lives
not
off
a hunter. Babylon
dead
and
food.
Tyre are
Yeah.
then mentioned in a context that doesn't make a ton of sense, as the priest claims they vanished, and their identification with religion is specifically in Hebrew scripture. They appear as an adversary to Israel, but he says, like Babylon and Tyre, so too shall the works of Care vanish. Kind of a weird thing to say, considering neither Babylon nor Tyre vanished, but both were conquered. He notes roses on the battlements of fallen Tyre, and moss growing on the stones of Babylon. Basically, he's talking about nature reclaiming the works of man. But why pick two cities so closely
Moss on a
associated with
rolling
the Bible?
stone.
It could perhaps be that these
That's
cities
metric.
are Babylonian Phoenician, and that these sort of
Moss on a
sacrifices
rolling
were common
stone.
there. But again, we haven't seen a ton of legitimate through lines to either Canaanite or Babylonian mythology. He goes on, "For beauty is eternal, and we bow to beauty everlasting." There's sort of an invocation of Mother Nature here, and the claim that Mother Nature seems to be the key to eternal happiness. Everyone is instructed that other friends may fail, but they can always return to Mother Nature. Now, what does that statement mean? Is that saying other friends, as in
You can fly as close as
acquaintances,
you want to
people
the
in
sun,
your
but
life
eventually
may
you'll
fail
return to
you, but
Gaia.
You can always go back to Mother Nature.
It's inevitable.
Or is other friends a term for religions and gods? I don't know, but it could be either. Then men with torches arrive, exclaiming, "Bohemians and priests."
There's no
the
meaning to
desperate
it.
call
It's
of
a
heavy
joke.
hearts is
It's a
answered. By
joke.
the power
These-
of your fellowship, dull care is slain.
Their traditions
And then
are a
the crowd
joke they
goes
make up to
wild.
entertain
And of course, they
themselves.
brought with them the corpse of Care. Music plays as the
They know that such foul, profane rituals bother us, right? The Blair Witch stuff. They know that we think that it's profane and godless, right? So that's why they do it, and they only do it as a ritual because it entertains them. And when you understand that, you understand them.
G is carried towards the side of the boat, which may be a reference to the river Styx and the boatmen and all that.
Yeah,
but it's
usually.
unclear. The body is laid upon
That's a
the pyre,
fairly
and then
common
the
thing with
priest
them.
says, "O thou ferried across the shadowy tide, in all the ancient majesty of death, dull care, art."
They believed, as the Greeks did, that there's this constant war between good and evil, light and darkness, up and down, God and Satan, or Hades and fucking Zeus, or whatever your fucking religion is, right? And that I think the religion is a joke that they play to get us to kill each other. And I think they think it's funny. And I don't think they care about the Crusades or any of that stuff. And they think God is a great reason to fight, probably.
Ardent enemy of beauty, not for thee is the forgiveness of
And that's fucked up. You can see their base, profane, godless views every time that they even come up, right? But I mean, that's just my sussing of it. Like, it is not my place to judge them.
restful grave. Fire shall have its will of thee, and all the winds make merry.
And they do this stuff because they think it's funny. I guarantee it. They know that we're like, oh, ghosts and goblins and spells. These people are profane and evil, and they're a death cult. We must kill them, and we're scared of them. They do this so that we leave them alone, so they can plan throwing. Well, not plan, but so they can accrue bombs to throw.
With thy dust, bring fire. At this, several people approach the pyre with torches, only to hear the booming voice of Care. Fools, when will ye learn that me you cannot slay? Year after year you burn me in this grove, lifting your puny shouts of triumph to the stars. When again ye turn your faces to the marketplace.
I can't listen to this inane bullshit. It's all the same low IQ dribble. They just do it for shock value.
Do ye not find me waiting as of old? Fools,
It scares
fools
Christians.
To conquer Care. The priest then replies,
Oh, well.
Say, thou mocking spirit, it is not all a dream. We know thou waitest for us when this, our sylvan holiday, has ended. There's a little bit more to that, and then we get, year after year in this happy grove, our fellowship banishes thee. He continues on, thine malevolence, which would pursue us here, has lost its power among these friendly trees. So shall we burn thee again this night, and with the flames that eat thy effigy, we shall read the sign, midsummer sets us free. Now that read the sign thing. Flames were a form of divination, but we'll get into that later. Care then shouts, ye shall burn me once again, and cackles, not with these flames, which hither ye have brought from regions where I reign. Ye fools and priests, I spit upon your fire. And then Care apparently extinguishes the flames. All of the torches go out. And then the priest turns to the owl and says, "O owl, prince of all mortal wisdom, owl of Bohemia, we beseech thee, grant us thy counsel." Find that one interesting, because in the Old Testament, demons and angels are often referred to as princes. A specific example would be an angel speaking to Daniel, who then says that he was delayed by the prince of Persia, but that Michael, the chief of the princes, came and helped him speed him on his way. So prince in religion, specifically Judeo-Christian religion, can kind of also apply to demons and angels. The owl then, of course, grants us his wisdom and sings, "No fire," he says no fire 3 times, "if it be kindled in the world where Care is nourished on the hates of men, can drive him from this grove." Basically, only a fire kindled outside of Care's domain can be used to burn him. "One flame alone must light this fire," he says that twice.
This dogma is so stupid. I can't listen to it. This stupid, utter bullshit. I don't care. I don't care about this.
And then the filmmaker goes on.
He only says this stuff because he knows that a quarter of the world is Christian, right? Good God-fearing Christians. Nothing wrong with them. I'm not trying to offend them. I'm saying he knows that a quarter of the world is Christian, something like that. And he knows that this foul, profane shit that they get up to really is basically, it's like demon spells that they're casting. And, and
to make some claims that I must refute. As I said,
and like, so he relates the dogma. He relates the dogma so the Christian God-fearing people watching the video get misgivings and get fear and get uncomfortable when they and this stuff is creepy to them and it's godless, because it is. It's they worship Satan. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. They worship Satan. They worship Lucifer. Their doctrine is Luciferian. They are Lucifer worshiping madmen.
He has referred to
a death cult,
the owl, as Moloch this entire time, and yet I can find zero connection.
But they're just humans, remember. All of this stupid ass shit that he's talking about is to this myth that they sell us because they think it's funny so that we fear them. None of it is accurate. None of it's, it's all this thing they do to just like kind of like get us thinking and scared of them. It is what it is.
Connection between Moloch and this owl thing. Not a single one of the deities associated with that name seems to have anything to do with owls. But interestingly, in a 1904 Bohemian Grove play, this is again 2 years before The Owl in Care was written, in that one, it's pretty explicit who these characters are before they become the Owl and Care. In this version, it's Apollo who slays Care, and Care is named Melodon, a seemingly fictional Greek demon. And this account, this is again from a different play, this one's wild. In this version, the Abrahamic god overthrew all of the pagan gods and cast the ones that wouldn't bow to the new power, as it's said, that is the terminology used, into some sort of purgatory. Eventually, Apollo does reach the conclusion that, the old gods were wrathful, they were greedy, they were envious, basically that they were bad gods. He even says we were wrongful gods, and then he supplicates himself to the Abrahamic god. The Bohemians, in this case seemingly followers of Apollo, it seems that that's their identity as a group in this play, is that the Bohemians are Apollo cultists, and cultist in this term is not to imply anything bad, it's just that back then, when you were part of a polytheistic religion, whichever specific god was your patron, you would say, I'm in the cult of Apollo.
They only do this stuff so that we fear them. That's it. That's the only, they don't believe in any of this stuff. They don't believe in, I mean, they worship Lucifer, but they don't like do so in a planned way. They throw their bombs. They don't do anything planned, So, yeah, I mean, yeah, we can nail them down on the religious aspect of it and how foul it is, but all of that is just some lie they told us so that we're scared of them. It's not this reality. They're not religious people. They're like, they're bomb throwers who use religion as their favorite distraction,
Anyway, they're instructed by the naiads to, in fact, now worship the Abrahamic god, but they can kind of keep Apollo as their
Abrahamic
patron angel almost.
god.
Meladon, it seems, was another one of these ancient pagan gods,
This
but
stupid
he's
shit.
cast out of heaven because he's evil.
Like, I like paganism. I actually dated a pagan girl. I don't care about pagans. I'm saying this side of paganism is really harmful to it, and they do this on purpose. You know, nothing wrong with pagans, but...
And then Satan sees him as competition, so says you can't come here either. So he's kind of sent to wander around in the earth. And by the way, all of this whole event is in this play heralded by the birth of Christ. After tormenting mankind for some time, Meladon, god of care, is slain by Apollo. And it seems that this right here, Apollo slaying Meladon, becomes the owl slaying Care. So why is this interesting? Well, because this gives us Greek mythology and a whole new narrative about Seraphim defeating the Greek gods. Basically, the archangels coming in and defeating the entire Greek pantheon, which would be just a phenomenal movie, honestly. I would love to see a movie about the war between the angels and the pagan gods. I just think that's such an absurd concept. Oddly enough, it's not the least theologically plausible thing I've ever heard. The old gods being overthrown and then supplicating themselves to the Abrahamic god. There are certain suggestions within really, really old Jewish texts that the pagan gods are a classification of angels in the Bible. But I'll get into that more on Weird Bible. We then switch gears over from Canaanite mythology, which of course seems to have actually been Greek mythology in the actual Bohemian Grove stuff. We go from there to Celtic mythology because the filmmaker claims that druids would sacrifice live animals by throwing them onto burning pyres so they could read the pain in the flames. And while animal sacrifice is essentially universal in ancient religions, especially in Europe and the Near East, I have never come across evidence that the Druids burned animals alive. Basically, everything I found says that they killed them first, then burned the meat. And I rarely do this on this channel, but I'm gonna remind you guys that my degree in college was in that. So I'm not saying I did a quick skim of Google and was like, I don't see anything. No, in a 4-year academic career, I never came across that. And then there's the fact that the Celtic pantheon, as far as the religions of ancient Europe go, is very poorly understood. The Celts had an unfortunate habit of deliberately being illiterate at the professional class level because they didn't want anything written down so that other people could read it. They practiced secrecy through deliberate illiteracy. That's not to say that there was never any writing system in the Celtic lands. We do have a primitive one called Ogham, but nobody was writing long scriptural treatises in that. From what we have seen of the understood Celtic pantheon, it seems significantly different from the Greek and near unrecognizable from Mesopotamian and Phoenician. And then he somehow manages to rope Freemasonry into this, and I am just always astounded at the ability of every conspiracy theory to somehow rope in a group of people who basically do nothing but donate to charity and eat sandwiches together. But regardless of that, he improperly identifies the Scottish Rite as a rite from Scotland, when in reality the Scottish Rite developed in France, and so therefore he clearly didn't look into this at all. But he also doesn't mention which Masonic rituals are involved here. And I mean, as a Freemason, I'm not seeing many. I'll admit, I will say this right now, I have not started doing the Scottish Rite yet. I haven't. I've only read a little bit about it. But nothing of this is recognizable so far.
This guy's a Freemason, and you lost me. I can't believe it. The DC saved it for the end. I listened to a fucking hour-long video from a Freemason. What? Vindictus 2.
MMO fans, I have good news and I have bad news. The good news, we have a brand new Vindictus game made in Unreal Engine 5 that's come completely out of nowhere. The bad news, it's Vindictus pretty much in name and theme only, and is actually a Souls-like rather than an MMO or multiplayer hack and slash.
Just like Enshrouded.
Introducing Vindictus Defying Fate. My reaction when I saw the title of this game was that it sounds like the name of a content update for Vindictus the MMO, but no, this is in fact a brand new game. Developed and published by Nexon, Vindictus Defying Fate tags itself as an action RPG, medieval Souls-like, single-player hack and slash, and no mention of multiplayer. To keep it brief, Vindictus Defying Fate is a Souls-like, designed to be played on controller, where you progress through a linear level fighting bosses, resting at campfires and admiring the game's rather impressive Unreal Engine 5 graphics. The only unique thing about this game is that it's a Souls-like, but with big anime titties, sexy outfits and emotes that all show off those jiggle physics. The combat isn't actually anything like Vindictus the MMO, and instead feels like Dark Souls with faster, more spammy attacks and skill combos. In this video, you'll see my blind first impressions of Vindictus Defying Fate.
Thank you, Lazy
after
Puma, for
playing
the
the
content
game's
from my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Bear in mind, I did
He's almost to
zero
1 million.
research going into this, and I wasn't fully expecting this to be a pure single-player Souls-like, so
Good time to
expect
be in
some
the game.
confusion. But
It's
first,
a good time.
today's sponsor, Starforge Systems.
I can open my door, guys. I'll be right
Tired
back.
of your old sluggish PC holding you back?
He's slinging
You're not
Starforge.
alone. It was high time for an epic upgrade, and that's where Starforge Systems swooped in to save the day. Whether you're a casual gamer or a seasoned pro, Starforge Systems got you covered with a range of options tailored to fit every budget and gaming need. First up, they have the Horizon PCs, perfect for the everyday gamer. Affordable, fast, and user-friendly. These PCs are designed to deliver a smooth gaming experience without breaking the bank. Next in line are the Navigator PCs, ideal for those ready to take their gaming to the next level. Packed with next-gen components, these systems are built for serious gamers who demand nothing but the best. And for the ultimate gaming experience, look no further than the Voyager PCs. Featuring 40 series GPUs and cutting-edge technology, these high-end computers are a dream come true for content creators and gamers alike. Each Starforge PC is hand-built in Austin, Texas by passionate experts who take pride in their craft, and with a full 2-year parts and labour warranty, you can rest easy knowing your investment is protected. But that's not all. Starforge Systems also offer custom cases and plate lights, allowing you to personalise your setup to perfection. Ready to upgrade your gaming rig? Click the link in the description to explore their lineup of epic PCs and take the first step towards the ultimate gaming experience. Don't settle for anything less than the best. Choose Starforge Systems and game like never before. Vindictus Defying Fate. We're just going to call this Vindictus 2 because it is a completely new game, and the title Vindictus Defying Fate actually sounds like it's an expansion for Vindictus 1. Awful job by the marketing team naming this game, but it is what it is. This game is currently available in like an alpha state for testing, so let's see if it's any good. 2 character choices, Fiona or Lan. Fiona, sword and board. Lan uses a pair of swords. Fiona looks a bit more appealing, so we'll go with her. Straight away, you're in the world. Oh, you move the camera with the arrow keys. You don't move the camera with the mouse. Well, that feels absolutely horrible. This game just seems like it's not designed for mouse and keyboard. It feels awful on mouse and keyboard. Clicking the settings menu with a click, it doesn't do anything. You have to press E. We'll just do what the game wants, and we'll play with the controller. So now we can finally play the game, and right off the bat, visually,
I want a
it looks
PS5
very
controller.
nice. It actually does look like next-gen Vindictus. B is a dodge roll, Y appears to be a heavy attack, X is a fast attack, you can jump with A, block, you can see the combos at the side, you can hold LB, press all of these different buttons, do various combinations. The controls are basically exactly the same as Dark Souls. Same controls for sprinting, same controls for locking onto enemies. Let's try some of these combos. Combat feels pretty cool, as you would expect from Vindictus. Also seems a little bit more open world than Vindictus 1. I've actually got a bit of environment to explore. I can press this button, and what is this? Different camps. Okay, let's head over here. Ignite. And you put down campsites. Have Nexon decided to make their own version of Dark Souls in the Vindictus universe? So far it seems like this game is Vindictus in name only. We'll keep playing, see how it goes, but definitely seems very different to Vindictus 1. Using the potion, same controls as using an Estus flask. Oh, we can change outfits. Yes. Okay, that's a little bit more Vindictus-y. Block that. Let's try a heavy attack. LBX.
Oh, that looks
You
okay.
can cleave the enemies. Shield charge, that was cool. Let's check out some of these outfits. I'm guessing this is just a playtest thing, so this is what I started with. Attack on Titan vibes. A bit too modest for Vindictus. What about this? That's more like it. Yeah, this is the kind of outfit you expect from a Vindictus game. And as you can see, there's 2 reasons right there for playing the game. Giving gamers what they want. I could swear that this is an outfit in Vindictus 1. Yeah, this is an outfit in Vindictus 1 for sure. I actually had this outfit, realistically.
You won this.
Everyone's going to use this one, aren't they? Running through the mud, engaging in epic combat whilst wearing high heels. It doesn't need to make sense. As long as there's big titties, that's all that matters. Work in progress. So I guess normally there would be like a lootable chest here. Onwards we go. I wonder if this is the only map we have access to. The textures on these rocks look nice. I guess this is Unreal Engine 5. Ooh, a boss has popped out. I had no idea that this game was in development or even going to be a thing. I think I did say the last time I covered Vindictus. Oh, it'd be nice if Vindictus 2 was to be a thing one day. Jesus, almost dead. Dodge, dodge, heal. Pop a flask. Big damage. Takes a bit of getting used to. It doesn't seem like there's anything for me to loot in this demo, and it doesn't seem like there's any destructible environments, which was of course a thing in Vindictus 1. The lighting looks good though, and the user interface looks very clean. Oh, we can smash some environment. We can smash the barrels. These little glowy things here is where you can make a camp. When you rest, it refills your potions, just like in Dark Souls. Let's continue. Squeeze through the gap. Oh yeah, that's the shot we needed. That bit of environment was put there purely for fan service. Oh, sounds like a big boy's coming out. Yeah, is this going to be our first boss fight? Giga Furry. Let's do it. Ooh, should have blocked that. He's got a big health bar. Okay, so there's like a yellow attack that needs to really be dodged. Big damage. Fuck him up. Staggering him in the back. Dodge. Dodge. Now we're fucking him up. Getting used to the combat a bit now. Sit down, Shadowfang. Good fight. One shot the first boss. Kind of crazy how this game just came out of nowhere. I don't think anyone was expecting Vindictus 2, and those people that were expecting it probably would never have guessed that it would be a bit of a Souls-like. It's interesting, I love it when games like this just pop out of nowhere, and even though the game's like really early in development, I appreciate that they've given us a playtest early on, something playable. Although, what I don't like is that it seems to be very console focused, or I have to wonder to what extent will this game actually be an MMO. Yeah, so as you progress through the map, you defeat enemies, and then there's these obvious chests that you need to loot. Very linear map design. Oh no. Ah, there's our first death. So when you die, respawn at the bonfire. Is it going to make me do that boss fight again? Probably not, right? It is going to show me some titties again though. Yeah, so if you defeat the boss you don't have to do it again. And the mobs don't actually respawn. RT, what's this? Oh, it's like a special attack. That's cool. So you can do that when you've staggered an enemy. Oh, a little cutscene here. Bunch of soldiers randomly getting wrecked by a hail of arrows. Brutal. Instead of calling it Vindictus Defying Fate, they should have called it Vindictus Rise of the Furries. Basically what it is, isn't it? RT, execute. I love that ability. That's really cool. Looks like this is our next boss. Archer boss. Hit him with the big deeps. Charge into him. How? Oh, fuck, I'm almost dead. I'm dead. Heal. Yeah. Fuck me, this combat is actually really clunky when it comes to getting your combos to initiate. Ah, almost had him. Let's try again. Big damage. He's like staggered. Pop my best combo. Almost dead. Dodge. Come on, finish him. Oh, we got him. The combat's worse than your average Souls-like, but it's also worse than Vindictus 1. That's my thoughts on it so far. Maybe I just need to get used to it more though. Let's initiate an outfit change. There we go, let's go with outfit 1. Looks a bit more like a soldier. Like, for what it was, Vindictus 1 was a relatively successful game. It maintained a decent player base for years, and it was known for having one of the best combat systems in the MMO genre, all the way back in 2010. Why wouldn't you just make a modern version of that? Why would you take something that you've had proven success with, that you're good at, an IP that people are familiar with, and then just attempt a completely different genre of game that you've got no experience in being successful with? I don't really get it, especially with how saturated the Souls-like genre is becoming. You don't even need to make a new combat system. The combat in Vindictus 1 holds up incredibly well even today. It's still like one of the best combat systems in the genre. Literally, take Vindictus 1 combat, import it into Unreal Engine 5 with these graphics, nice clean UI, and let me play that. Why would you go with a completely different combat system? I just don't get it. So this is the next boss. This attack seems to be a little bit more well telegraphed than the previous one. Let's see if we can parry.
Didn't Embracer buy this IP?
We can block, but I'm not really parrying. I mean, I went into that fight with no potions, so obviously gonna die. Attempt number 2. We'll get him this time.
Well, I have
Comboing him
money on me. I
nicely.
gotta
Dodge,
definitely put that away.
dodge. Oh, he's injured. Big damage. And finish him. That boss was easier than the Ranger. Looks like we've probably got one more big boss remaining. Smash some pots. Do another outfit change. I like this one. During this playtest so far, the normal mobs have had like 3 different variations. You've got the normal melee mob, the archer, and then you've got like the mini boss, and then you've got the bosses. Just walking through the environment though, the world does look really nice. Climbing mechanics? Or is this just going to be a cutscene? Oh no, we're just going to open a secret path. Mate, she is strong. Doesn't look like she's got big muscles, but she can move mountains. I guess we're on to the final boss now. Nice lighting. Yeah, it looks really nice. So this is the ultimate furry. Okay. Dodge and... Okay, delayed. F. We go again. God, this guy's got so much health. Oh, okay. Phase 2. Oh, he's staggered, finally. Big damage. Maybe we can do it. Oh, he's injured. Dodge. 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 Finish him. Oh, we got him. Okay. What was that, second attempt? Not bad. Is there going to be another level? Move to Frozen Valley. Okay. I'm guessing you can only play through a little bit of this map because it's not fully uncovered. I think Frozen Valley was also like one of the second stages in Vindictus 1 as well. This time we're not fighting against furries. These look like orcs, maybe. Looks like we've got explosive barrels here. Will this hurt me? No. I was half expecting to get blown up then. Barrels are a work in progress. Oh, hello. Jesus. You came in hot. Right, you can kill me because I don't have enough potions. Just go for it, lad. Leader Imic. This is going to be a hard boss because he's like a rogue type and his attacks are just not very well telegraphed. Yeah, it's going to take a few deaths, I reckon. Oh shit, he's almost dead. Come on. Finish him. GG. I haven't seen any traps yet. In Vindictus 1 there was loads of traps when you would traverse through the environments, but this one doesn't seem to have any yet. Oh wow. Now that's an epic boss arena. Let's take a look here. Look at all of the particle effects. Visually, this game does look stunning. It seems like you do significantly more damage if you get behind the boss and attack them from behind. Or at least like staggers them. This is a pretty well designed boss though. His attacks are really well telegraphed. Not gonna do it on my first try, maybe my second try. Doing a good job dodging though. Oh, we got him injured. Ah, there it is. That was a good first attempt. Let's do this again. I think I got this boss down now, to be fair. And he's dead. Good fight. GG. Sit. 4-minute fight. Congratulations, you've completed all battles. New Game Plus has been unlocked. I guess we can check out the other character that it gives me the option to play at the start of the game. Obviously this map would be much bigger upon full release. It's just designed to give you an idea of what the structure of the game's like. And I think we've got a rough idea of how this game's going to play out. Before we do leave, we have some emotes. Let's check out the emotes. Nice. Of course. Extremely important that this was added to the game. Something to show off the jiggle physics. Just tons of different dances. Mate, it would be funny if they added a twerk emote. I've never seen a game do that before. One day a game will do that. Oh yeah, that really shows off the physics. Graphics, animations, outfits. Yeah, I can't really complain. Almost missed this. Photo mode. Oh yes. Hide UI. Mate, I appreciate it when games have a photo mode. It makes thumbnail creation so much better. It also enables you to get a real good look at the graphics and lighting. Look at the particles of the snow effects. Visually, it looks fucking awesome. So before we wrap up this video, I suppose we'll check out LAN. And on New Game Plus, it allows me to select my zone. Start with Northern Ruins, just because it looks nicer. First thing we're going to do is change the outfit. Very modest. A knight. Oh, the combat of this class feels better right off the bat. Ooh, fuck yeah, that's way better. Oh, this guy doesn't have a dodge roll. He instead has like a shuffle. I guess it functions the same way though. Try this ability. Yeah. Oh, and you can press it again and again. Mate, the combat of this class is infinitely better. I mean, this class feels way more like a Vindictus class. Execute. Slash him up. Maybe the combat's not as bad as I thought. Maybe it was just that Fiona class which feels really clunky. Because playing this guy feels so much better. Let's try out a boss fight with this guy. No fan service this time. Not even a bit of chest hair for the ladies. Just doing more damage on this class than the other one. Oh, I love that slash attack. I'll have no healing potions. No problem, because I'm OP. Sit. So that's Vindictus Defying Fate. Not really the Vindictus 2 that I was hoping for, but I guess we'll wrap up the video here and I'll share my thoughts on the game. Vindictus Defying Fate playtest, first impressions, pros and cons. Pros. Visually, the game obviously looks very nice with it being made in Unreal Engine 5. The character models, lighting and particle effects all make this look like a next-gen Vindictus game. You're able to change outfits and dress like a whore to apply the distraction debuff on bosses for a hidden DPS increase. The game has emotes which allow you to show off the jiggle physics, an innovation on the Souls-like genre that many people were hoping for. The game has a clean, minimalist user interface, and the game has a screenshot mode which is nice for making YouTube thumbnails that make the game look more interesting than it actually is. Cons. The game seems unplayable so far on mouse and keyboard. The combat is actually a massive downgrade from Vindictus the MMO, and feels kinda clunky even by Souls-like standards. The game seems to be going with a linear level design with no real sense of exploration. Killing enemies feels less satisfying in terms of audio-visual feedback when compared to your average Souls-like game, and other than big titties, visuals and emotes, the game doesn't really bring anything new to the Souls-like genre, and in fact does a lot of things much worse. Overall, I don't really understand why Nexon decided to take the single-player Souls-like route for their next Vindictus game. After playing the playtest for 90 minutes, I felt bored, and it left me with zero hype for the full release. Like, maybe this game would work if the combat was as good as Vindictus the MMO, but what I can't understand is why you'd take a game that's known for some of the best combat in the MMORPG genre, scrap that combat, and design some generic, clunky Souls-like system. Personally, I can't for the life of me understand why Nexon didn't just make an MMORPG Vindictus 2. Vindictus 1 released in 2010, and even to this day has insane combat. The only things that really suck about it are the graphics and UI. Instead, we have Vindictus Defying Fate, which not only feels like a bad Souls-like, but also a bad Vindictus game. Not gonna lie, I'm actually quite disappointed. Here's what I said the last time I covered Vindictus the MMO back in 2023. Overall, I was super surprised by how much fun I had revisiting Vindictus this time around. The combat holds up very well even today, and the improvements to progression and the generous rewards have greatly improved the general experience of the game. I'm confident in saying you can definitely play this game and get many hours of free entertainment out of it. Personally, I'd love to see an announcement for Vindictus 2 at this point. Take this combat system and expand upon it further with a more immersive world in a modern engine. Perhaps the developers were watching my previous video and completely misunderstood what I was asking for, but who knows, perhaps the real Vindictus 2 is in development, and Defying Fate is just a weird spin-off they decided to shit out as a side project. Or maybe that's just the hopium talking. So what do you think about Vindictus Defying Fate?
I think it's a flash in the pan and not worth my attention.
Something else?
Unfortunately.
Would you also like
As
to
I've
see
always
a true
thought about
MMO sequel to Vindictus 1? Let me know in the
But
comments
it was
below.
a game I didn't need.
Social media on screen help us out with a like to appease the algorithm gods, as well as pray for more secretly in development MMOs to be announced this year. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
From all this content, you know, a deeper reason to explore any of this stuff, you know, because every time I play
Stop.
Play Arkham Asylum, even
I didn't like this video. Silent Hill Downpour. Yeah, it's not about the environment.
Welcome back, or just welcome if you're here for the first time. As a quick refresher and as an explanation.
Thank you,
for
Redline. I'd like to
information,
sub to your
we're
channel.
looking at dead games. It's pretty self-explanatory. Let's go. Alright gamers, welcome to the Active Worlds Revisit. It's been about a year since I last played this one, and ever since then I felt like I had to check it out again. As a very brief refresher, this is a virtual world game from the mid-90s that's still up and running today. Pretty much everything you'll see in it is entirely community made, and that's both its biggest strength as well as weakness. This one is legitimately one of the most weird, interesting, and unique games I've ever played, so I wanted to see more of it before it's inevitably wiped from existence.
Yeah.
Accessing data.
For all the new viewers, this right here is Big Cool Tony 1991, my secret alter ego in this game, but at this point that's kind of a bust. I have literally been stalked while recording.
Why do they
this.
put their
I figured
your
that this time
birth
around
year
I'd
in
start off
there?
fresh, get a little rebreather, and maybe learn
That's
a thing or
such a
two.
mistake.
So
You
this
should
time
not
I
do
actually
that.
did the tutorial because last time I completely skipped over it. I learned a couple things, but all you've really got to know is that I learned how to fly and how to surgically alter Tony's bone structure. So I made Big Cool Tony, well, big. Apart from that, I didn't really do too much else, aside from a little sightseeing around the island. I found this map pretty interesting. It's basically a big old dead mall within the game, and not full of fake products or anything, but like actual real world stuff. And it's not solely dead because no one's here. Most of these products and brands are fully discontinued or liquidated. I'd say it's about a 50-50 split on brand websites that still work and ones that don't. Even then, some of the websites that do still work on it haven't been updated in like 10 years. Just as a pointer to how old this one is, Amazon is still advertising itself as a bookstore. Alright, let's be real. If you're advertising on Active Worlds, you're bound to go
desperate.
bankrupt. Now, by far, the most interesting site on this map was one from 2005, advertising their VR headset for nearly $9 grand. And that's
Oh my
2005 money, so
God.
we're talking like 13K nowadays.
Rich
Unless the site
kids.
actually is up to date and they're just actively pumping out and selling 2005 VR headsets. It wasn't just headsets though. They had some cheaper offerings available, and I will be honest, everything on this site looks and sounds like they're right out of an 80s hacker movie or like Metal Gear Solid. TAC Eye STR1 Monocular, VR Pro 1080p, Patriot, Spaceball 5000, Liberty Lattice. Holy shit, that one's 12 grand. What's even weirder
12
is that these guys
grand?
have apparently done business with the U.S. Army, multiple
Of
government
course they have.
universities, and
We need
I can't
fancy
find a
mice. We're
single
the
thing about them
contractors.
online or
We
something.
get the best.
So
We need fancy
very,
mice for our
very
men.
strange. With that said, I will be purchasing an impulse stick to play Worms Crazy Golf Optimum.
You purchased an impulse stick from them? How much was
to
that?
Brazil. This one's
Like
a little
$500.
town square type map. Cars were flying by, but the streets were dead empty. I was the sole survivor. It was kind of unnerving, being the only actual person there, despite all
It
these
looks like
fake
Max
signs of life
Payne
all over the
1.
place. I know that's literally all of the maps in this game, but this one felt different for some reason. Everything in this one was Portuguese, obviously.
Portuguese.
But luckily, some of it had translations. One of the first signs I saw was one which read, "Doorbell, call the owner of the world." I pressed it without a second thought, and the bell started ringing, blaring the sound across the whole map.
Wow.
Honestly, it was kind of spooky. It did not help when a woman appeared in front of me holding a sign reading, "He arrives at 8:30 p.m." which was super freaky. Minutes later, I spotted a name in the distance. I'm assuming this was just some rando though, as the green star means he's only been around like a year. This guy also seemed to be AFK anyway. I don't know if he was here the whole time or if he joined at some point when I was looking around. Either way, probably not the
Probably the owner of that place. Who the fuck else would it be? You called him.
It wasn't even close to 8:30, so I wanted to just
and he was like, someone called me on that old game, and he fired it up in 5 seconds.
In Portuguese text.
You called him, you asshole.
Portuguese text. And when I reached the top, I had to look around at the map from above. I can't show these. Like they might say something awful. I can't show these. Has this guy been here the whole time? Was he here before? Hello?
Creeper.
This is freaking me out. This is
lurker.
I gotta get out of here.
Why are people on these old crappy games from 1995?
So you think this one would be either a Led Zeppelin map or a real churchy map based on the title? And if you guessed the latter, you are correct. Congratulations, you've won 1 million funny money. Now, despite the server name usually being the full theme of a map, literally all of that was condensed into one small area, way up at the top of the playable area. Let's see what's up the stairway.
He built a ladder to heaven. Oh my god. He listened to Stairway to Heaven and he built a ladder to heaven, which I've done myself. I've done that myself, yeah.
They had some real freaky...
It was so big. It looked oh my god.
Now, despite the server name usually being
oh my god, it actually is cool. Like look how deep that is for an MMO. That's actually kind of crazy, frankly.
That was condensed into one small area, way up at the top of the playable area. Well, let's see what's up the stairway.
Wow, they just let you build. They were like
some real freaky open your third eye type videos up there, like literal open your third eye stuff, and it was really weird, but somehow also a lot more uninteresting than you would think. John was here. Not even worth showing, really. The real party was down below, where there were like 7 separate dance floors and parties going on all at once. Happy New Year 2023. This guy's jamming out. This one was actually really cool, and I'm very glad I found it. It's called CY Awards, which stands for Community Awards. Now, I had previously noticed these weird trophy statue things scattered around various maps, saying things like Lifetime Achievement Award, but I didn't know where they were from. Well, I found where they were from. This was some sort of award ceremony where various members of the community would all band together and then award people trophies based on categories like mapping, community involvement, and stuff like that. There's barely any traces of this online in like video format, so it seems most of these were a be there or be square type deal. Like, I actually think there's like 4, maybe 5 videos about the event. A couple are only slideshows, and the others are mostly the after party. I found one part of the map that seems like it had trailers for the event, and possibly some footage from it, but since a lot of the links on Active Worlds are dead, these sadly didn't function. So a lot of the history here is seemingly lost media, unless someone has a recording of these themselves. Now, from what I can tell, it seemingly ran from the late 90s up to around 2014. And
what?
I did some exploring, and based on this big field I found of previous award winners,
so okay, and
events and gave out like a ton of awards over the years they were.
Oh my god! So this crazy Second Life community on this game called Active Worlds. For 25 years, they ran like community awards for everybody on the game, and this is what they did. The level of nerdy. I mean, look at the level of nerdy. Best build, Toby Taylor for Oriental Village. Best event, 2088 Psy Awards and Psy Balls by 2008 Psy Team. Best leader, Nurse Hom. Best software, Andrus for something or another. Best community or town, best interactive game. Where City, Ryfield Foundation. The Lifetime Award goes to Garnet. Lifetime Award goes to SW Chris. The Lifetime Award, Strike Rapier. Wow.
Active. I even found
Fucking nerdy. A person who has won a Psy Award in the last year is not eligible to win again. A build, object, or event must be something active, new, or updated. A citizen nominated must be active at the time of voting.
their voting rules and voting commission office, and I gotta say, this in-game award show has more rules and regulations than like actual real.
I couldn't imagine being this micromanagey about my crappy Second Life community. But I mean, they weren't playing games. They were socially hunting, I think. They were socially hunting for people.
Life ones. And they went all out while actually making the map too. It looks like every year they had a new in-game fireworks show as a sort of intro to the awards, as well as a working roller coaster, ballroom, lounge, and more. Overall, this is a really cool world and concept, but sadly it seems almost everything surrounding it is lost media. That's if any media actually even existed in the first place, so I guess hypothetical lost media. As I was looking around, somebody joined, and I thought I would get the opportunity to ask about the map, because who's joining this server unless they're there to like reminisce? But
no, it's a stalker.
They were just there because they knew me and were stalking me.
Told you! Called it.
So, I hopped off.
Yep.
Just to show off what kind of maps the CY Awards actually awarded, here's the Best of the Year 2010 winner. It's a map called the Mythopia. In my opinion, it looks pretty damn nice for being an active world.
Wow.
I'm not going to say it's mind-blowing or anything.
No, but
what
it's
they're working with.
What they did is really beautiful.
This map really does show off what's possible in this game when people aren't just making crack maps. I just wanted to show off and also, see for myself the craftsmanship possible in this game.
Yeah.
I went for a little stroll around this one called Avocado, but didn't really find much until I came across some kind of stage for live performances. If you're interested, the next performance is in 2026. Mark that down on the old calendar. This is probably what you can expect.
It's a belly dancer.
Okay.
I've never heard of this. What is that? What's going on, man?
I'm just stuck. You're gonna need protection. Accessing data. At first, when I was looking around this one, I wasn't going to put it in the video because there wasn't much to it. And then I stumbled across the War Room. Yeah, you heard me right. You did not mishear a word of that sentence. This map has a full-on War Room. It had a global weather tracker, multiple live news feeds, links to news sites, current events, times, conflicts, the whole shebang. And it was all completely up to date when I recorded this. This is an actively updated crisis room, so if the world ever goes nuclear, hop on active
What?
and you'll have all the info you could ever need right here. Just
Wait,
wanted to
what?
say,
Hold on. What?
You're gonna need protection.
Accessing data.
At first, when I was looking around this one, I wasn't going to put it in the video because there wasn't much to it. And then I stumbled across the War Room.
Reagan Airport Cam, American University Cam, U.S. Capitol, MD Cam, SIG Alert Traffic, Big Meadows, U.S. Capitol, Fairfax Police Reports, City Protect, The Drudge Report, Reddit, Stars and Stripes, Sky News, CEO Express, Fairfax Map Quads, been verified. No AA, WX Nation, V. Snowplows, Urzoom, V. Traffic Map, Media, Amazon Filler Finder. I wonder if people paid like to join the map, I think, which is why he works so hard. He was like, well, if I build a crisis center, people might actually use that, and people in the community might actually go use it. And he actually is maybe right. and it's very interesting.
Yeah, you heard me right. You did
It's funny, my ex was really fascinated by these games.
not mishear a word of that sentence.
She had me get on Second Life. A 22-year-old girl had me get on fucking Second Life.
This map has a full-on war room. It had a global
And I'm fascinated by it too, because socially it's probably really good.
weather tracker, multiple
But it's probably all the same 30 people, though, and it's probably incestuous and shitty.
live news feeds, links to news sites,
And once you know them, after a year, you're like, man, we need new blood, but this game's 27 years old. No one's coming here.
current events, times,
I don't like situations like that. Rust started to feel like that a lot. Like, Rust felt played out, like, a lot. Like, Rust felt very played out. Like, it was like, you know, like, it was like I was doing it for the work's sake or the clan's sake, not for, like, my own personal edification or something. Yeah, and, like, yeah. And it got very incestuous and
conflicts, the
I
whole
don't
shebang.
know.
And it was all completely up to date when I recorded this. This is an
The harassment didn't help. There was, I mean, yeah.
actively updated crisis room. So if the world ever goes nuclear, hop on Active Worlds and you'll have all the info you could ever need.
I mean, you make fun of it, but that is actually a really fucking cool, like, cool resource that he probably made for himself. He was like, if this guy probably believed that a volcano was going to explode on the northwest coast or something, right? If I had to guess, that's usually the doomsday delusion. And he probably really thought it was going to set off near Fairfax, so he set up like a responder thing to get on his computer and start sorting through websites all amalgamated on a 3D plane like that. I think it's actually really cool. I mean, if we look at this fucking picture, like, this is cool. This is really cool. It, like, this blew my mind. Cheap ink, birdseed, Springfield yard sales, changes in your lifetime, cool stuff, live SST, space station, pro light manual, breadman manual, rice cooker manual, citizen watch setting, Alterverse, Mars rover. You can see the Mars rover. That's funny. Radio Garden, Channel 5 Fox. I think if you were to do stuff like this, this is one of the coolest implementations I've ever even conceived of or even heard of.
And it was all complete.
Like, where's George?
up
Wonder
to
what
date
that
when I
is.
recorded This is an actively updated crisis room. So if the world ever goes nuclear, hop on Active World.
I mean, it's antiquated and old and stupid, but it's really fucking cool. Honestly, I wish I had this for my parents.
And you'll
You
have
know?
all the info you could ever need.
Somehow I could take a snapshot of it and put it on their cell phone or something, because it kind of is a cool little tool.
Right.
I really like it a lot, actually. I wonder if there is websites like this, crisis response, crisis tracking, crisis tracker, right? Crisis tracker, global conflict tracker, an early warning tool designed to help prevent deadly violence. Project Invisible Children, global conflict tracker, crisis tracker. That's not what I'm looking for, though. I'm looking for, yeah, like what did he call it?
You heard me right. You did not mishear a word of that sentence. This map has a full-on war room. It has
Look at this shit. It's got a compass and like a time conversion thing. Fairfax and BBC and Reuters, web shots. Pibgorn, that's a porn thing. It's violent porn, probably. Yep, jib porn. Yep. Drudge, Sky News, CEO Express, Fairfax Map Squads.
had a global weather tracker,
This guy was thinking so far outside the box that I honestly, the crisis tracker thing blew my fucking mind. Yeah, I mean,
multiple live news feeds, links to
multiple live news feeds.
and there's sites, current events, times.
Satellite tracker, satellite viewers, tabletop audio, dent remover, solar system pendant. Oh yeah, there's like a pendant that lets you see the solar system at all times. That's cool. 9 Chickweed Lane, AW Avatar. I
Conflicts.
love survival stuff. I've
The
always
whole
been a
shebang.
survival
And it
nut.
was all completely up to date when I recorded this.
Except he's definitely got some bad links there.
This is an actively updated crisis room, so if the world ever goes nuclear, hop on Active Worlds and you'll have all the info you can ever need.
Why? You mean you and your 4 dudes that still play this 1995 game hang around that place once every 10 years or something? Remember the crisis response room? I mean, yeah, I would be proud to show it. It's the kind of thing my best friends would do. It's kind of funny.
Right here. This one is like if they made a map for babies. Lots of builds on this one, all made out of basic shapes and simple colors. A real preschool level map. This one's like if you gave a bunch of kids just infinite mega blocks. Aside from the mega blocks architecture, there were some text boxes on this one that were somewhat more interesting. A lot of them were like X was here type messages and ones like that from the early 2000s, which, I mean, that's pretty cool to see they lasted this long. Instead of Tony, I was some greaseball blonde guy with a ponytail. This guy ain't no Tony, but he can sprint. I'll give him that at least. Now, I really only found one other thing of any note on this map, that being a big old tomb someone made. Now, I'm pretty much completely certain that this is just someone's very dramatic way of saying they quit the game or they just quit the server because they left behind some Yahoo contact info to get in touch with them. Now, I
12
don't know
silver.
what this person did to piss so many people off, but there's like 7 or 8 signs by the tomb that say some pretty awful things about this person, which I won't show here because like they
Yep,
are
I bet
messed
they
up.
did.
Since it's on topic, I guess this would be a good time to say that I do not encourage vandalizing stuff in any of these games that I play. Just leave them be. Within the server browser, there's a giant portion of maps called AV something something. And these have got to be some of the most interesting maps in the game, while also being some of the most boring maps in the game simultaneously. The AV stands for Avatar, and the numbers after it are the year that it was made. So, AV99 is Avatar 1999. Each one of these is a little showcase of Avatar progress and creators of the year. This sounds like it would be a pretty cool little piece of internet history, and it totally would, if any of it still worked. Yeah, sadly, a lot of pictures and stuff on these maps, which would be where a lot of the context, photos, and other stuff would be, they just don't work anymore. So, they're just big maps with a bunch of empty picture frames and text boxes. Luckily, there were a few that still kinda worked and showed off the models, so these aren't a complete loss. At least not yet. The 2001 map, which was themed during the movie, by the way, I thought that was pretty cool, still has a bunch of avatars showcased in pictures. The 1998 map was another virtual expo type map, with booths set up to show off and sell stuff. Like usual, pretty much all links and images in it were just wiped from existence, but I did find one website up where a guy was selling his models. I guess as a reference for how much these sold for back in the 90s, this guy was selling a Stormtrooper model for 80 bucks. One last thing I want to show off was this wall of webcams. I don't know if these were sending a direct webcam feed into the game or if
I
they were
love this
static.
sort of shit, actually. It's a really good idea for content. Like, you just go visit dead worlds and see what the Wayback Machine or the stumble upon. Just see where it takes you, right? We used to use an app called Stumble Upon a lot that it would just take you to a random website and the stuff that you could learn on Stumble Upon. You guys remember that? Stumble Upon, I think it was. Yeah, Stumble Upon. I think that's what it was called. Yeah, Stumble Upon. Yeah, it's just the internet, but it's an RNG roller. Yep, gems of the web personalized to you, and they just like they want to send you stuff that's interesting. It was a browser extension bar that had an RNG button on it that would just steer you to some random website. You could learn so much stuff. Oh, they shut it down in 2018 because you really don't need it anymore. But I actually kind of liked it. I thought it was a cool little app. Yeah, is there an alternative? Arna. Oh, Stumble.2. Okay. Stumble.2 that replaced it. Discover the most interesting, weird, and awesome websites on the internet. Start exploring. Yep. Start exploring. Select your categories. I'm looking for gaming, TV, tech and internet, philosophy and life, music and audio, literature, history, fun stuff, culture, society, business and economics, no, arts and describes, and science and math, nature and animals. Yeah, I do like nature and animals and anything else, anything else. So, okay, and start exploring, right? So, dodge the girls, get the burgers, anti-horny burger run. Okay, get the burgers. Dodge the girls, get the burgers. Aloha and ciao. Yeah, this might be a bad idea because I guess it could just pop me to some NSFW thing. But I mean, I doubt it. Time progress, Francesco space. Every time you open a new tab, you're reminded that the time is running. The time is running. Year 22 until the end of 2024. 6 days until the end of this week. 13 days until the end of the March. Here's the preview. Oh, it's great. I like it. Yep, they're like, here's how many days you have. 11 hours until the end of this day. Install now on Chrome. Cool. Yeah, it's cool shit. African gray parrot information. Welcome to African Grays. We hope you understand how to care for your gray parrots. Okay, next site. Pulitzer.org article. I sent them a good boy and they made him a murderer. In the fall of 1969, a friend with a source in the military called a part-time political columnist for the Village Voice with a tip. A U.S. soldier was being court-martialed for leading a massacre of Vietnamese civilians, and the army didn't want it reported. The columnist, Jeffrey Cowan, decided to pass the tip on. On October 22nd, he called Seymour M. Hirsch, a 32-year-old freelancer who had quit his wire service job and served the previous winter as press secretary in Senator Eugene McCarthy's insurgent presidential campaign. Hirsch decided to give the story a go. From a dingy office in Washington, it's too dry. I don't think... Oh, yeah, wait, the lieutenant... Wait, go back. No, go back. No, go back. Wait. I accidentally left. Oh my god. A Bronx and Marble Hill payphone. So apparently some American dude in Vietnam killed 100 people. Jesus Christ. Here is an abandoned Verizon payphone on Atlantic Avenue in Ozone Park, which is, I think that's Atlanta, but I don't know. I don't remember. Ozone Park, I've heard of that before. Where is Ozone Park? Ozone Park is Queens. Okay. An unexpected payphone find in Ozone Park, Queens led to a trip through a street view then and now.
Oh, what do you know? I wasn't going to do much video today. I'm out taking still shots.
Wow, that thing's still intact somehow. How is that possible?
I'm not going to get this old... This looks like a Verizon rig.
Yep.
Wrapped up. Partially wrapped up.
Interesting, yeah. Let's go. Logodesignlove.com. You know, I am a little bit worried that she will show me porn, but I don't think they will. A nostalgic collection of logos from decades past in the video game industry. PlayStation, N64, Altered Beast. Oh, I loved Altered Beast. Dreamcast was my favorite. I loved this little Fibonacci sequence. Rave Racer, Doom, Gauntlet. I love this. Gauntlet. So fucking badass. Bubble Bobble, GameCube. Yeah, it was good. So, hey, this is an old game. I mean, you can still play it. Play today's game. How to play. Guess 3 things every day. Clues feature yellow for vowels and white for consonants. The vowels are E-I-O, E-I-O, A, E-I-O, and U. Y is not a vowel in this game. Multiple words are separated by a slash. Feedback shows how many vowels and consonants from the target word were included in your guess. A composer, Mozart. It's not right though. That's hard. Now it's their last name. Oh, it's a vowel. Clues features yellow for vowels. So I don't know. I'll just do the next. It's fine. An architect. Wow. That is a really hard fucking game. I don't know anything about architecture. A painter. Four-letter painter. Maya. Try Maya. It's not Maya. I don't know. It's too hard. I'm gonna move on. That's a hard game. That's like the hardest game I've ever played, maybe. Enter a link to be neutralized. Neutral news, any news, neutrally. Place a news link to be neutralized. What? Why? In today's information age, news is often filled with opinionated perspectives and emotional language that can attempt to sway viewpoints. Neutral.news is a tool that takes the content from any news article and processes it to remove potential biases, emotionally charged language, and other subjective elements. The end result is a set of unbiased, neutral points that represent the core facts that are given in the article. So just like fucking fake news is the news. That's interesting. Tim.blog reasons to 11 reasons not to become famous, or a few lessons learned since 2007. Let the cymbals of popularity tinkle still. If I'm not famous by 30, I might as well put a bullet in my head. That's an actual sentence I spoke to one of my closest friends at the time I was 28. Fortunately, unlike during my darkest period in college, I wasn't serious about suicide, and nonetheless, the sentiment was real. I felt like I somehow needed fame. In retrospect, there was a lot of self-loathing from tough childhood experiences, and I desperately hoped that love from without would somehow make up for hate from within. As luck would have it, I got to test this hypothesis. The 4-Hour Work Week, my first book, I have read this. Yeah, and I was like, I think I've heard of this guy. Yeah. The 4-Hour Work Week, yeah, right. Self-help gurus are so cheesy. Indie Microblogging by Manton Reese. What is microblogging? The most valuable of all talents is that of never using two words when one will do. In her 2002 book, The Weblog Handbook, Rebecca Blood introduced readers to the growing niche of websites that focus on chronological posts. She wrote about what made a blog different. No one wants to scroll down to the bottom of the page to see if any new content has been posted. With new content at the top, a visitor can see at a glance whether your page has been updated. Spelling it out seems obvious today. We can similarly outline what microblogging is in a way that hopefully will be obvious years from now when indie microblogging is more common. We can approach defining the term microblogging from two sides: specific rules for feeds and platforms, and high-level goals, the spirit of indie microblogging that all blogs can share even when the details vary. Okay, microblogging sounds cool. They don't have an RSS feed as the main thing. The Pudding presents Music Borders. We mapped last month's #1 songs in 3,000 places. See where songs dominate across the globe. View #1 in New Caledonia. Body remix featuring RD. Everybody in the world is listening to the Body remix, I guess, which is crazy. Butter. Oh my love. What is butter? Why is everybody listening to Butter? Oh, that's that one song, right? Butter, I think. By Oh no, it's BTS. Everybody's listening to BTS. Oh god. Okay, well I can't do this. It's DMCA, but so wow, BTS is wow, the entire world is listening to BTS. Oh god. Montero, call me by your name. Little Baby and Little Dirk. Shaggy and Sean Paul. Go down the. Wow, so the DJs play different things depending on the culture. That's so cool. So fucking cool. Jehovah Overdue, whatever that is. Body Remix seems to be the most popular. Every chance I get with Little Baby and Little Dirk. Astronaut in the Ocean. Butter by BTS. And then Botella Tra Botella, whatever that is. Rapstar. What is Rapstar? Utica. In Utica, they're listening to Rapstar, whatever that is. Oops, next site. Birdcast.info, showcasing the spectacle of bird migration. Oh, wow, okay, you can track bird migrations. Fucking sweet. GeoCities, love, laughter, and friends, always welcome here. You've arrived at the web home of XN by Grace. It's a very religious couple on the Gulf Coast. And a Bryan Adams song at the bottom. Aww. I really like this. It's beautiful. Give us a second. Chef comments. Stats for nerds. Bread kindly made by the Bread Alone Bakery. Wow. Okay. You can just get random pictures of bread there. Why not? Tales of Dorime. Amino's something. Resolve something. I don't think I can play it. I'm sorry. I don't know what it's going to do to me. Games scare me more than porn does, kind of. Simple tutorials on using AI tools. We help professionals find and use the best AI tools. Cool, so they don't have to do their job anymore. The AI will just do it. Yeah, Quillbot is an app that offers several tools to help you improve your writing. Synthesia is an AI video creation platform that enables users to quickly and easily create professional videos in 15 minutes. Okay. Maybe I should look into that. Number 1 AI video creation platform. Murph is an AI voice generator that quickly creates high-quality voiceovers in 20 languages. Quick CEP is an AI-powered chatbot for Shopify. Avatar.ai, crafting hyper-realistic AI companions for lifelike personalized interactions. Wow. Easily create AI voice assistants to cold call, answer inbound calls, and schedule. Wow. Vast generates pipeline-ready 3D models in 8 seconds. Wow. That was interesting if you're a game maker, because you can just have the AI make you fucking 3D models all day, and you can just use them and you're done. Nero AI video upscaler. Versatile clip selection. Sort by price, huh? Wow. Interesting stuff, but I mean, I've seen this sort of stuff before. Webzines, a series of zines about making stuff online. Currently, there is only one. Read Webzine01. This is a coolguide.website/webzine. I'm scared to click the link. I'm going to keep going. GitHub has too many hidden features. Discover undocumented features of GitHub, open repos and online VS Code and experimental features, regex, code search, and more. If you're on a repo main page and press dot, then you can open it up in github.dev. If you click on your profile picture, you can regex search code, press Y on a repo to change the URL from branch-based to canonical commit-based. There's an online graphical IDE, so you can do graphical queries without having to set anything up locally. It's interesting, but I don't care. New York City single mom. Family, travel, entertainment, tech, and lifestyle. Oh, she's beautiful. Yep. Entertainment, travel, lifestyle. New York City single mom. Fuck yeah. Wearing sexy mini skirts and being self-reliant. Turn your mobile phone or tablet into a set of wireless mouse, keyboard, and trackpad. Control at your fingertips. What do you mean? Remote mouse app intro. Okay.
This is Remote Mouse. It transforms your mobile device into a multifunctional remote control for your computer.
What?
First, download the Remote Mouse app to your phone or tablet. Next, install the Remote Mouse server on your computer. Connect
It's like
both
HAL for
services
your
to the same
computer,
Wi-Fi
but with your
and you're
phone.
ready to go.
What do you
Touch,
do?
Move, and tap. Use multi-touch gestures just like you use your computer's trackpad. Remote Mouse also offers a few special...
Oh, so you don't have to carry around a mouse. You can use your phone screen like a mouse. And I like that. That's actually genius.
Play movies.
Yes,
Play
yes.
music. Control presentations. Even open web pages with a single click. So you can do certain actions much quicker. Everything on your computer is right at your fingertips. Just sit back and enjoy your day.
Yep, sounds good. I liked it. Cool. Remote mouse. I like it. Deep zoom. Whilst we... Oh, it's a tide tracker. Okay. That's awesome. Boitation. This is a Game Boy emulator built using the Rust programming language and is running inside this browser with the help of WebAssembly. You can check the source code of it on GitHub. Drag and drop ROM files to the browser to load the ROM. Oh, if you have a ROM, you can use a website to emulate. So that's cool. I don't need it, but I mean, oh, drops my fucking keyboard down. Ah, so slippery. That sucks. I do not want to damage my keyboard. No. Okay. Live bird migration maps, exploring the web, Cloud Helper. I don't have any ROMs to drag to it, so that's okay. Pocket demo, okay. Let's go to the next site. That's cool to know. CSS aspect ratio, string replace all, setting color. I don't think this is anything that we need. I'm just going to keep on going. Observium.org, network monitoring with intuition. Observium is a network monitoring and management platform that provides real-time insight into network health and performance. It can automatically discover network devices and services, collect performance metrics, and generate alerts when problems are detected. Observium includes a web-based interface that allows users to view network status and performance metrics in real time, as well as historical data. I used to use speed test for this, but it is probably actually really good. This is probably really good. So we have visibility and the network infrastructure and all this stuff. Yeah, cool. Yep. Survey.net. SureAI.net. This is Enderal. Enderal is a total conversion for TES5 Skyrim, a game modification that is set in its own world with its own landscape, lore, and story. It offers an immersive open world, all for the player to explore, overhauled skill systems and gameplay mechanics, and a dark psychological storyline with believable characters. And Daryl is free and can be played by anyone owning a legal copy of TS5 Skyrim. No DLCs are necessary. It is developed non-commercially by Sure AI, the team behind the renowned Oblivion mod, Nehrim at Fate's Edge, and various other projects. It features an open world with its own lore and handcrafted, detailed, and diverse landscapes, desert, heathlands, forests, jungles, mountains, and more. An unconventional story with psychological and philosophical undercurrents, German and English localizations, multifaceted, believable characters with own ambitions and motivations, overhauled gameplay with experience points, survival mechanics, and hard, challenging combat, an overhauled skill system with classes and new special abilities, a housing system allowing the player to design their own homes, 3,200 hours of expected playtime, added and forgotten stories, 2 crafting classes that utilize alchemy and enchanting, 12 new side quests, new with the special edition, new rendering engine which supports smoother image quality and improved lighting effects, best performance and stability due to 64-bit support. Good to know. I didn't know this existed. And Daryl, I liked this. Yeah, this was good. I liked this one. Bring me more shit like that. Oh no, I don't want to save the site. No, I don't care about that. You can get this on Good Old Games. It's even considered to be its own game with about 100 hours in it and all this. I don't think it probably is good, but what do I know? Maybe it is. United Nations Volunteers Program. Culture Society, submitted by KOVA. The United Nations Volunteers Program is a United Nations organization that opens volunteer opportunities and mobilize volunteers in 150 countries. Mood light, screensaver for chillaxing, meditation, and sleeping. Color changing ambient mood lights. Nice place to slow down and relax. Let's visit the website, I guess. Oh, yeah, cool. So, full screen. Wow. Yeah, this is great. Great. Sure. I like this one. Mood light. It's a screensaver on your big TV. It's fucking sweet. All right, well, let's go back and we'll go to the next site. Guess my word. I'm thinking of an English word. Make guesses below, and I'll tell you my word is alphabetically before or after your guess. Okay, type a word then. No, this will take forever, and it's just a time waster. I don't care. The curious case of the aggregation query. You won't guess the result of that query. Submitted by KOVA. I don't know. Firewall for a modern internet or whatever. Did you make this full screen? You did. Visit the website. You won't guess the result of that. The curious case of the aggregation query. It's Charles Barkley and Big Ben burning. Why? 3D CSS tester, an interface test out CSS 3D transforms. I don't think I need that. Stack Overflow.blog. 700,000 lines of code, 20 years, and one developer. How Dwarf Fortress is built. I actually read this, I think, once. It stumbled me into something I've read before, which is actually kind of crazy. Why they started killing cats. Yeah, that's insane. That's funny. Well, next site. Rainy Scope Weather Simulator, the beauty of the changing seasons. Let the rain sing you a lullaby while working and relaxing. Gives you a stay focused or relax. Nope. Babblestone.co.uk. It's a Babblestone, whatever that is. It's a... Oh, I see. It's a Babel map online. It's Unicode. Yeah. And how to use it. Yeah, I always wondered about this. Yeah. Interesting stuff. Basic Latin. Oh, wow. Yeah, you can do like pretty much anything. That's cool. I do like that. It's a good tool. Play. This content uses the device's motion. Low, medium, high, or super. Okay. What? Okay, make it big. Oh, am I chopping trees still? Yes. Almost depleted. Wait, Dapplewood. Dapplewood. Whitewood. Yeah, I like this. It's fucking sweet. Yeah, it's super. Oh yeah, this is like wow. Let's go back to high here and oh yeah. Oh yeah. Genius. Freaking genius. That is fun. Open.video.org, the Open Video Project, the shared digital video collection. It's just pretty much every video. No, this is a collection of videos about interesting stuff. Classic television commercials. That's cool. I didn't used to like the internet, but I kind of do now. Yeah, I wonder if you can just fucking AI generate entire fucking 2D video games now, and that's what this website's about, which is insane. Which one doesn't belong? Click on a square to change it, or drag an image onto it. Which one doesn't belong? What? Just go. Number one gift exchange app for the modern age. Gift exchange app. Gift exchange app, huh? Okay. Dolby Atmos Visualizer. That's cool. These are popular, I see. Woo. Okay, enough internet stuff. I just wanted to see if Stumble Upon was still around.
Static images or something else. I feel like having a bunch of webcams beamed into the game in real time in
Wow.
98 would be pretty intensive, so I don't know how this worked. If anyone was around for the 1998 Avatar Expo in Active Worlds, please let me know. There is not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, but 7 bingo servers. There's not actually that much to these, like they're bingo maps. I don't know what you expected. I just thought it was funny that there's so many. These aren't made for a handful of people either. They each have like rows upon rows of bingo sheets set up to support like 20 to 30 people each. I guess there are actually a few things of note, one being that you can win citizenship in these bingo tournaments. I don't know how long ago this was or if that's still going or what, but I guess if you wanted to become a citizen for free, all you had to do was become a bingo king. Another thing I noticed is that these seem to have won some CY awards, so clearly they're liked by the community and also pretty old. Each of them were pretty much the same thing, with different themes on the map.
Wow.
1 through 5 are real bare bones, pretty much just being bingo with a theme, but 6 and 7 were actually full maps for some reason. I don't know why. Bingo 6 was
The circus is coming to town.
themed. They had clowns, elephants, and a big circus tent, but also a full town with enterable buildings for some reason. Keep in mind, this is a bingo map.
Hey, I mean, give somebody creative tools, see what they make.
Bingo 7 was island themed, with a whole island worth of stuff to find. The beach bar was empty, but the man with no name was chilling at the snack bar. The rest of it was a little barren. I take it they were just going to keep making more and more of these bingo maps, but for some reason stopped while making this one. The only other real thing of note is that there was a Lifetime Achievement CY award from 2006, so I wouldn't be surprised if these bingo places were at least that old.
Yep.
AWGZ is pretty cool. It's a map which is a preserved state of the main build map as it was in the year 2000. So everything on this is either from or before the turn of the millennium. Like American land is free, humble, brave. No fucking way. No fucking way. There's stuff on this one going all the way back to when the game was just made. The roads on it are from nearly 30 years ago, along with multiple builds in the area. Sadly, this isn't a complete archival, as it's only a chunk of the whole map as it was. With that said, there's still plenty of interesting things to find on this one. I found a 1996 museum, a nice little memorial to some people, and a ton more. If you're into late 90s to Y2K type internet stuff, I'd recommend downloading the game just to try this one out for yourself. There's way too many random builds on this one for me to cover it here. The build I found most interesting was this giant gold tinted tower with a bunch of monitors down on the ground floor. Each of these link to different websites last updated in like 2001, and to my surprise most of them still worked. You know, for the most part. These also weren't like links to Amazon or anything. They were mostly websites specifically for Active World stuff, like avatar creations, world guides, and blogs. There was one blog which stopped being updated forever ago, which had some recipes. You've got one for an Italian pasta bake, short ribs, and the best ever chocolate cake. Also, quickly on the topic of websites, since we're here, I think the last video on this might have led to the in-game radio station website PK Tunes either shutting down or breaking, because very shortly after the video went up, the site just stopped functioning. And I really don't think that that was a coincidence, because the site was up and running for like 14 years prior to the video. So, if you're the person that owned the site, sorry about that. This one is a bit of a mess, but, you know, it was interesting at the same time. The beginning bit of this map was just a bunch of random shit, like fountains and some jeeps you can drive, but after walking for a bit, you reach this walled off area. No clipping inside, I found that it was some kind of graveyard. Most of the graves just have RIP or some numbers on them, so I assume that this isn't like a real graveyard, but that's thrown off by there being like 3 potentially real names. Really just a strange one I wanted to bring up for if anyone knows any more about it.
Accessing data.
Pollen is an absolute crack map that I flew around, and honestly I'm probably going to have to edit a lot of it out because the strobing effects were hurting my eyes. It honestly wouldn't even be in here if not for this giant wall of people writing down personal notes. There's all kinds on here, like Chaos
Wow.
02 was here on December 30th, 2003. Vive Charlie Proxy on November 1997. Chromia was here on November 6th, 2014. Active Worlds is dead, and it will never go back to its glory days as this revolutionary 90s virtual world internet browser. But we will always celebrate it for what it has accomplished. No matter what, we're still here.
Oh my god. Pretty good.
Visiting family. Yeah, that sounds nice. No, yeah, I didn't do too much. Just I went out dancing one night. That's about it, really. Van Gogh, and I'm not saying that in the proper Dutch way. I'm not doing that. You'll have to fight me on a rooftop shirtless if you want to make me do that. This one was pretty sick, honestly. It's a 3D recreation of a Van Gogh painting. I really don't know what else to say besides, like, it's cool. Do I even need to say anything else? Like, look at this. Starting off the Triple X segment with a bang. X-Files spawned me on top of a spooky endless road surrounded by cornfields, attack helicopters, and G-men burning crops. I wish I could say there's more, but that's actually about it. It's just a reference to the movie. The Triple X segment continues with a long-awaited sequel.
X-Files was so good.
This one was in a creepy ice cave maze thing. I don't know if this one was a reference. I looked up X-Files ice cave and didn't find anything, so someone let me know what this is.
X-Men.
This one is predictably a recreation of the X Mansion, and yes, the shitty MIDI is included. It seems to be pretty faithful and intricate. You've got the outer area, furnished insides, sacred passages, the danger room, and the creepy basement all in one map. I spawned into this one in first person, and it took me a bit to actually check who I was. Am I Wolverine or something? The Triple X segment is now over. We will now look at a map about harps. So this map is basically the War Room map, but increased in scale and entirely about harps. Like the instrument, you know, harps. Genuinely all the harp
This is a girl and she really liked harps.
info you could
What's wrong with that? Nothing at all. Wonderful.
ever ask for or wonder or possibly think about is all right here. I don't think there's a single harp-related question that goes unanswered. Everything harp is condensed right here in this map. This isn't even some weird map from the 90s either.
No.
This has legitimate, up-to-date information on harps, events, harp education.
If you want to learn a lot about harps,
music,
you just
and
type in
all
harp
other
and
harp stuff. The creator of
Yeah.
this one is also a recipient of a Lifetime Achievement Award in 2006. So
Wow.
I can only assume this harp map has been going strong for literal decades. Now, at first when I joined this one, I thought it was, you know, like probably you do, I thought it was really strange to have a big-ass map dedicated to harps. But then I thought, you know, if you replaced harps with something like guitars or violins, I don't think anybody would bat an eye. If the creator of this one ever watches this, keep on rocking out and harp on. Rome is another map, and one of very few where it's actually really well built and pretty cool for what they were working with. It's a recreation of a bunch of prime-time ancient Rome, which I assume is accurate, but I'm not an ancient Rome cartography and city infrastructure expert, so I couldn't tell you if it is. It's pretty expansive with a lot of custom textures and assets, probably the most I've seen in any map in this game. It's not just a map though, there's a full list of custom avatars to choose from too, like this funny Caesar and this horse guy. Inside the arena they even had animals and gladiators. Pretty sweet. Overall a very, very, very cool recreation of Rome. Very cool. If you ever download Active Worlds and end up playing it, you know, make sure Rome was on your list. One player's name I saw consistently pop up throughout the game was someone going by the name DMC2U. They were like all over the place. They had won plenty of CY awards, made the bingo maps, and plenty of others, as I could tell by their CY award trophies they placed on all of them. And this guy even had his own server named after himself in the server browser. When I hopped on that one, barely anything worked, as expected, but luckily a few things still did. From these working bits, I could see that this guy was some kind of Active Worlds guide, a sort of volunteer helper, tour guide, and just someone who loved the game and wanted to help as many new players as they could. I also found his trophy cabinet of awards, and finally I came across one of the only working images I'd ever seen in this game, and could put a face to the name, as well as a dog. Now after the recording was wrapped for this game, I was doing some research into a few maps on here, and that one spot on the main build map had a memorial wall. And from there, I think you can guess where this is going. DMC2U was one of multiple active world citizens that I recognized on the wall, despite my relatively short playtime on the game. Each and every name on this wall sends you to a dedicated, personalized memorial, which I won't be showing much of as they have some very personal details on most of the players. I think this goes without saying again, but please just leave these be as they are. They're pretty beautiful tributes to fallen friends and relatives, and I'm highlighting them here as I've never seen anything like this in any other game. And for the fact that
it's
these
a black
people deserve
screen.
to be recognized for
there
the
we go.
time they spent in the community, as well as for the work they put into the game and the things around it. Let's hope that people can continue to enjoy their work for years to come. Rest easy,
yeah.
fellas.
Yep. I liked how he said
I'm
that.
sorry to end this one out in a pretty sad way, but I think it's important to highlight these things even in silly videos like this.
Yep.
I did find it uplifting that many of these people, despite having been passed away for a decade or more, still have their maps and servers up and running, fully preserved. Despite the people behind them being gone, their legacies remain within the maps and the friends they left behind. Anyways, that's it for Active Worlds. Tony's retired and is settling down on a nice beach somewhere, hitting a mad breakdance. Let's continue. This one's called Heat. I got gifted this game like 4 years ago to play with a buddy, but it's like 110 gigs, so we just never did. I'll be honest, I didn't even look at the screenshots or anything, so this is one that's just completely blind. All I know is that there's cowboys, and that's it. Hopping right into things, I started up the multiplayer mode and had to pick a server. I was playing at a normal hour, and there were about 4 people in game, 3 of which were on a private server, so I joined the one with 1 player in it. Things started out on a train, where I had to make a Western gunslinger. There's a bunch of options in this game for the character creator. Like, they let you go wild and make the goofiest cowboy imaginable. There's gut size, arm length, height, dump truck size, feet size, schnoz size, and a ton more that all combine to make a pretty great character creator. I personally was going for extreme historical accuracy and modeled my character after the famous cowboy legend, Dude Nasty, but it quickly devolved into Richard Nixon. I am not a crook.
Fucking character
I named him Lone
creators.
Star and sent him off into the wild. I spawned in with just a pair of long johns and a cartoon hobo stick.
Gotta do the Dragon's
as well as
Dogma
an
character
American.
creator. It's
I
coming
checked the
up
map,
now.
and it's actually
I
the
want to.
entire United States. And upon seeing Washington, I had to reach it. That was
What?
my new goal. I had to gather some supplies first, and I was just chopping down entire trees in one swing with my stick. Deforestation, deforestation. I got a little sidetracked when I saw fire. I had been chopping down trees naked in the rain for a good while, and I was getting
This
pretty
game is
cold at this point,
110
so I
gigs.
headed on over. Hello?
What the fuck?
Holy shit, a bobcat. Fight the
Holy
cougar,
shit, a bobcat.
dick.
Fuck the cougar. Oh, don't die. Wow, it's like Rust. Wow. Oh.
Oh, come on.
Well,
Dying
it
here
is a
was,
rifleman.
Actually, a
you're
bit of a
naked.
blessing in disguise, as now I could just take the train right outside of Washington. So,
Wow.
my goal was like done. My sole goal now was to reach the White House. But first, I had to make a quick pit stop to get some pretty sick accessories, and I was looking swell. I marched right up to the White House, bare feet, slapping against stone, right on through the front door, and sat my ass down at the Resolute desk on the presidential throne. Now, for some reason, this started an election, which I ended up having a landslide victory in. So, I renamed the country to Canada, and officially the Moon Boys had taken over the White House. Now that I'd taken office, it was time to take a look around my new pad. I took the presidential throne lift down to the secret pool room in the basement, and went for a walk around the place. What the
There's
fuck?
a
I grabbed my
bear in the
presidential
basement of the White
provisions,
House.
gathered my Secret Service items, and collected all those sweet, sweet tax dollars. As I was distributing the weaponry, the game hard crashed. Now, luckily, when I rejoined, everything was as I left it, so crashing wasn't going to be an issue here. Up on the top floor
Intern
balcony, I learned
Donald.
the third-person hotkey and got my first good look at President Lone Star. Oh, look at the drip!
God damn.
Look at the
rain.
moly.
Look at the
After I did
rain.
this, I did some revolver tricks in the Oval
Interesting
Office
choice.
with my presidential golden gun. Learned that I could ride the basement bear, and then I headed out to do my inauguration speech.
That's fucking bizarre.
After that banger of a speech, I instantly raised all taxes across the board and went
course.
to do a little sightseeing.
That's what you always do.
This is for me. Uh-oh. This isn't good. Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. Oh, that's not good. Okay, I can save this. I just can't take any more
I
damage.
can save this.
I'm dead.
I'm dead. You're done. Bye.
After that quick encounter with death, I literally ran for my second term and easily won again. These common folk are fools to trust me this much. Instantly, taxes were raised across the board again, and I renamed it to America 2. Some lowly farmer cretin and chat told me to be serious, as if I wasn't seriously running this place into the ground. If they don't like it, they will have to stop me by force. And let me be the first to tell you, the president is packed with heat. Anyways, the game crashed again after this. After writing some threatening letters to world leaders, I took a look outside and realized that it had been raining for like a week in-game, and it was super gloomy and depressing. So I decided to hit the town to raise the spirits of my citizens.
Ugh. You're spitting on people?
Back to the White House. I went back home and climbed up onto the roof, testing out the thickness of my legs by jumping off, and of course, I was perfectly fine. Now this reminded me that I hadn't given my second speech yet where I planned to flex my huge muscles, so I headed over to the Lone Star Monument to give it.
Why did you vote for me again? Are you stupid? I literally died on my first day and you thought that this time it would be different? you goofs! Hey, who's that prick laughing at? I see you down there. Come up and say that shit to my face. Mr. President, get down!
Secret Agent Donald.
It was fairly obvious.
Taxes. As he raises the tax again. It's actually so comical. I mean, it's true, but he shouldn't say it.
The judicial branch wasn't doing a damn thing, so I was going to take matters into my own hands. I had a new mission. Comb the lands and stop all crime myself. Quick pit stop though first, using tax dollars to buy like 17 bananas that I ate whole.
It smokes.
With the skin. I mounted the presidential bear for the first time.
Oh, wow. The combat looks really bad.
Money.
Money.
After having a good thorough look at the map of America 2, I had a new secondary objective to check out whatever these cash house icons were. I mean, if there were houses full of cash, it's only right that the president gets a piece of that pie. You know, or the whole pie. Once I reached it, it seemed like these were player-made bases or potentially shops. This one had literal pallets of cash and gold, which was too big to carry. So, I'll send some boys out to pick them up later. While in the area, though, I saw the campfire where I died at originally, so it was time for some good old-fashioned American vengeance. I got into some bear-on-bear combat, and my Secret Service agent just watched me in awe, not doing a single thing to actually help.
Wow, it's got damage numbers.
The president, There's
It's
not
better than most video games.
scum. And this game had to
I can't believe that game has damage numbers, but I mean that makes it really a lot better than most games.
head south towards
sad.
Florida. There's guaranteed to be plenty of crime there. Or I could head out west to Tombstone. I decided the best course of action would
Somebody really loved this thing.
be to take a round trip, heading out west to Tombstone, down south to Florida, and then back home.
Like his like stupid route. His route was very funny.
Back
It's like meandering in circles and shit.
Or I could head out west to Tombstone. I decided the best course of action would be to take a round trip, heading out west to Tombstone, down south to Florida, and then back home. And I prepared Bear Force 1 for takeoff. This was going to be one hell of a journey.
Wow,
I
it's
approached the
almost
lady
like
by a
Mortal.
bonfire. She seemed to be unarmed, so I wanted to greet her. Now,
The
that
fire
was
looks
until she pulled
good.
out a shotgun and popped it
Fire
straight
looks
into the
better
ground.
than most video game fires. It's weird. There's some assets here that are actually valuable. Look how good that fire looks compared to most fires.
Now, lady, if you aim for the king,
Like that's at least bright. Most fires are not bright.
you best not miss. I had to stop for a minute as my trusted companion Bear Force.
Why are you riding a bear around fucking America as a cowboy? It's like the bizarre acid dream shit that these developers got up to. It's just
Extremely hungry.
what
I
what?
would never let this big fella run on empty, so I fed him some bananas. This noble act of kindness paid off, as the weather was completely clear and sunny after
Wow, some of the lighting effects are better than some
this,
games.
for the future duration of my odyssey.
The forest actually looks
And I
good.
gotta say, this game looks pretty damn good when it's not a gloomy rain fest the entire time. In our journey to Tombstone, we sadly lost our Secret Service agents. Not because they died or anything, they just literally got lost and couldn't keep up with the bear. If you see them out in the woods, please be sure to write me a letter with info regarding their locations. Finally, I had arrived at Tombstone, and as a bonus, I owned the city. Federal land, pal. Didn't even think about that before I arrived. I went into the National Bank because, of course, as the king of Tombstone, I owned the joint. But it crashed the game. Again, this game sucks. When I reconnected, I spawned under the floorboards, and I thought this was going to be the end of Lone Star. But I clawed my way out, because I'm just that much of a gamer.
I clawed my way out. Yes. I love the. I didn't know how rife the presidential stuff is for hilarity. Making fun of presidents. It's actually really good.
Take the train to Florida, but the president's flat broke from buying too many beans and bananas. I scraped together a couple bucks and spent it on scratch tickets.
I love what fucking video game developers think economy is. Like econ is.
Which I lost.
Fucking scratch tickets in your fucking like Wild Wild West game. Fucking scratch tickets in 1840. Where is a motherfucker gonna go down to the 7-Eleven and buy a scratch ticket, or what? Does he get a pound of molasses with that, or you know some campfire wood?
I went into the church to ask for a couple bucks, but they told me to piss off. Dude. Being flat broke and without backup, I was thinking of calling it quits and heading home. But I continued. I continued towards the most dangerous area of them all. Florida. I found an encampment of swamp folk and took them all out. Who knows what kinds of nefarious acts they were committing. There were a lot of them too. At least 7 or 8 that I soloed, easily. Looting their bodies, we've got a new pit stop to make on the way home, as one of them had a treasure map on them, which will look real nice in my presidential suite.
This game
Along with
looks better than it has a right to.
I reached
That frankly is actually not a bad asset. Like this whole southern house.
a swamp plantation.
Oh yeah, swamp plantation.
It was
That's
completely empty inside.
there's
But I was given the
butterflies.
opportunity to become its governor. As much as I would like to,
This reminds me of this other game that I bought called like Dwarves or something like that. That actually was a really fucking cool engine, but it was a cell phone game essentially. And it was like really bare bones, but the guy had all the concepts of a good open world. There was just nothing to do.
I think I could hold more than one spot in office. Didn't matter though, since I
Like nothing that I cared about. Something about it, I don't know what it is, but it's like having been an MMORPG addict for so long, now they have to step to me on a grinding standpoint, or I'm just bored by the effort, you know. And that's weird. Like I'm looking for the grind a little bit.
treasure to find. I was pretty taken aback by the beautiful sights I saw around me.
Yeah, like this game, it looks a lot better than it has a right to.
Fresh
Like I honestly would not mind owning a game like this. I think I could do a lot more with it than they did. Like they had a good idea. Why not make America real, but make the cities like real life cities, and get the combat to at least on the level of, I don't know. You need gun combat, but it doesn't need to be very, I don't know.
Leaves on trees. Waterfalls with flowing blue water.
Yeah,
Structural
the
sound
rain.
from
I liked the rain effects running down when it was raining and stuff. I'm like, why don't they still do that in games more? Because I actually used to really like that.
An architecture. Forest critters. Enjoying life in the wilderness. The only thing that could make this trip any better is if I raised the taxes again. So I maxed them out. I came across a town that was entirely player-made. It was actually pretty sick. They had a bar, hotels, stores, and a good number of homes, and probably some more. It didn't really do much with no one on, which kind of sucks. This would actually be a pretty sick place to be.
Damn, he's like actually getting pretty busy.
I was gonna say when.
That character dance is very like almost Fortnite.
It's more like if.
I guess it is the Fortnite engine. This is UE5.
There's ever 30 to 40 people on. Luckily, the town was close by to the treasure, so.
For what? What do you even do?
I finally got to the marked spot, which was on someone's property, and I got off Bear Force 1 to dig up that treasure, which is what I would say if I had.
If you didn't crash.
Had a shovel, which I probably should have to buy at some point along the way, so.
And that's where you stop. That's where you stop.
Free treasure right here, if anyone wants it. Whoever snags it up wins 1,000 funny money. I finally crossed the bridge heading back into Washington. At long last, I was home, and ready to collect my taxes. Oh, hot damn, would you look at that? Like $200 in taxes. That's like $1 million today. I am loaded. And this concludes a truly legendary cross-country adventure. We lost some damn good men along the way. Made plenty of friends, enemies, but most important of all, we made plenty of money. All that's left to do is kick my feet up and count my cash.
And smoke a blunt. Yep.
Crash the game.
Yep.
Crash the game.
Blockland Game 3.
My first order of business in any game is to create a new iconic character for the masses to enjoy. In Blockland, this is no different. You're gazing upon the man. I started off on a little test map. I had to collect chests, and I was just kind of going through it to see if the recording worked. Things were a little quiet, so I turned the volume up by 0.2. Animist is a viewer-recommended game that I went into completely blind. I don't even think I looked at the screenshots for it, I just downloaded it. It's from 2018 and describes itself as a persistent, single-shard, open-world, first-person, primitive magic PvP and PvE sandbox. So, we're in for a good one. Hopping into this one, there were only like 4 rules total, one being no repeated harassment. So, I guess just once or twice is fine. Now, my eyes immediately gazed towards the rule bit when I logged in, and it took a few seconds to comprehend that this was the menu. You lived a life that ended tens of thousands of years ago. You rise once again, with a mind free of any memories or responsibilities of the past. Do you wake filled by the love you felt for your family and friends? Or are you guided by rage and vengeance for those who did you wrong in your mortal life? Of all the places you could have ended up, why here? Young one, welcome back from your eternal sleep. I gave you life with my magic.
Oh my god, let's get to the fucking game.
I spawned inside some kind of bone pit. There were meat giblets spread about, some meat chickens, bones galore, and some NPCs I could talk to. Now I say talk, but really it was more like listen. The NPCs all talked with these text boxes over their heads, and they all used a whisper text-to-speech voice. A very, very strange choice.
I do not wish for company. Why has my new diaper slumber ended? Why is nightmarish purgatory?
At the very least, this is a pretty unique choice. I don't think any other MMO has the balls to make every single character have the exact same TTS voice. After chatting around the bone pit, I learned some basic tutorial stuff and was told to go to the town of Sympathy, so I had a goal at least. The only thing of true importance I learned from all these tutorial guys was that I've got a smack and a bone throw ability. If there were other weapons in this game, I did not care. I was purely going to use the comedy smack the whole game. There's also a crafting system. You've got this Witcher sense type vision to mark literally every single collectible thing on the entire map.
What?
And all those collectibles are just the weirdest things. There's monoliths, bones, meat, ancient blood, on fire torches, full trees, and a bunch of other weird shit that
Fucking
you can use to craft
developers.
stuff like armor and meat spells. The majority of the gameplay is just running around like a dickhead picking up materials. I myself handcrafted some drip after looting the reed fields. Now, I was just wandering
Let me get
around.
something to eat
I
real
was
quick. I'll
kinda
be
taking
right
it all.
back. Sorry. I have some chili.
In after a pretty fast-paced beginning. I looked to the clouds, which were moving very fast, and I don't know, something about the weird graphics, music, and atmosphere all coming together, it just put me at a standstill. I was kind of taken aback by the strange beauty of this game, purely at this moment. Obviously, it's kind of ugly, and the music isn't that pleasing to listen to, but I don't know, something about it was just drawing me in. Then I snapped out of it once more bone meat creatures appeared. I found the map button and was actually pretty close to Sympathy already. Along the way I found out that you can build like rust bases, so that's kind of cool, I guess. Overall the map seems pretty decently sized. Now that's not to say that it's filled with interesting things to find, just that it's big. Once I got into town I talked to more NPCs. They were all just talking nonsense, so I ignored them. I found the matriarch who the game told me to find. She was dying and gave me her last wish. She wanted me to find the lore. Name another game where the main quest is to literally find the lore. Now, from this point on, the more I played, the more that initial awe from the beginning kind of faded, and the game actually kind of just sucks. I did snipe a floating chicken though with a wicked bone throw. Check this out.
Got him.
After getting into the open world proper, I found the first batch of enemies so far. It was a bunch of weird rock creatures that kind of just made slight movement sounds, didn't actually move, and they all died in 3 smacks. What? Are these creatures? Once I dealt with them, I climbed one of the many long-forgotten bases in this game. The whole open world was just littered with them as far as I could tell, and getting on top of this one gave a pretty decent view of that. The ones right out of the starting area were all pretty much garbage, but after I saw a massive, like actually gargantuan tower in the distance. Genuinely, how am I not going to go directly towards that when I see it? Now, the tower, sadly, it had no visible way to actually get inside, so what you see here is what you get. Still pretty cool someone did this. I assume it took like a lot of time to build. Well, I got into my first real fight with these rock creatures from before. They spawned pretty much up my ass and actually moved this time. Combat. I have to say, this genuinely might be the worst combat I've ever seen in any game that I've ever played. I hit up the dome after this, and there were some flying demon guys. I tried to bone one to death, but they just absorbed my attacks. Then I got attacked by some little rat man and died. That was it. That's game over. I was gonna hop off after this, but a couple people logged on around this time, like my boy Salad228922. I tried to talk with them, but I didn't get a response for like a good while. I had a brief chat with the other fellow online, asking him how he found the game. I expected him to be a veteran lone animist regular, but it was just a guy who found the game through a video on it, so I plugged the channel and hopped off. Team Fortress Classic. This one's a true classic. I crack myself up. Obviously, this is the predecessor to Team Fortress 2, and it is a weird game. If you played TF2 before this, everything is very familiar, but at the same time, very different in a lot of big and small ways. There's a lot of differences to list, but for this video they're kind of irrelevant, as we're not really going to be playing the regular game, but rather a bunch of weird community servers that are still up and running. Obviously the first thing I did on this was go through the server browser looking for the first one to play, and I mean, of course my eyes are drawn towards the one called Moon Cheese. While downloading the map, I saw that this one apparently even has its own anthem, so I was getting real hyped for this one, and then it crashed before it even opened, so we're off to a great start. So the first actual map we're looking at is a true classic. Everybody knows them, everybody loves them, we've even looked at one before. We've got a Mario Kart map. This one is a lot smaller and blander than what you're probably...
Pause it. Forgot. I'm gonna get like that. Yeah. And some of these. There, I feel much better. Okay, feel better. Wow, that thing's big. Hmm.
used to with the TF2 ones, though. I mean, it's legit just a little oval with some houses in the middle. I'd wager this one is pretty old, probably from around...
There's Counter-Strike 1.6, yep.
2003 or 4, as there's Double Dash posters on the walls. Also, it said there was a real guy in here, but this is totally just a bot. Which kind of sucks, because I was hoping to talk with the lone Team Fortress Classic Mario Kartist. But I guess that's not going to happen. Next map. I joined into a crack Smurf map, and this Smurf map was one of like 3 that had any players on it in the whole game. I spawned into this one and I had no idea what was happening. There was a Coca-Cola guy, Smurfs running amok, and without a doubt, worst of all, everyone in here was French.
Je pense que la map, je pense que le gars t'aura pensé à ça.
You guys ever seen the Smurfs? They were already partway through the map, and I don't even know how to properly describe the first part that I played, so here's a bit of the footage as is.
Shoot him. Shoot him. Kill him. Kill him, boys. Shoot him. He's taking us all out. Shoot him, boys. Shoot him. Nuke him, boys. Nuke him. Get him. Nice going, boys. Nice going. Dear God, why? All right, I think I'm done with this now. Red Dead Revolver. That's funny. Can't find anything. I'm so hungover, it's hard for me to focus. I just started drinking because I'm like, I'm gonna stop fighting it.
Today I got to bear witness to a little bit of gaming history. An event that I'll no doubt be telling my grandparents. Nope, I said that the wrong way. An event that I will no doubt be a grandparent and still... What the fuck? It's an event that when I'm a grandparent, like I'm really old, and I have a granddaughter or grandson, I will sit them down and tell them where I was when this moment happened. I'm not even going to redo the intro. What an absolute fumble. Point is, today at a huge tournament that our squad, the Moist Esports squad, was competing in, there was a hacking incident, the likes of which the world had...
They're all cheaters. They're all cheaters. I know they are. I don't like playing against most of them. They're dishonorable cheaters. I hate them so much. I hate them what they choose to be. I don't like them. Oh my god.
Never seen to this scale. It was for Apex Legends.
Apex
this is a game that's
fucking
no stranger
Legends.
to hacking. There's been more cybersecurity attacks on Apex Legends than there has been on the goddamn U.S. government. Like, at this point, I'm starting to wonder if North Korea happens to be getting involved with hacking Apex just for fun because of how prevalent of an issue this has become. But it's never happened in the actual ALGS, which is the major tournament series. Today was the NA regional final. Right now, our team, Moist Esports, is second. And per usual, I was watch partying. And then something went awry. There were reports that a player for Dark Zero had just been gifted hacks. And I thought this was some kind of meme or something, but after the fact, it turns out, no, someone turned hacks on against his will. I think the only reason this hasn't happened sooner is just because of pure fucking luck.
What the fuck? I'm getting hacked. I'm getting hacked.
I'm getting hacked. I'm getting hacked. You're a cheater.
I know. Sure. Can you play the game? Bro, I'm getting hacked.
I know, but can you play? Can you play?
Yeah, but it's cheating. The fuck?
I know. Sure. I know. What?
Like what?
Now, if you're not familiar to the game, I'll just go ahead and break this down for you. This isn't normal. He can see every player name their...
Yeah, when you see the old DSP, you know that something's rotten in this guy's butthole after a whole bunch of men fucking did him in.
Their health.
Fucking loser.
Everything. He's basically omniscient at this point. It's wall hacks. He was gifted wall hacks. It turned him into a goddamn Professor Xavier here. He can see everyone. He knows where they are, what they're doing, where they're going, what their health is. And that's cheating, obviously. Now, the player is not...
You ever get that feeling of like, how did he know I was there? How did he know? He must have just got lucky. How did he know I was there? I was camping for 25 minutes. How did he know I was there? That's how. And it's common. It's more common than not.
Something that the hack
These days, piece of shit new generation, man. The men, they got no qualms or any honor.
hacker injected into their game and turned on. He left the game shortly after the hacks were activated, which was a very noble thing for him to do, very sportsmanlike, to not like ruin the competitive integrity of the rest of the match, because he had more information than the NSA at that point, thanks to the hacker. I also saw this tweet floating around here to try and explain how Destroyer 2009 was doing this. It's also a screenshot of the hack that was briefly seen there. You can see.
Yeah, it is a little bit of an interesting thing. How would he have done this? It would be remote desktop. It has to be.
All of the different features that he blessed them with. So according to this individual, the hacker Destroy 2009 is using webhooks, which is a feature that makes it possible to send data in real time between two different systems or applications. And according to some of the pros in the lobby, they did like a system scan of their computer after the ALGS was stopped because of this, and a lot of them reported that they had viruses on their computer that weren't previously present. I don't know how true that is. Right now it's all anecdotal and like rumors amongst the pro players. I also don't know if they're just memeing about it, to be fair, with a couple of them saying it, but it does seem plausible. Like that is something that has happened in other games where if there's like a really severe vulnerability, someone can actually get into your PC itself. We've seen that in Dark Souls, actually. So it is in the realm of possibility.
Wow,
I don't know if
Dark
that's necessarily the
Souls.
case here. I'm not smart enough, I'm a fucking idiot, to understand exactly how these...
The only time I've ever seen anything like this, it was oh god. I don't remember what game. It was Rust. I logged in on someone else's character in Rust. And then I told him, I was like, dude, when I logged in, I was like controlling your character in your base, and I had all the privs and everything. And if something happened, and he was like serious, and I was like, yes, I am controlling your fucking character. It was Rust, yeah. And I was like, I'm controlling your character. I'm logging out now. And he was like, thank you for telling me. And I was like, I had no idea that you could even do something like this. And I never saw another glitch like that ever again.
Happened.
But like I did have control of his character. I was tempted. I was like, I could do some nasty things here. But I mean, I was in there for about 8 seconds before I was like, nope, this is too creepy and fucking weird. I'm getting out.
It is definitely not good. So he
and it wasn't some hack. It was just the fucking server just like logged me in on his character. Right? Yeah. It was nuts. It like logged me in on his character. It was insane. It was the most like data breach thing I've ever witnessed. It was insane. It just logged me in. It gave me control of his character, and it was really weird.
And that still wasn't the end. The hacker could have injected cheese to other players that weren't streaming and maybe decided not to leave. You know, it's entirely possible. It threw the entire tournament out of whack because how widespread was the issue? And we got an answer because another streamer who was competing in the tournament, well, the biggest streamer in Apex, Imperial Hal, also got gifted aimbot. But yeah, those that don't know, Apex has a very colorful history of hacking problems in their game. Hacks that you've never even imagined were possible. Such as if you try and shoot at the hacker, it forces your guns to infinitely reload. They have hacks that can just take over your shit, like you're seeing right now, where it literally takes it over and gives you hacks. There was also the hack that gave you like 3 guns.
They're shooting bridge.
They're pushing. Come take the
3 guns.
Come in. Okay.
Can we shoot? Can we shoot height? Can we shoot height?
Yeah, shoot now.
I'm cheating. I'm fucking shit. I got aimbot. I have aimbot.
Oh no.
So who is this anonymous hacker known as 4chan? Who is the culprit behind this attack that shut down
cares?
Apex for today? Destroyer 2009. A 15-year-old has managed to hack Apex Legends on the biggest stage for this game.
2009.
Competing for millions of dollars. So a lot of money on the line. There's a lot of fucking clams out there. And a 15-year-old was able to breach their cybersecurity protocol.
That's pretty
ruin it to the point
crazy.
That Apex had to just call the entire day off because he wouldn't stop gifting people aimbot and wall hacks. Now, not only did he gift them aimbot and wall hacks, but he also gifted them thousands upon thousands of Apex packs, which is their loot box mechanic. So some of these
Wow.
just got juiced.
Wow, he got full control of all of Apex's master key or whatever. They always say this. So when you watch the the Fall of 76, Internet Historian kind of went after this and was like, you know, like they've all like all these MMORPGs, they've got a skeleton key that just lets the admin do whatever they want. And players can sometimes get a control of that. It's happened in 76. I think it's happened in a couple of other games. I think Ultima had a problem with this originally. Like there's you know there's been a few kind of like cases over the years of like of some kid getting like the master key for the entire game.
Out the guild.
And that's what this sounds like.
Krampus came early and he delivered the coal and some Apex packs to some lucky streamers, I suppose.
Wow.
But this shut down the ALGS as they investigate and try and fix this issue, which I have no confidence
This kid's going to jail.
Apex has been in this state.
When they find him, they'll fuck him. They'll put him in juvie for 5 years, and they'll put him up there, and when he's 21, they'll be like, all right, you can go to jail for 10 years now, or you can work for us. He's fucked now. He's the worst piece of shit fucking thing that could ever be in this entire fucking digital realm. A horse, right? A pig that doesn't talk straight.
Of disarray when it comes to
he's a pig that he'll be a pig that he'll either be a jailbird, fucking jail dummy, or a horse, right? A pig that doesn't talk straight because he's like a super hacker, but they'll either make him a pig or they'll put him in jail, one or the other. They're gonna either use him or his life is over. You know what I'm saying? His life is over. I always wonder why they do this stupid ass shit because it's like, for what? What did you get here for bragging rights? Plus he's 15. He's gonna tell his little boyfriends, and they're gonna tell the world, watch.
Their security, their
There's no such thing as like, you know, loose lips sink ships. You know, I used a particular strategy one time to hide a robbery when I was a teenager, and I knew that my entire high school knew what I did because they weren't stupid. So what did I do, right? Anybody that I thought was actually shithead enough to fucking narc on me, right? I sold them Dreamcast for $40. And this is what you should do as a kingpin. Like if they see you sharing the wealth and they're like, you know, wow, no, I'm not narking on this guy. Dreamcasts are $450. He sold me one for $40. They don't care, right? That's an old beef from 25 years ago. But I mean, like, you know, like that's how I kept them quiet. And you can't do that in this situation. When you're the hacker, none of those people have any motivation to be quiet. They're going to tell everything to everyone, including Charlie. Charlie could go and ask them. They're going to tell him exactly what the fuck happened, who did it, and bust the kid. It's stupid. They do this for the fucking, you know, they do this for the lulz, but they also put their future at big time fucking risk in a way that I don't respect. It's like, for what? What could that possibly, like, what could that gain you? I mean, so you hack, you know, Apex Legends, and you want to show the world that you're good enough. You're GeoHot or whatever, and you go to war with them. Look what happened to GeoHot. They basically like deplatformed him.
I cheat.
There's no honor amongst thieves. And like, I don't know why you would want to brag about this stupid shit when you're fucking 15, because I don't think you're thinking about how bad this could be. That company could step to you and be like, you caused us $2 million in lost transactions and time and all this, and we're going to sue your fucking parents for letting your ass get on our fucking website in the first fucking place and fuck us like this. And not only are they going to sue you, they're going to sue your fucking parents. They're going to fucking make an example of you on CNN and all this other stupid shit. And when you go to prison, you'll be the butt boy. And that's why you don't do stupid shit as a black hat. When you go to prison, you'll be the fucking butt boy. And sure, maybe you're a pig afterwards. Maybe you pull that whole, catch me if you can thing where they think you're so good. Maybe. What's the best case scenario here, right? You basically become a horse, a peg boy for the G. You do what they say. Or they just put you in jail again. Because they're like, wow, one time you fucked Apex Legends at a 300 grand or something like that. Your 15-year-old ass has made a total of $95 in your entire fucking life. And you don't even have a concept of what 750 grand is or something like that, right? And so they step to you and they destroy you. And we've heard a lot of stories like this. They step to you and they destroy you. They don't step unless they're going to destroy you. This kid will be destroyed if they catch him. And trust me, 15-year-olds brag. They'll catch him.
Use for it. It feels like just a losing battle with them not even really putting any effort into the war.
Yeah.
Since day one, really.
Yeah.
When I was like a competitive player in Apex at like a semi-pro level, hacking was big then. And it's only become more frequent now.
Yeah, it's only gotten worse.
It doesn't feel like they've done a whole lot to fix it. It really doesn't. It feels like Apex is less secure than Club Penguin. It's ridiculous how easy it seems to be to hack in it. I am not surprised this happened. I am only surprised it didn't happen sooner. Like, I really think the only reason the ALGS hasn't been hacked before is just because no one gave a fuck to do it. They didn't care enough to bother hacking in there and ruining it. But today, Destroyer 2009 said, you know what, I finished my Algebra 1 homework a little early. I've got some time to kill. I'll just go ahead and throw some hacks into the ALGS for a little bit of chaos and pandemonium. And so we did. Like, it's really upsetting. Because I love Apex Legends, and I really love the esports scene for Apex Legends. I love it. Our squad is incredible. I love watch partying each and every event that we're in. It's great. But there are just so many glaring issues with the game itself, this being one of them.
Apex sucks dick. It was never that good of a game. I thought it was like a free game on the PlayStation 4, but a bad Fortnite ripoff. It really was not good like Fortnite. It was not good like Fortnite. It wasn't even good like Valorant. Valorant was better than fucking Apex. Apex was like a bad Titanfall ripoff, and I'm sorry, I really don't like Apex, and I've tried. I played the Apex closed beta, believe it or not, and I was a big believer in Apex way back in the fucking day. I was like, oh, a big shooter's coming to the PlayStation 4, And I was like, Apex, cool, And then I was like, no, this game sucks.
It desperately needs to be addressed. They need to do more to prevent shit like this from happening. This hasn't happened
now,
in any other
is Apex a bad game? No, but it sucked for me. I was just like, I'm not having the Fortnite fun where I feel like I'm making my own way and forging my own path or something like that. This is Apex where you and two other dudes like bang two other teams on some focal point. And that shit's cool, like in Overwatch, but Apex had a parkour, like kind of like Fortnite approach to it. And you guys know how I feel about excessive mobility. It cripples shooters. When some dude can go from the mountaintop that you're looking at with a sniper rifle into your personal space inside of 7 seconds or something like that. I'm talking mountaintop, like 450 meters away or something like that, right? And suddenly you fire a shot at him inside of 7 seconds. He's in your personal space. This ruined modern shooters. And I'm sorry, but if you think about games that pretty much live on that particular mechanic, it's Apex. Apex is that one game that lives exactly right there, which is dude came 400 meters and killed me in 7 seconds. Apex was not good. It brought all the bad things about Fortnite and like totally like, turned it in. Like, now I like the format. The format was cool. And the beta was fun. But like, I think the beta was the last time that the game was fun. I played it like 6-7 times since then. And like, man, Apex has let me down. I actually really believed in that title, but not anymore. I don't think I'll ever play it again. I think Apex is off that list. It's off. It's gone.
Ever that I know of.
And like, and I'm open-minded. You know me, I'm open-minded. I'll play fucking anything, but Apex was not it. It was not it. Neither is Valorant. Valorant is a bad Counter-Strike. in my opinion. It's like a bad Counter-Strike. It takes all the stupid bullshit that Overwatch had, which by the way is a dead game, and like, you know, and fucking like inflated it with op. Basically, it was like op. It was either you were getting 3-shot by a fucking, like an AK, or you got shot by an op and you're just instant out, like in Valorant. And that's cool. I like that Siege gameplay. I'm not saying it's bad, but it wasn't fun. I would not say Valorant was fun. I don't think Apex was very fun. I think it was good if you were competitive and you were trying to grind the ladder. But if you miss that window, it is like a worthless game to the average player who's just like a tourist and just wants to come play a good game or something like that. I would say Apex is pretty much like, you know, it's free and it's good, and a lot of people play it. But I don't think it's like even nearly like worthy of Fortnite's like recognition or something like that. It's not living there in that high value space where it's bringing a lot of value to the gaming sphere. It's living there on the shittier side of it, where it's stolen a bunch of mechanics from shit like Titanfall and fucking, you know, EA and Mirror's Edge and all this, and done all that parkour mixed with, like, you know, the Fortnite approach to you know, like sword and board or run, you know, gank and, you know, spank and gank or whatever, is show up and kill somebody instantly. And it's a good competitive game, but it's not this thing that should have been at the top of the esports, in my opinion. Honestly, I think Apex and Valorant took up a lot of space that technically should have gone to PUBG. And I don't like PUBG.
Gonna mention while we're ranting and
like, I don't think Apex and Valorant were necessary. Valorant was a dead ripoff of Counter-Strike 1.6 mixed with Overwatch, and I did not like that mixture. I didn't think it was good. I didn't think they held up to it. Like, honestly, I think I had more fun on that other crappy game, what is it, Smite or whatever, than, you know, they're not in the same genre at all, but I mean, like, Smite was a more funny novelty game than Apex.
About, you know, this, going through this cathartic session of vomit. The
yeah.
way ALGS handles their
how do you respond to this? You manhunt the boy who's on a VPN, so good luck. Like, you're gonna have to actually detective his ass. You're gonna have to show up and find the one connection that he has to any of these kids, and you're gonna have to follow that to somebody who's met him in real life. And then you're going to have to fuck him in the ass on, like, in the middle of a school day in high school and level, you know, federal charges against a 15-year-old. And do you guys understand why I'm saying this the way I'm saying it? From the police officer's point of view, what's the upside here? You busted a 15-year-old, ruined their life, got their parents threatening to kill you. The 15-year-old is an idiot and you know, is fine probably to go to juvie or whatever. But I mean, do you really want to fuck a 15-year-old? You know, do you really want to ruin a 15-year-old kid's life because they hacked Apex Legends? Honestly, it's this thing that's like, well, good on him. If he managed to beat this huge corporate conglomerate, you could see how a detective on the case might think of him as being like David versus Goliath. Because, you know, Apex Legends has billions of dollars. This kid probably has $95 and a $300,000 bill coming, you know? He's probably got jail time, well, more like juvie time at jail, and a lot of money coming, and he'll have to work a lot of his life to probably pay this off when they catch him. And I'm just like, this is that stupid counterproductive bullshit that these idiots get up to. What's the point of this? Did you need bragging rights to your Apex buddies that you hacked Apex? If you think that their credibility or their props or their recognition in your crew for hacking Apex is going to be something that leads to a better life, a better safety, a better, like, you know, a better, you know, security, like all of those things that you have in your life right now are gone now. You are being hunted by police. You are being hunted by the feds. Your little bitch kid friends are going to fucking narc you out. You can see it coming a mile away. And he probably bragged to the wrong person. They almost always do. It's very, very rare when they act like this and they haven't been telling everybody under the sun what they've been doing. you know? And so it's not like I hate criminals. I don't. I'm saying as a former criminal, you know what I'm saying? What was the get here? The bragging rights to your little fucking bitch ass 15-year-old fucking friends who won't remember who you are in 10 years? Who probably won't even go to the same school as you past a certain point, who probably won't be in your social circles or anything. These little bitch ass fucking hacker kids on online or whatever gave you some props for a couple of days in March or whatever. But then you've got the feds and the cops and the life and the extortion, the problems. They're going to bust you. They're chasing you. They can't have little kids destroying their shit like this. They'll chase you. And I'm wondering, what's the upside here? What was the profit? This is how little bitch ass criminals should think of it too. What was the fucking take here, right? What's the VIG? 5 years in juvie? What's the take? You getting any money off that? Are you getting, like, you know, are you in a hotel room at the age of 17 getting blowjobs from the hottest girl in school? No, you aren't. You're living a little bitch ass fucking black hat life with like no reality and no hope. And when they fuck you, you're gonna feel it. And I don't really understand that. If you got the kind of skills to fucking hack Apex, pick a better target, you fucking artard. Like, straight up, pick a fucking better target, you fucking piece of shit. And I guarantee you right now, this kid is dancing circles in his little piece of shit 15-year-old room, telling himself how smart he is, right? Nah, you're fucking dumb. In 10 years, you're going to look back at this and you're going to be like, Jesus Christ, I was like maybe the dumbest motherfucker on the planet. When you actually face the whirlwind, you're going to be like, why did I do this? For bragging rights to my idiot hacker friends or whatever? This is the lesson, motherfucker. If you're going to spend that much time and effort actually like on a heist or something like that, like this, then don't leave a fucking calling card. Don't use personality. Be as generic as fucking possible. Don't leave a fucking MO or any of this other stupid ass shit. You personalized here way, way, way too much, and your friends are gonna fucking sell you out. I can smell it a mile away. And I'm sorry, but if you're gonna resort to crime at the age of 15 like this and fuck a fucking billion-dollar company or some shit like this, more props to you. Go ahead, fuck Apex, whatever. I don't care, right? But how you went about it is like how a loser would have. Even at your age, I never, ever would have gone toe-to-toe with the greats like that. It draws way, way, way too much attention. And what do you actually profit? What do you get? The fucking shits and lulls of it? You get absolutely the fuck nothing. What do you get from that? Maybe you're selling hacks or something like that. Maybe you're outside the box and maybe I'm shortchanging him or whatever. But I fucking doubt it. I bet he's more worried about missing English homework than he is about fucking whether or not, you know, anyways. So it's like, where's that critical thinking? If you're going to do something cool, I got to say, this is cool, what you did. It definitely brought the Goliath to its knees and scared the world, you know? This is something that probably scared the world. They're probably definitely scared, like, you know, Krebs and all that. They're like, what the fuck? How did you fucking hack Apex like that on the master key and give away skins and stuff like that? Are you geohot or what? Right? And they're tripping on it, and you should get your props. You should. But you should also face jail time and never be let near another computer again. Because there's far, 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 far better targets than me or Apex Legends or YouTube or any of this other shit. There is much, 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 much more evil fucking men on this planet that you should be fucking with rather than whatever piece of shit company makes Apex. I care so little about them. I don't even know their fucking name. I don't care who makes Apex. I don't care, you know? I don't care that you fucked them. But I will say this. Had you used your brain for something constructive, you might have changed the world for something better instead of just harassing motherfuckers who don't know you online, like the little troll toilet goblin, little skibbity toilet fucking troll goblin that you are. It's entirely worthless. Pick a real target like a real man straight bitch made. Pick a real target.
Is also kind of laughable. like at one point they hosted it through like the normal private.
You don't think you might try going after Putin or something like that? We got some bad men on the fucking planet, and you're here fucking with Charlie? What in the literal fuck is wrong with your little brain dead generation? Get some fucking critical thinking, you dumb pieces of shit. You're here fucking with Charlie on a fucking Apex hack. You are so goddamn dumb. You need to take that fucking energy and power somewhere intelligent, far away from you.
Servers, right?
Piece of shit, Black Hat. I hope they hunt you for the rest of your fucking life. You make it worse for the rest of us, piece of shit.
Because at a LAN event, it means every...
I can hack Apex too. I don't because, ooh, is that going to translate to money or like the love of my life or a career or something? Maybe, but I fucking doubt it. I don't think you actually really want to be known as the dude who hacked Apex. I don't think that's something to brag about, you fucking idiot.
Team that is competing is there in the same physical location in person. So you would expect them to host it, you know, through the private server locally or whatever. But for some inexplicable reason, they actually made the decision to host a LAN through online servers, which everyone said was a disaster waiting to happen because it just leaves you vulnerable to all kinds of problems like players lagging or DCing or technical issues out the wazoo.
Online
which
sucks.
is
You need a LAN
what
cafe.
happened during like the Split 2 playoffs. During this event, there was a suspected DDoS attack when everything was halted for
Copper
over
Box
20
Arena.
minutes. EA denied that it was DDoS, saying that on-site technical issues had no
No,
evidence
somebody tripped on a cord.
of a DDoS attack.
But everybody was like, nah, it's DDoS. We know what it feels like. No, somebody tripped on the cord. I guarantee it.
But many players and teams were still convinced of it, including me.
It's always trip on the cord in the end. If it really goes down like that, it's trip on the cord. It's almost never some hacker. Trust me.
All of us.
You guys, look in on House MD, he talked about this. He was like, when you're a diagnostician searching for the worst, craziest viruses in the world, you tend to see zebras where there might only be a horse. Do you get the analogy? You think that there's like some kind of like DDoS attack going on, but what really, it's often almost always the most like easiest, simplest explanation. It's Occam's razor, right? Is that like it's almost always the most simple. It's gonna be somebody tripped on the cord. It's not gonna be a DDoS on some Copper Box Arena fucking thing for ALGS Split 2. Like, what's the point of that? It attains nothing. The DDoS is funny if it was real, but I'm betting somebody tripped on the cord.
Esports.
Right at the LAN cafe, and you can't admit that mistake because then you probably don't have a LAN cafe anymore.
Hosting a LAN event.
Your reputation goes to shit.
For online servers is silly.
Yeah,
it's not like they have to do that. They made the conscious decision to drink stupid juice, I guess.
Yeah, like that's my problem with them. They drink stupid juice all the fucking time.
One playoffs were hosted on a private tournament server, but for some reason, Split 2, they decided not to do that and instead just used a private part of a public server, which left it vulnerable, which everyone told them would be a problem, and well, it turned out to be a problem. Now, let's assume that for the next major, they make that decision again to use online servers to host it. They've done it before. Well, who's to say Destroyer 2009 won't come out of the shadows and wreak havoc once more, like the boogeyman riding straight from hell on horseback and inject hacks into the major? You're fucked if that happens, because people bought tickets to attend it. Teams flew out there.
I think there's this thing that we're not actually recognizing in this culture right now, which is that we do not have software security. I don't think it's there. I don't think there's any program that can't be completely subverted. I do not believe there is such a thing as software encryption or safety or anything at all. I really suspect this. I might be wrong, could be wrong about this, and I hope I am. But I don't believe security and software ever enter into the same realm anymore. I don't think security and software I think they're basically oil and water now. I think if a piece of software is running, it has been co-opted as long as it was possible long ago and has only been co-opted forever, and it's been hacked and it's fucked up.
To compete in it, you won't have the luxury of just postponing it and doing
And
it.
so I think, like, what's this? Anytime you run like an online gaming tourney online as opposed to LAN, you are just asking for it. You're asking for a DDoS. You're asking for pretty much anybody who has any real knowledge of network administration to essentially take a shot at you because they know that you have a lot of interest in it, and it's just it draws the trolls, you know.
A different day. You can't restart.
I never was that much of a hacker. I just know how to rewire Windows because I had to be able to continue to play games and stuff. But I have used a lot of nasty programs, and I have done things like stolen passwords to Wi-Fi router access points. Used to bust Cain and Abel to steal people's passwords at the coffee hut so I could use the internet and all this. Crazy shit like that, you know, script kiddie shit. Stuff that I would Google and just implement, you know, like based on a need at the moment. But I've never really enjoyed doing it on a level like this, you know, where it actually affects people, because you got to kind of think about that, how helpless it really makes them feel. Maybe that's the thrill for you. But the problem with it for me is if you impose helplessness on a bunch of nerds, it's likely that energy will boomerang on you, and you will be taught some sort of humility rather badly. It's not really too smart to fuck with a bunch of nerds. They have the time and the knowledge and the implementation to actually perhaps stop you, put you in jail, and make you an example. These are the people that have the knowledge to do it, and the skill, and the money. Like, what's to stop Charlie from going straight to Krebs and offering Krebs 25 grand to go put this kid's head on a block? What's to stop Charlie from doing that? You ever thought about that? What's to stop Charlie from just running a PI on you for the next year? Is sussing you out right away. There's nothing. That's probably what he is doing, honestly. You're stupid. Like, you can't hide from the other nerds, and you can't hurt nerds all the fucking time. They have the knowledge to perhaps probably stop you. They're the one fucking category in this entire world that I would be the most nervous about fucking with. You don't want to be fucking with smart people. Crime is about, I know you guys are little scrub hedge criminals and stuff, straight up out of the fucking weeds or whatever, and you're pieces of shit at it and all this, but I'm gonna hit you with a little bit of old guy criminal wisdom or whatever the fuck. Like, you don't shit where you eat. You don't piss off smart people who are bored, who have the time to stop you. You don't end up in the news. You don't leave a calling card. You don't tell them your real name ever. If you think it's happening, it probably is. If you're worried about it, it's probably a real concern. And if you need to run, there's only a couple of ways to do that, but you'd be surprised how many criminals think that they can just run. When, in my experience, after watching all the television shows and being a fucking criminal on the run for several years, 7 years it was, before I faced the time on it and all that, the bottom line is, if you feel like you want to run from the authorities, get used to this idea of never speaking to your family again, going down south to Mexico way where a white boy won't go so unnoticed or whatever the fuck, and probably taking buses all over the country while you figure out some way to make a living, or like get back to your parents, or get caught. One of the three, right? You're probably going to find out some way to make a living. You're a criminal, right? But I mean, that's the reality. So, and this is what I'm getting at. I'm an ex-criminal. I'm trying to warn you what it actually is like. So you burn Apex and you get the entire world's white hats chasing you like some kind of fucking, like you kick the Far Cry nest and every single fucking, white hat nerd on the planet is hunting you now, which is just not a good place to be. You know, for what? Did you make any money off this? Was it for the shits and giggles? Do you think juvenile hall is cool? Do you think like failing out of high school is cool? Do you think being estranged from your parents is cool, or going to jail for a really long time is cool? I don't think so, but that's what they'll do. And that's the problem. For what? You got to look at the risk versus reward. What did you get from this? What do you face instead? And this is how real criminals think. It's like, well, what's the bullshit gonna be if I do this? What's the response gonna be? What I mean, what are they gonna chase me? Are they gonna, is every white hacker on the fucking planet who's got a busted out blog that isn't making money anymore is looking for some story that he can fucking tell, right? Goes white hat hunting you for like 3 months because he's just bored. His blog failed and he's James Krebs or whatever, and he's after you, right? This is the problem. This is what the criminal never thinks of, is all of the other people in that community who have the time to address to a bad actor, you know? And what's that going to cost you? And I don't know what the profit margin is on an Apex hack for a fucking tourney, but I'm guessing it's fucking zero unless you sell the hack to somebody after you prove what it could do. I'm guessing it's fucking zero. I'm guessing you probably pay 15 or $50 for it or something with Bitcoin money that you fucking NFT'd up or whatever. And like, so then you're like out there with some fucking, you know, and it's just weird. And I don't see what the hack gains you except a lot of butt ache and pain. And your stupidity is the predominant factor here. You look for intelligence in criminals because most of the time the risk is not worth the reward. Most of the time, this is something they never tell you about crime, but it's true. Most of the time when you look at something, it is not worth your time. That's how I lived my life for like 7 years when I was like a full-blown, like, you know, state-to-state criminal trying to start a prostitution ring and sell drugs and all this crazy shit, right? I kept looking at what's the risk? What do I get in return? What can I get that'll make it okay if it goes bad? And it was never an answer that I liked, so I just eventually dropped it all. I was like, it was never an answer I liked. And sometimes the reward seemed worth it. But overall, the risk was almost never worth the fucking reward. What they do to you as opposed to what you actually gain from doing it. If these little piece of shit hacks that you want to get fucking street cred for or whatever. Yeah, let's say you're DB Cooper and you're that one guy who defied all of the fucking white hats in the world and got away from them. But I'm guessing you aren't. I'm guessing you're young and dumb and made decisions that you shouldn't have made. And I'm just guessing that they probably find you in the next couple of days. And I got to kind of wonder, what did you gain? And this is what these are the cliche questions that they ask about crime. But I never hear criminals talking about like, oh, all I ever hear criminals do is fucking brag. And that's how you know they weren't real criminals and stuff. The real criminal will be like, well, I look at 85 projects and I take one. And it's illegal, but no one's looking and no one cares. And we're going to do it till it runs out or feels dangerous, at which point we stop. And that's how being a real criminal is. It's not this flash in the pan, Fortnite-esque bragging about hacking and shit like this and giving skins to people, which you got to remember, that fucks with their profit margin really fucking bad. If they feel like their skins and their value have been compromised by this, they will sick every single one of their fucking lawyers on your ass, and they will sue you for an amount that you'll never ever, even with all the hacking money in the world, you still won't be able to pay. And that's what happens. And so we look at you guys when you do stupid shit like this, and we think, wow, what did you get from it? You know, why was it worth your time to fuck up a tourney? Did you get paid for it?
Only purchase that arena for those set dates. You'd have to refund everyone, including the teams, the players. It'd be a complete disaster. And it is very possible if they decide to once again host a LAN through online servers. Since
Don't do that
has
anymore.
Really put the
do not do
clown
that
makeup on
anymore
them here to show that they can be hacked. Even at the biggest possible stage, at the highest possible level, it's a big issue, clearly. So yeah, that's kind of the big Apex hacking situation in a nutshell. hopefully they get it resolved and hopefully everything is smooth.
Want to know why it was on Apex? Because it's a bad game. Infested with people like this.
Sailing from here on out, and they actually put some real effort into developing their anti-cheat and evolving it further to finally make a real dent in the cheating problem with the game. And really
yeah, when has that ever happened?
Start fixing shit.
Ever.
That would be wonderful. I hope this will be the wake-up call for that.
Yeah, fucking right.
We'll
Yeah,
just have to
I'm
wait
not
and
holding
see.
my
It's
breath.
really bad.
No.
Yeah.
Bye. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Tom Dark. I like Tom Dark. Yep.
Lagavert. The many missteps of Lumen City.
Lumen City is a furry
Lumen
YouTuber
City.
who, at the time of writing, has amassed a subscriber count of around 1,500. They uphold themselves.
So this is like drama within the furry community. The furries are debating each other. This furry is a problem with that furry, and that furry is a problem with that furry. You'd think, given that they're all gay and just like dogs, they would be more united than the average group of people. But as it turns out, they have a lot of infighting and issues.
As a furry diving deep into how the fandom works, from how they came to exist, became popular, and the current news about furry art,
fursuits, which are like $6,000.
Fursuits, furry conventions, and LGBTQ involvement. However, recent information...
Hey guys, I need a $6,000 prop to base my personality around.
Would paint a different picture. A picture of some...
And I like furries. I'm just saying. I don't think these people and reality fuck with each other very often, so I like hitting you with that reality, which is, yeah, that $6,000 prop, it goes pretty well with sociality, I guess, because I've never needed a $6,000 prop to get laid or get friends or be respected, but you seem to need a $6,000 prop to live your life, and I'm going to hit you on it. I'm going to make fun of you. $6,000 props are for rich people. Are all of you rich boys? Are you little, you little trust fund babies? I bet you are, or you wouldn't be able to afford you wouldn't be able to afford the $6,000 prop.
This person gets around so much too. This Lumen City person.
And so this isn't some anti-furry thing. I'm just saying it's an anti-prop thing. You hear me? Like, I don't care about fucking furries. I'm talking about the prop, the mask. That, like that band Kiss, right? Everybody loved Kiss. And all that face paint, and all that fucking makeup, and that fucking novelty fucking approach. It was a novelty, frankly. Like the Monkees or something like that. Your prop is a novelty, and it bothers me. I don't care about your lifestyle or what you choose to be. I'm not a hater. But if I had a $6,000 prop, it would be... a helicopter? Or a car? Or something with real power that can actually do something for you? Not a suit that's basically a $6,000 liability the minute you stain it. I'm sorry, but reality and you guys don't mess a lot with each other, I don't think, and somebody should say it. I'm not anti-furry. I'm anti-$6,000 prop.
Because they have like 1,000 subscribers. Like, they're not like a very popular person. And despite that, they've managed to like piss off like Blue Fulf, which is like one of the most famous trans furries of all time. Their other friend, I can't remember their name right now. I talked about them in the video. This guy with 50k subs, probably one of the bigger furry commentary channels. One of the guys that I actually, listen, this guy beta dated a lot of, this guy, well, his channel got a lot bigger. He used to be in the commentary community a long time ago. He was like the furry commentator. I thought he would have made a video about it, but it looks like he didn't. But I expected that. He would have. But this guy had this one video that blew up. It was like, yeah, this video, like, this guy had like so few subs back in the day, and then this video like really put him out there. I remember, like 2017.
Furries.
Yeah, April 2017. This is how my channel looked back in the day too. Every commentary channel looked like this.
The furry community. Oh my god.
Not with the dog usually. Usually it wasn't a dog.
Doing with my life. So I decided to pull a spare Kleenex and make another 7 levels of being a furry HD remix. Or in this current case, Dante's edition.
Every commentary channel was like,
it's like they can't make up their own personalities, so they just adopt someone else's culture. We've always had a really nasty fucking word for this. It's called poser. And you guys stink of poser. Not Tom Dark. This guy. Tom Dark stinks of reality. You know what I'm saying? This shit stinks of poser.
Like just a robot kind of looked the same, but not exactly. But it was like blurred stock footage or blurred gameplay and then it was like the little PNG tuber guy on it, and then it was like pictures popping up. I mean, this is what my videos looked like back then too. Mine is the furry stuff. I mean, if you look up, man, we're gonna go deep on this one. I wish my voice was deeper right now and I wasn't sick, so there could actually be a real comparison instead of me literally sounding 14 years old. But if you scroll back far enough, you will find,
I suspect that Tom Dark is a cocaine addict. He's showing the signs. He's got that pale skin. He's got the runny nose, the sick in the middle of the summer. It's like the summer now, you know? And I mean, it's not the summer now, but it's like, it's almost June, you know? And yeah, and that guy is looking like cocaine.
find some. I'm trying to look for like a great example.
So, Mr. Enter, any further, I want to acknowledge that you would see it.
Okay, yeah. We get the idea. I don't think we need to watch any more of that.
Someone unable to respect personal boundaries both on and offline, to a point it's downright worrying. From stalking notable members of the fandom at conventions, to acting on grudges with those he holds contempt against. While he's a relatively small creator, his actions have garnered him a sizable amount of infamy among members in the fandom, accruing a number of accusations that leave a lot to be desired. This is a video where I'll be giving you an extended overview of Lumen City, the content he creates, how—
Why does he talk like that though? Why does he talk like he's like, I wouldn't say it's the E-boy voice, it's like the annoying professor voice. Why is he talking like that? It's not even his voice, it's the cadence. It's the cadence, ladies and gentlemen. We don't need to talk like this. It's unnecessary.
how he conducts himself, and a number—
Never mind. I don't think he's on cocaine. People on cocaine don't really eat.
of his more infamous actions.
Oh, take it back. He's not on cocaine. Take it back.
In an effort to show you how you should—
Yep, that right there. You can see it. Yeah, that kid's not on cocaine. No.
would be furry fandom.
Yeah, that would make me sick. If I was on cocaine and I ate a huge mouthful like that, I would be fucking sick. I'd be like, ugh.
Or any fandom.
I mean, unless I was starving.
In all honesty. And I think the best thing to do would be to introduce you to what Lumen was most known for. The content he—
One of the things I really disliked about cocaine is it definitely, like, it had a nasal drip thing that made eating way weirder, and I really didn't like that.
Onto YouTube. For those who aren't—
I mean, I've only ever done cocaine like 6-7 times.
Aren't familiar with Lumen, you might be wondering what type of content is made
But
on
everything else I've done hundreds of thousands of times.
Channel.
My question is why.
It's the one drug I don't respect, cocaine. It's the rich, snobby, fucking trust fund kids, fucking bad hobby that pretty much ruined the world. And it's really irresponsible to be a cocaine addict in the current age. It's not like when I was a heroin junkie or a methamphetamine addict. That was economically actually fairly feasible. Cocaine is not.
Why is if you're using the gameplay, why is it on top of a background?
Yeah, it's weird. It's odd.
The description.
I mean, it's basically a static background
Lumen
with some
City.
lighting effects. Like, why not just zoom in a little bit? What does this do to help? It makes it just look worse, in my opinion.
Can be summarized as a furry news channel, although I would be more inclined to describe him as a commentary channel. This is because, similar to my content, he creates videos commenting on drama or other topics that arise in the furry community. But unlike myself, he primarily uses a short-form approach to his content, aiming to give you a synopsis of an event as quickly as possible, to varying results. What I mean is that sometimes he can run through a topic so quickly that his words can start to mix together audibly, making him more difficult to understand.
Other furry animal abuser furry, best known for their fursuits, blonde bulk.
I think they're just like autistic, genuinely. I get criticizing them, but I think they're literally like have autism or something.
I think they literally cannot help themselves but talk like that. Because it's not even like they're just talking too fast. They're like tripping over their own words constantly.
They're because they have Asperger's. They don't know how to talk.
They can't even do the Ben Shapiro thing like me.
Like the cadence, yeah.
So I don't know. Didn't you meet these people? I didn't meet these people. I met Lumen City, unfortunately. I mean, it was a funny interaction. How's 8th grade going? Really good, thank you.
Okay, attend furthermore 2023. And did it succeed beside that? Furthermore is a furry convention in the Baltimore metro area that began in 2013, relocating to the Washington metro area in 2015. In 2019, it peaked at 1,000.
Dude, no one. I did just say he can't help himself, but it is literally impossible to understand what he's saying.
You have to like listen to it and then like think back about it in your head to like reinterpret it. The subtitles help a little bit.
487 attendees. And in 2020, just before the COVID-19 pandemic, saw 1,466.
Along with that, some Sometimes his videos can feel less like the furry news.
That fit is crazy. Wait, hold on. What was that, dude? What was that?
166.
Along with that,
What is this? What kind of flag is this? This is the trans one, right? What is this one? What is this? Can anyone explain to me what this is? I've never seen this
It's
before.
the gay
What are they
flirt-
wearing,
it's-
too? Like, they
it's
have,
the
like,
gay
a
furry
dog
flag.
mask, glasses, googly eyes, and these gloves, and this thing. That's the catch-all pride one, is it? I didn't know.
That looks like it's so annoying. Like you can't breathe and you're just hot all the time. You're sweating in there and you're like sweating into the fucking forehead of the mask. And it's like absorbing the sweat into the top of the mask. And it's like he's wearing a hat made of sweat, you know? And it's disgusting to me. The $6,000 props, that's my real issue with it. I've never minded props. Like, I was a raver. I like candy and necklaces and all types of shit. Got no issue with props. It's just that when they cost $6,000...
Have I, like, never seen a pride flag? I didn't think it looked like that. I thought the pride flag was just like a rainbow. Or
No, that's a furry rainbow flag. Yeah, that's like a furry
what is this
flag.
sometimes his videos can feel less like the furry
is going on?
news and more like Lumen taking jabs at creators or people he just doesn't agree with. An example of this
Hey,
would be the video
that's
he
cool.
created in
That's what I
June
do.
2022 titled
My whole life.
Beta Ada Delota is Furry YouTube. By what the title would lead you to believe, this video doesn't really touch on anything Beta has
Why do
done,
these people look so fucking crazy?
one that has resulted in the furry YouTube creator space.
Like, I'm sorry, but it's like they're dedicated to looking crazy.
Is being made worse. The main criticisms presented
Like, I don't know. Like, it's not that it bothers me. I just don't know why they need it to be so badly.
in this video
It's like they have this burning desire to look crazy.
are Beta Switch.
And I'm sorry, but like, you know, usually that's kind of bad, sort of. Looking crazy. Like he full blown looks crazy. Like you wouldn't really want like girls around him, like you know, like young girls around him or anything. He looks fucking full blown crazy. Like you would want like a chaperone wherever he went, because you don't know, he might start doing lines of ketamine or something like that. It's like he looks totally unhinged to me. And the unhinged is like the whole point of it. But I mean, like, there's this point where looking unhinged is kind of bad. It's sort of bad. It's bad for you.
From edited videos to stream highlights, Beta's usage of suggestive thumbnails.
Like you full blown look fucking crazy. You look like a shell shocked. You look like a shell shocked pit bull. But you have this rabbit in the headlights look. And it's frankly something out of a fever acid dream that scares me. And I don't know why it's supposed to appeal. It looks fucking scary to me. It frankly looks sort of scary and crazy. Like the kind of thing that a psycho killer might wear when he stabs you up, you know? It's looking like that Scream mask from that movie Scream. A little bit. It's got that black and white stuff going on, like the mask from Scream. And that shit is scary. Like look at the Scream mask. It's frankly kind of scary, you know? I hated the Scream mask. It used to haunt my dreams. You see it? Totally random killer for no reason. Just looking to chalk up a body count, you know? Fucking Scream killer really bothered me. And yeah, and that fucking mask, while it's not very scary, it's that runny black and white. You've got the same exact fucking vibe going on here. It's like that runny black and white that frankly looks terrifying.
And how Beta blocking Lumen on Twitter shows that Beta thinks little of smaller creators.
I noticed that Beta uploaded a video that has suspiciously similar thumbnail to a previous video. When I checked,
That's how he talks. Are you guys hearing this?
I noticed that Beta uploaded a video that has suspiciously
Little of smaller creators.
I noticed that Beta uploaded a video that has suspiciously similar thumbnail to a previous video. When I checked, this was true. I made a tweet highlighting this with no ill will to the tweet. He responded, which resulted in engagement from the tweet.
Did you steal his thumbnail? Hold on.
I didn't notice at the time, but shortly true. I made a tweet.
Hold on.
of
Hold
smaller
on.
creators.
I noticed that video
I don't understand. So
uploaded a video that's suspiciously similar thumbnail to a previous video. When I checked,
a previous video is it's his own video. He reused his own thumbnail. Who cares? I thought he was saying he like stole his thumbnail, but instead he's just lazy and reused it. I mean, I guess it sucks, but like whatever. He can let his own channel die if he wants, right?
this was true. I made a
His
tweet
brain is
highlighting
falling
this.
out. Yeah, speech is they turned the speech down in his stats, but he's actually a genius. You just can't tell.
No ill will to the creator. He responded, which resulted in engagement from the tweet.
That was actually a really beautiful thing he just said.
I didn't notice at the time, but shortly after his tweet, he decided to block me on his account. I don't know if I insulted the creator because I tried reaching out to them, only to never get a response. You might be seeing a pattern here. He doesn't care about smaller creators, actively pushing them away. I believe he knows his YouTube career is slowing down due to the lack of effort being put into his videos. In order to combat this, instead of making better content, he's getting fans to harass smaller creators on his behalf. Given his recent actions, you might think this is a secret chat the creator runs which facilitates this harassment. However, it doesn't matter if it exists.
This person is literally impossible to listen to. He needs to stop chewing on cotton balls during his recording sessions. He needs to take the ball gag out of his mouth.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
you looking
Captain
at?
Buttsex. Excuse me, Captain Buttsex. I think it would be for the best if you, didn't allow your boyfriend to rail your ass while recording YouTube videos. Just wait until right after. Just wait until right after, okay? Please. That would really help a lot, okay? I'm just saying, okay? You know, you want to criticize Beta Data a lot of... I'm going to criticize your content a little bit. I think it would be for the best if you stopped having gay sex while you record. Just me. Maybe that's just me.
Because he's created a culture among fans that creators who try to critique the channel are met with harassment.
There was no pattern.
I
built.
think this got anti-homo. I'm sorry. I think this got homophobic rather quick, and his little Eichmann side is coming out, and I'm going to leave. I'm sorry. I do not support his view.
So over the last few days, I've been away from the office, spending some time with my kids on spring break, and we've had a wonderful time.
Thank you, Ginger
But
Prime, for the extra
just
content from
getting
the stream.
back
I'd like to
into
sub
the
to your
office,
channel.
getting caught up on all the news. I have to say, Jay's video talking about how there's going to be no paid expansion really did elicit some thoughts, and I figured I'd sit down today, kind of cover it, give you guys an update on season 5, talk to you guys about my thoughts, especially about a no paid expansion year. Obviously, the big update is in June, and that's really what Kay alludes to right out the gate, saying that there is no expansion, but a big announcement in June to go over some cool stuff that we've been working on. I think this is where, if we're going to play positive and negative, the positive would be console support. And I really hope that if they go console support, we're talking about, cross-play and cross-save. And I know that there are people out there who don't like that as a feature, but that world where you had isolated systems really doesn't make sense in the grand scheme of things. Who knows? They could always go the ESO
5
method where
gold.
you have kind of console servers and you have PC servers. At the end, I think that's going to be kind of a toss-up. As long as I can take my character and move between the two, as long as I can team up with my friends regardless of what platform they're on, I think that's going to be a real big win. For example, getting my wife to play the game, being able to pop this on console, I'm on PC, we're having a fun time. That's essentially kind of the goal, and I think that ends up bridging more gaps rather than creating fake walls. But you're free to disagree with me. Everybody's opinion is valid. In this case, I'm just sharing what I think is valuable to me, especially if it does come to consoles. We'll have to wait and see. It's one reason why I don't spend a lot of time with ESO, or no time with ESO. I have a character on console. I'd like to play it on PC. I don't really feel like starting over. So that sums that up. But the other thing is obviously in our Discord, which you guys should totally check out if you haven't already. Top link in the description will get you to the Discord and all the content that I make here. In fact, I just launched a clips channel. So if you click that link, you're going to see tons of stuff that you can kind of engage with and choose.
Mr. Meow
options,
Meow.
Choose your own adventure, essentially.
Okay.
Really hope that you come check out the Discord.
Cool,
and
thank you.
we're going to be playing a lot of Season 5 when it drops. But CXP asks, any word on Season 5? And the good news is, Kay actually has an update. Bad news is, not a lot of detail. It says, what I can tell you about this and what we'll get Season 5 news within the month, the future sessions information is going to be in June. So June is their big announcement, which is what Scott teased originally May, got pushed to June. Season 5 originally supposed to be out now, got pushed to we don't know when. They say Season 5 news this month, but there is another half a month already. So it could be that, Season 5 misses March altogether. And if that makes it a better product and much more well-received version, I'm all for it, but that's kind of the current state of the game with that delay. Now, Earlier, I talked about console, I talked about crossplay, but I also alluded to what could be a bad thing, what could be a bad announcement in my perspective. And that really comes down to the idea that if they decided to go with something like a different monetization system, like a free-to-play model. Now, I think at a minimum, MMORPGs, if you really want to have that MMO aspect to it, really should be buy to play at a minimum. Now, there's lots of debate. Lots of people like to come and say that they would happily subscribe to every MMORPG out there, and I don't know how they're doing it. I think that in and of itself is a very, big ask, especially with newer MMOs really struggling in that department. However, we know the subscription model is the most fair. I think the worst case scenario is a free-to-play option. Now, if they said there's a free trial of the game, that's perfectly fine. That's not free to play. That's just, hey, why don't you come test the game out? Now, if you guys haven't seen also the news, game right now is part of the spring sale, 60% off. So it is a heck of a good game at that price. I really appreciate the game at full price, and I highly, highly recommend it. And hopefully you guys get the opportunity to check it out, especially if you're already 4-ish minutes into one of my videos. Yeah, guys, got nothing to lose, especially with that discount if you haven't picked it up already. But the free-to-play, I think, is the concern because there is no level of disincentive, or there's no cost. There's no cost to being a bad actor, right? So we've seen games like Blue Protocol completely remove player trade. I think that is not the right call, because I think player trade really helps incentivize.
I like what he said, and I'm going to hear it again.
It could be that, Season 5 misses March altogether, and if that makes it a better product and much more well-received version, I'm all for it, but that's kind of the current state of the game with that delay. Now, earlier, I talked about console, I talked about crossplay, but I also alluded to what could be a bad thing, what could be a bad announcement in my perspective. And that really comes down to the idea that if they decided to go with something like a different monetization system, like a free-to-play model. Now, I think at a minimum, MMORPGs, if you really want to have that MMO aspect to it, really should be buy to play at a minimum. Now, there's lots of debate. Lots of people like to come and say that they would happily subscribe to every MMORPG out there, and I don't know how they're doing it. I think that in and of itself is a very, big ask, especially with
I subbed to 3 MMOs.
Really struggling in that department.
Wow,
However,
76 and
the
EvE,
model is the most fair.
and now
I think
Mortal
the
4.
worst case scenario is a free-to-play option. Now, if they said there's a free trial of the game, that's perfectly fine. That's not free to play. That's just, hey, why don't you come test the game out? Now, if you guys haven't seen also the news, game right now is part of the spring sale, 60% off. So it is a heck of a good game at that price. I really appreciate the game at full price. And I highly, highly recommend it, and hopefully you guys get the opportunity to check it out, especially if you're already 4-ish minutes into one of my videos. And guys, got nothing to lose, especially with that discount if you haven't picked it up already. But the free-to-play, I think, is the concern because there is no level of disincentive, or there's no cost. There's no cost to being a bad actor, right? So we've seen games like Blue Protocol completely remove player trade. I think that is not the right call, because I think player trade really helps incentivize content. Otherwise, the developers have to do that and curate that, and I think that works for the short term, but in the long term, you end up just doing the most efficient thing, and generally speaking, the devs don't really change that up that often, and so the game can become very stale very fast. Where a economy that drives the incentive to do content comes in is that you could, as a player, run, and if everybody's like, the most efficient way, some YouTuber out there puts out, like, if you want to get rich, be able to go farm this item and put it up for sale, you're going to make crazy money. Everybody sees the video, everybody goes and does it, and that market crashes. And that in and of itself means that the incentive is constantly flowing based off of player demand and what they value as players, as opposed to what the devs think we should value. And that's why I think economy is important. But if you have a player-driven economy like New World does, but you have a free-to-play model, you're just inviting a lot of chaos into it, because people can come in, they can do what they want to do, with no risk to, like, you know, they haven't put $20 down or $40 down or $60 down. There's no risk, there's no cost to them if they are a bad actor and get their accounts banned. Even in the game where I know people complain about bots, but here, spoiler alert, they complain about bots in every game because they're in every game. The only crew that I think does it as, you know, good as possible is that the Final Fantasy team, where they put out a like a weekly or monthly report about bans. So they do the investigation, and then they issue their decision, and then they report, not individually on these accounts, but hey, we got 500 reports, we investigated it, turns out 50 of those were bad, and then the rest were just really playing super efficiently. But that would be something I think would benefit the bot conversation here. But at least if nothing else, a bot in this game is somebody who's given the developers money, right? And while it might impact us, I hope in the short term, and again, I think we see them, like we hear them say they are doing stuff about it, but there's no report, so there's no connection to that being done. That's, I think, one of the big problems. And if they went to free to play, I think that'd only get much, much, much worse. However, I've seen Jay speculate maybe they would add in a subscription fee. I think that's covered by two things. I think that's the battle pass that they have, and I think that's also Prime Gaming. I think when we look at the future of the MMO, the subscription MMO specifically, I think it makes sense to bundle that value across, like, one subscription across multiple games to really kind of
I have
spread
two
out
horses.
that cost.
Nice.
Something I really would love to see Final Fantasy do with PlayStation Plus and Xbox Game Pass, just as an experiment. But even World of Warcraft, where Microsoft has more control, I don't know if they're going to do something like that. That would obviously be cutting into a big revenue generation of their game. And then the questions about what do you do with a WoW token really come into play. And so all of those things being equal, I do wonder if bundling, multiple games under a single subscription ends up being the best value proposition in today's age. Because I believe with my whole heart that the subscription model is the most fair, both to the developers, but also to the players. It is, though, one of the ones that gets rejected more and more than any other out there in the market, especially when you look at this as a generational issue with so many other big games, especially games that you can make a lot of money playing it if you're good. I'm looking at, the competitive sweaty scene out there. I think there has been a tectonic shift within gaming. And that's kind of where I'm going to leave it at that, guys. I really hope it doesn't go free to play. But you guys can let me know what you guys think.
I think they probably will. They'll probably go free to play, and they'll have to save the game. They've got to fix something about it. It's a great game, but I really struggle with the desire to play it. Here's Ubisoft Isn't Bad, It's Infuriating by Ray Reykjavik.
The last Marvel movie I've seen is Guardians 1.
Not me.
The closest I've heard the top 40 is Bring Me the Horizon.
Not
I
me.
haven't seen Game of Thrones.
No, I like Bring Me the Horizon.
All I know about book talk is that it's packed with incest, and being the years later guy, I don't keep up with the latest of AAA games or online services. I'm not currently playing Call of Duty, I'm not playing League of Legends, I'm not playing Fortnite. There's no hiding it. I am that cliche. And yet, I've played Tom Clancy's X-Defiant. I've played the Crew Motorfest. I've finished Far Cry 6. And I've got dozens more games from this godforsaken company installed. And I'm not the only one. I swear the only game my friend played for a year was Assassin's Creed Odyssey. The first game another friend bought for their PS5 was Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Even SkillUp linked me The Division 2. The way we talk about Ubisoft and the amount we talk about Ubisoft versus how much we engage Ubisoft doesn't make sense. Because it's not just critics, it's not just pros, and it's not just the normies, it's everybody, including me. There is something about this company, one proudly standing alongside the collection of corporations I ignore, that keep pulling me back in. And I think I finally know why. For a generation of gamers, there isn't a world without Assassin's Creed. Ironically, the franchise's success and influence has made the original's impact rather forgotten. But make no mistake, the original Assassin's Creed was a watershed moment for the gaming industry. At the time, 7th gen consoles, starting with the Xbox 360, had been on the market for 2 years. And while there were a slew of classics already released, like every generation, the first batch of titles were mostly upscaled Xbox games. And even the ones that weren't were an extension of them. Almost everything new in Halo 3, from online co-op to equipment, theater, file share, and even Forge mode, were all lifted from Halo 2's cutting room floor. It's a similar story from Modern Warfare, BioShock, and Mass Effect, but not Assassin's Creed. What began in life as a Prince of Persia spin-off for the PS2 evolved into something that looked like nothing else, played like nothing else, sounded like nothing else, that could only be achieved on this next generation of hardware. It was completely uncharted territory for big budget games in its protagonists, history, themes, premise, and design. Assassin's Creed overwhelmed E3 because it wasn't just another game, it was a new game. There was no prior reference for its social stealth mechanics, historic open world, fluid wall climbing, and immersive parkour traversal. It was, in a word, bold. So bold that no matter what kind of gamer you were, maybe not even one at all, you noticed Assassin's Creed, and very likely became one of its 8 million customers. A number that isn't much in a post-GTA 5 world, but pre-GTA 4. An all-new IP in one of the busiest and most acclaimed years in gaming history, outselling everything Ubisoft had done convincingly, was nothing short of astounding.
How many big-budget games in the past year have not been first-person shooters? You can count them on one hand. When publishers consider that they need to sell over 1 million copies of an Xbox 360 or PlayStation 3 game to turn a profit, risk is not generally a part of the equation. Shooters are the safe bet these days, and no publisher knows that better than Ubisoft, which is why it's all the more surprising that it went out on a limb with Assassin's Creed, one of the most innovative, imaginative games to be released in years.
Assassin's Creed? You mean that WoW Rogue copy?
The gaming landscape mentioned in old reviews like this is eerily similar to our own, but Assassin's Creed is not. What was once a pillar of the industry in both art and technology has become one of the safest, dumbed-down, milquetoast, and milk franchises in existence. Yet Valhalla became Ubisoft's first game in the company's history to earn $1 billion. Yes, we all know the main reason why, but there's still a significant portion of people, ones highly critical of Ubisoft, nevertheless being seduced. So why then trace this allure to the debut? Because the lesson Ubisoft took from Assassin's Creed wasn't its innovation, technology, or unique mechanics, but that word. The mega publisher we know today wasn't built off of license exclusivity or genre dominance, but a massive 5-year development gamble that paid off. Trouble is, unlike EA or Activision's backbone, you can't repeat that. You can't boldly push innovation, technology, and unique mechanics every time, let alone in something as appealing as Assassin's Creed. However, you can repeat what sold Assassin's Creed to millions of people before they would ever have the chance to play it. The thing that made even non-gamers go, wow, I want to play that. The premise. Even just the game's setting, outside any mention of its usage in the actual game, was something that was almost always mentioned in coverage by major media outlets. The same outlets whose final ratings were not nearly as unified as you'd assume for a game that ascended its publisher to new heights. Reading old reviews, it becomes apparent that the score is based upon whether the game's innovation wowed a critic for its 12-hour runtime, or just one.
Someone is mining right here? Yes, he is. Armikustos Librarian. Oh, she'll let you sell? Oh, maybe she will, yeah. Oh, no, she only wants that stuff? Okay. Oh, well, shit, I had no idea.
Welcome back, man.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know. Okay. See how we do. I gotta actually fight these things.
Ubisoft Montreal's
I don't have
boldness
Band-Aids, but that doesn't really
inspired the
matter.
industry. It also caused
it's
a lot
dark.
of problems.
Damn.
Both for players and the developers, forced to make sacrifices that ended
should've
up
brought a
causing more
torch.
problems for its players. But for Ubisoft HQ, this changed nothing. They recognized Assassin's Creed the game was sold by Assassin's Creed the premise. So for Assassin's Creed 2, they sold a premise that could generate even more excitement. And they haven't looked back since. Turning an open-world shooter into a 10,000 BC survival game. Building a multi-million-dollar PvP arena with swords and shields. Combating PUBG's dominance by taking inspiration from Titanfall. Converting mainstream action-adventure games into a virtual museum of ancient Greece. Having you assassinate, commanding, settling, choosing, fishing, fucking, feeding, fighting, riding, rapping, raiding, and assaulting in a Viking game. These are all insane premises, ones their competitors would never consider, and yet they will put them at the very forefront of its top-level marketing. While everyone else is struggling to innovate or even remotely iterate their games, Ubisoft will come along and take their established franchises in directions that'll make anybody, even non-gamers, go, wow, I want to play that. Until they do and realize Ubisoft isn't any different than their competitors at all.
Nope.
Selling you the same thing you've played before, only with more bugs, more bloat, more grinding, and more microtransactions. I appreciate Far Cry 6's iterations. The slide mechanic, its unique weapons, expanded customization, brutal animations, new vehicles, and voiced protagonists. But none of those things can address busted scripting, obnoxious menus, ham-fisted progression, cynical payments, or the sheer number of fundamentals, from AI to optimization and mission design, that haven't improved since a game I played as a 14-year-old boy. A game heavily criticized for its repetition, only to have its 13-year-old successor have you loot the same metal, plastic, and gas canisters at every single base. And this is exactly what I mean. Far Cry 6 isn't bad. It's infuriating, because this game is appealing. Yara is the best map in this franchise. Gorgeous enough to stop me in my tracks, yet varied enough to compile all of Far Cry's backdrops, almost, into a single cohesive world. From the breadth of its soundtrack to the superbly directed cutscenes and majesty of its art style, even details down to just hearing Danny hum to songs on the radio. I've played soulless games. I've played soulless games by Ubisoft. This isn't it. But it's also not an overall improvement on the franchise's critical and commercial peak, nor its predecessor. This backdrop and the awesome premise of being a guerrilla fighter helping to build a revolutionary army against a tyrannical dictatorship are just as compelling as the franchise's icons. But the additions that convey those things are dirt pathways,
I'm just gonna go to the town. I have to pee.
weapon holstering, hub stores, baby outposts, and the minigun from Lawbreakers. Compared to jammed weapons, immersive HUD, factions, buddies, and yes, malaria, there's a notable difference in how these games realize their premise. One devotes all effort to placing you inside of it, the other sells it like a theme park. Just like games I've covered previously, these things don't feel like designs that developers dreamed about their whole career to finally realize in a big budget game, but ones that could fit an 18-month deadline. And just like before, that's because it was.
Far Cry 6 was originally designed as a game of service.
was originally designed with like one of the pillars being multiplayer first. And then we start to see the market going a little bit shaky on the game as service, and then the scope of Far Cry 6 was huge, and then Far Cry 6 didn't have a creative director to add to it, and they go like, you know what, let's make just a solid Far Cry. And this is why Far Cry 6, for people that play Far Cry 6 and it's their first Far Cry, I think they enjoy it. But people that have been playing the franchise for a long time, they say, oh, it's just another Far Cry.
Talking to Santiago, one of the game's level designers, Far Cry 6 makes a lot more sense. Alternate pathways have been traveled down hundreds of times. Weapon holstering to avoid suspicion would have been suitable to any game in this series. Hub stores don't feel like building a home for revolutionaries, and using pre-made drip-fed weapons don't feel like being a revolutionary. But they approximate the premise just enough to sell it. And that's why Far Cry 6 is so infuriating. It's got development artistry, or publisher cynicism. It wants to evolve, but isn't permitted to. Its originality can appear on a postcard, but not the destination itself.
I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back.
Any boldness in a Ubisoft game today only exists as far as it needs to cover up Ubisoft's bullshit. What is Ubisoft's bullshit?
BRB.
I can't imagine anybody asking this question. Endless notifications, awful introductions, awful character creator, copy-paste side activities, copy-paste game mechanics, load screens, vomiting exposition, load screens, server connections, server disconnections, bars, 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 filler, 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 mind-numbing progression, multiple currencies, shit vehicles, obnoxious menus, pointless hub worlds, unskippable messages, and of course, I fucking love the POV camera in Riders Republic. Mountain bikes in particular, straight up might be the best sense of speed I've ever felt in a game. And I'm a Burnout fanboy. After so many years of missing out on the genre after Tony Hawk and SSX got left behind, I was excited to play a seamless co-op open-world multi-discipline extreme sports game with a group of friends. Only it never happened. Instead, we're railroaded through an opening that says, it's not about me, it's about you. Just to waterboard you with Instagrammers in a hub. Shoving your face with notifications and tutorials telling you how to ride after you've been riding for 10 minutes. And with every notification or voice character won't give you control of the map. And this raises a question. Why do people who otherwise forgo games which are similarly obnoxious put up with it in Ubisoft games if all of them have their trademark bullshit? And I think there's a simple